In 2019, a group of creative people came together to see if they could create an event where purpose-driven people could meet together, collaborate together, and inspire each other. And that was the beginning of the Purpose Summit.
Good morning, and welcome to Purpose Summit 2021. Who is ready for a transformational 3 days together? It has been a long 2 years. When we started the Purpose Summit in 2019, we never imagined that it would grow to what it is today. My name's Davin Salvagno. I'm the founder and CEO of Purpose Point. My partner in crime, Kurt David, who is the 4-foot, 22-inch tall man in the back. We're not allowed to take pictures together. I have to stand on 2 ladders. He's in the back of the room, but we got together with a group of 4 speakers. We started with 2, and then 4, and then 6, and then 10, and then 12, and then 20 of individuals who were captivated by this idea. What would it truly look like if each and every single individual operated in fullness at the center of their purpose? In life, at work, in relationships, what would that look like? What would it look like if every single organization on the planet operated from the center of the purpose that they were created? Why they went into business in the first place, the impact and the difference that they wanted to make in this world. Over that period of time, there's been lots of things that we've done, but never could we have possibly imagined that we would all walk towards here together, apart from each other, distance, in our homes, disconnected from the visual impact that each and every single one of us was created. Anybody else zoomed out over the last year? Yes. And yet we still have hundreds, if not thousands, of people watching this on live stream right now across the world, longing to be back together again. We never imagined that we would walk through a time where purpose was so sorely needed. Never before have people have longed so much to be together in a capacity to see how their unique gifts, talents, and offerings that they have inside themselves can impact the lives of those around them. So, I implore you over these next 2 days, whatever is going on around you, whatever emails that you might have that are piling up in your inbox, whatever situations that are swarming, that you would find the ability to silence that. Choose to take these 3 days as a timeout to reconnect individually with who you are, what your gifts are, what your talents are, what your abilities are, and how they can make an impact in the lives of others. If you are a leader of an organization, I implore you to choose to take these 3 days as a timeout to revisit why your organization went into business in the first place. What is the difference that it's intended to make? How can you connect with the purpose that each and every single one of you will bring to work every single day and help them become who they were created? Today, I am excited because our opening speaker that I'm about to introduce to you is a testimony to the times that we live in on how you can just take away barriers and build relationships without even thinking about it. I first met Nick Craig on LinkedIn. How many of you are on LinkedIn? If you're not on LinkedIn, you need to get on LinkedIn. That's not a commercial for LinkedIn, but listen to this. So purpose is kind of this taboo, kind of trendy, in vogue word now. Everyone's using purpose. Nick Craig had been writing and speaking about purpose for the last 15 years, if not longer, before purpose was in vogue, so to speak. Because of the way that things work on social media, I write a lot about purpose, I speak a lot about purpose, Nick writes about purpose, he speaks about purpose, we were able to connect. That led to just a casual conversation on LinkedIn. Nick and I, over the last couple, really months, maybe 6 months to a year, got to know each other personally, professionally, and through a series of calls, we realized how deeply needed this work of purpose is. Now, I say that to you because each and every single one of you today are not just participants at a summit. You are contributors to the work of purpose. You're also leaders. Leadership is influence. Every single one of you has influence, therefore every single one of you is a leader. Now, the reason I'm talking about purpose and leadership is because Nick wrote the book, Leading from Purpose. And so as we kick off our session today, I want you to open up your minds, open up your hearts, open up your notebooks, and prepare to receive from our opening keynote speaker, the author of Leading from Purpose, the founder and president of Core Leadership Institute, and my friend, Nick Craig.
Okay, so I'm going to say something not in the script, right? So I'm standing up here a couple of minutes ago, we're talking, and I'm looking at this sign. He said, yesterday I was putting this sign up. And I said, what a powerfully purposeful thing for you to put this sign up called the Purpose Summit yesterday. And all the work that you put into actually helping put these chairs in place along with your crew. So I just want to thank you. And I'd like us all to stand, everyone stand. And I want to give him a standing ovation at the beginning of the event. Go, ready?
Thank you. That's very, very kind. And honestly, this doesn't happen without a team. And there's an incredible group of people in this room. It wasn't just me putting that sign. Corinne Forrest, our director of learning and development, who you'll meet this week, she was literally on her hands and knees with me yesterday putting the sign together. Our team was setting up chairs. Adam Ritchie, Lisa Oprita. Some of them are in this room. Some of them are outside. So if you see someone with a Purpose Point shirt on this week, please thank them, because none of this will be possible without all of the work that they put into this.
Absolutely. And so doing this in this context required enormous purpose. So I want to thank you for giving us all the opportunity to live our purpose on this stage. Thank you. Okay. Are you ready? So here's the deal. I'm going to tell you some stories, but I have some questions I want you to play with. You see, the key to purpose is the questions you ask and the stories that you tell. And each of us has a story. And whether you know what your purpose is or not today, that makes no difference to me. Because if you ask the questions and you sit in these questions over the next 3 days, you will be in that place of purpose. And I'll be here for the next 3 days as well. What I want to say to you is that when we spend time together, I'd love to hear one of your answers to one of the questions I'm going to play with you as we go through this presentation. Okay? So, yeah. Now, let's see if we can get that to work. There we go. The reality about purpose is that it's become very popular. You can see enormous number of articles and things. A Harvard Business Review did work. We even have McKinsey, who's doing actually a number of very good pieces on organizational purpose and individual purpose over the last 6 months. When McKinsey wakes up, you know that something must be happening. Now, what's interesting is that for me, the challenge is that in some ways, the question that we all get asked in the world hasn't changed at all. Here's a version of the question that most of us live in. How's this? Yeah? Oh. There we go. This is the question we most of us live in, right? What do you want to do when you grow up? So you go to any event, and what do people say? They say, so what do you do? Now, the problem with what you do is it's a very small box. And to think that you fit inside that box is silly. But that's the world we live in. And in some sense, for most of us, when we were kids, that was the only world we actually had the opportunity to answer. Right? What did adults ask us? They said, what do you want to do? What do you want to be when you grow up? Now, as a kid, did any of us have any idea what the answer is? Yeah? Not, what do you do? You watch TV. So I used to watch TV, and I used to like Star Trek. So I used to tell people, I want to be a starship captain. Now, I always got a great response from adults, because they then tried to explain to me that it was just a TV program or whatever, but I really didn't care, because I just loved the kind of response I got. Now, this is me. This is the closest I came to living my dream. This is a Halloween costume that I put on once a year, and usually a couple of more times if I can get away with it. Right? I was talking to my assistant last week. I said, I think I'll wear it when I do my presentation. She says, you are not wearing that thing. And I was like, okay. But here's the thing. The interesting thing about this costume is it represents the journey most of us go on. Most of us, if we're lucky, we get to wear the costume. And it's either being a CEO, an executive, whatever it may be, you end up winning some award. But what's interesting is if we look at CEOs as an example, their life expectancy is about 3.5, 4 years max. So to spend your whole life trying to get someplace that you spend very little time actually, and spending the rest of your life wishing you could get back to it, doesn't sound like a great deal. But this is the one the world gives us, because this is the question that we live in. Now, in some sense, the power of purpose, and the reason why it's so important, is it makes the container so much bigger. And if I can figure it out, there we go. And in some ways, for me, the definition of purpose is the unique gift that you bring to the world. Now, what does that really mean? Now, here comes my first question for you. It will come. Somehow. I'm back. There we go. Here's the big question, first question. Now, this question is the one I spend the first 6 months with executives working with them on answering. What's the one or two things that only you can do? Now, here's what I mean by this. If I replace you in the job you have in the world, whatever it may be, with someone equally skilled, talented, with similar experience to you, and I give them the challenges, I give them your Outlook calendar and everything that goes with it, they're going to do a lot of the things you would have done. So the question is what is it you're going to do that's not just the normal stuff? What's more than just keeping the seat warm? Really? What do you see that no one else sees that if you don't do it, no one else will? And that's the question that I sit with senior executives for 6 months until not only do we have an answer, but we have a clear sense of how they're going to redefine their time, their spending, so that that thing really gets done, because that's their gift that they're bringing to the world. The rest of it is a hygiene factor. That's purpose. And for each of you, the opportunity to think about what is that in your life is a powerful opportunity. Now, when I started this journey, I was back in 2007, and I was sitting in the office of Bill George, who was a professor at Harvard Business School. He used to be CEO of Medtronics. He was on the board of Goldman Sachs, ExxonMobil, Novartis. So he was like this big figure in the world, and he was teaching a course on authentic leadership. And I was a guy that could fix things. Now, at the time, I didn't think purpose was worth much. I was a kind of a results-driven change guy, which I'd spent my life doing. I'd done workouts. I'd put a lot of people, like in this room, this group of people, for 2 or 3 days. We'd take a big challenge. On the last day, management would come in, and we'd make all the decisions in real time, money, resources, everything, and just move. But the challenge became is after about 3 years of doing that with these executives, they say, you know, as much as this was great, it doesn't feel that great. So what else is there? I didn't have an answer. But all of a sudden, I was faced with the challenge of actually having to figure this out. Because purpose, which was on this list, was the one thing in the program that Bill was teaching that really didn't work. And I said, well, of course it doesn't, because it's, you know, it's just purpose. Now, back then, the truth is there wasn't much to read about it. Unless you read Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, there wasn't much else to take a look at. And so I didn't think going to a concentration camp was a good way to figure this out. So what happened is I had to figure this out. I had to live in the question. Once again, it's about living in the question. I had to live in the question of what is purpose really, and how does it really work? Now, the challenge for me was that Bill went ahead and said yes to General Electric, to me teaching a program on purpose to 30 of the top 300 in 2007. I was in his office going, no, don't do this. And he says, Nick will be there next month. He can't wait. And he hangs up, and I'm like, what were you talking about? Why did you say this? And he's like, you'll be just fine. And I was like, yeah, I'm the one who has to go do this thing, Bill. Right? So here I do. I go to GE Crotonville, which is the sort of the center of the universe at the time. And let's see, the magic of the slides. And this is this pit place. This particular room is called the pit, because this is where Jack used to fire people. And they told me that as they take me right to that spot and say, okay, now teach purpose. It was like, there's a message here. Between 2007 and 2010, I got to work with these executives, and I watched stock of GE go from 56 to 6. That was very helpful. Warren Buffett came and saved these guys. And what was interesting, though, is that 2010, we started to have executives come back from some of the earlier programs that I taught. And this one guy walks in, and he stands in front of the room, and he's there to answer questions. And the first question is from a woman, Susie, and she says, so what are we going to learn here that's actually going to help us deal with the crazy world that we now live in? And he sort of pauses, because it wasn't the question he thought he was going to get. And he looks at her and says, you know, Susie, most of what you're going to learn here isn't going to help you. Most isn't going to help you. Look, I spent my career motivating people by giving them dangling job opportunities, promotions, bonuses, stock options, and all of that was gone. It was all gone. The only thing I had to stand on was my purpose. I literally fell out of my chair as he said this, because I thought I was one of the things that didn't work. He says, my purpose. He said, my purpose is to be the whitewater raft guy that safely gets you to the other side. Now, he said, at age 21, I saved 4 people's lives that summer that would not be here tomorrow. And I promise you, that's the leader that stands in front of you right now, and we're going to make this work. Now, as he said this, everybody in the room wanted to go work for this guy in that moment. Now, for me personally, that was the first time I'd ever actually experienced purpose show up in the room. What I realized is it wasn't an intellectual exercise, you feel it. And then I went, oh, this is about connecting head to heart. This is the whole game. Okay? So now I started to understand what purpose was really about. Now, in some ways, what he also taught me was the power of purpose is the ultimate antidote to uncertainty, because it's the one thing that doesn't change. In some ways, we live in a world, and we've dealt with COVID and all the things that go along with it. Strategies have been all destroyed in every company that we can think of relative to what we had before COVID, during COVID, and trying to make a forecast for what's going to happen in the next 12 months is anybody's guess. But the one thing that won't change is your purpose. So in some sense, we as humans still need that level of certainty and stability. Now, McKinsey has woken up, of all things, and they have this great article called Help Your Employees Find Purpose or Watch Them Leave, right? I'm like, oh, what a great title, right? And they got some great data. So the data is that nearly 2/3 of employees are really wondering what their purpose is. Yeah? I'm pushing the button. There we go. 50% of employees in the US are reconsidering the kind of work they do, right? 70% of employees say that their sense of purpose is largely defined by work. And only 15% of frontline workers have any clue. This is a problem. So all of a sudden, we're starting to see data that really makes it clearer and clearer how important this is and how much of a gap there is between those who do have a sense of purpose and those who would like to have a sense of purpose. Now, there's another, this is even more interesting. So basically, they looked at what are people's experience of life and work if they don't have a sense of purpose, and what is it if they do? The black dots are what it looks like when you don't have a sense of purpose. And the blue dots are the impact of people and organizations who do have a sense of purpose. Now, for all of you sitting in organizations, which organization do you want to work for? Which one do you think is going to do better? I mean, this is not hard to understand, right? So in some sense, it's an enormous amplifier of how an organization operates. Okay? Now, I want to tell you a story about Jostein Solheim. Jostein Solheim is to thrive in ambiguity and paradox for things that matter. And I remember helping him figure out his purpose about 10 years ago. And he had just taken a business that was iconic business, and he had turned it around, and he'd been promised that if he did this, he would then get a 2-step promotion, move to London, and golden handcuffs and all those things. And the challenge is as he looks at that, he looks at his purpose and says, you know, if I take that promotion, I won't be living my purpose. And the place I'm working is a great place. But it's like I've spent my whole life wanting this thing, and now it's interesting, now that I know my purpose, I actually don't care anymore. Well, he's the CEO of Ben & Jerry's. Spent 8 years as CEO of Ben & Jerry's. And actually, he was instrumental in 2016 in their whole initiative around a flavor that was related to Black Lives Matter. He was the first one to do the GMO initiatives. And so we did a number of things, and he also grew Ben & Jerry's to becoming that iconic brand that we now know it is today. Now, he handed the reins to his colleague, and I've worked with both of these individuals. He handed it to Matthew. Now, Matthew has a very different purpose. So if you look at his purpose statement, it's leading others to find the joy, awe, and justice in making their song. Interesting. Very different purpose, yes? Well, very different time, because he's been CEO the last couple of years. So with all the events with George Floyd, Ben & Jerry's was one of the key advocates of a message of what was really needed. But what's interesting is one of his most interesting adventures is with Facebook. He was the one who started the boycott of Facebook. And once he did it, everybody else had to. Okay? But when you look at his purpose, he talks about it, how much justice is at a core who he is, it's very clear why he's the perfect CEO for Ben & Jerry's in this moment. Interesting how purpose all connects. Yeah? Now, I want to talk to you about some of the sources of purpose. So the first one is magical moments from our childhood. So I'm not saying I had a magical childhood, and I don't think most of us did, but there's a moment when the curious kid inside of us really spoke to us and saw things. Before the world told us who we should be, that's what I'm talking about. The second area I want to talk about is the challenging life stories and how we get ourselves out of them are a beautiful test of real purpose. And the third area is something that really speaks to us in our life. It may be a hobby, it may be a passion of some sort that really speaks to us in that core place inside of us. Now, let's take the magical moment piece, and let's play with that one for a moment. And in some ways, this is one of my questions for you, is what is your magical moment from your childhood? You don't have to answer it right this minute, but whenever people go there, it makes them smile. And for many of us, we haven't thought of these stories in a very, very long time. Well, I want to introduce you to has become a very good friend, Anna. So Anna's purpose turns out to be inspiring others to take a chance and own the stage. Now, here's the thing about her, is when I first met Anna, she was a buttoned-up New York lawyer. Her identity was, I'm a New York lawyer. But when we started to have her tell her stories of what her magical moments as a child was, she started jumping up and down and talking about loving to do plays, and she started using all these different voices and started singing, and everybody else in the room, as we're doing this, is going, who is this person? Because they had known her as this and she's like jumping up and dancing, and then on the break, she starts doing a little tap dance thing, and we're like, where did she learn this? And they're like, who is this person? Well, once we released this out of her, we couldn't put it back. And now what happened after this event where we worked with her in this journey of purpose, the marketing people would come into her office and they'd come to me afterwards and say, what did you do to her? Because we went into her office to look at this event that we had to do to get the signing, the legal, but then she redesigned the whole event and said, it's not magnificent enough. Let's really take the top off. And she helped them redesign it. So now, all the time, the marketing people would go to her office and redesign things. And she's like, she's our secret weapon, right? So she also now is in charge of rolling out organizational purpose. She grabbed it and said, I want to be responsible for this and make this happen. And she has like rooms of people, and she gets up and she does her whole thing. And then afterwards, they find out she's a lawyer. They're all like, how is that possible? So the beautiful thing about purpose is it's the only identity that is yours. It's the only one that no one gives you and no one can take away. It owns you in some ways. When you build your relationship with your purpose, it gives you the freedom to be who you really are, no matter what your title and what your role is. So Anna was a beautiful example of what that looks like. So the next adventure is on the crucibles. And I want to tell you my story. There are, for all of us here, challenging moments in our life. I've had many of them. I have been divorced. I had a 14-year-old daughter who almost got killed by getting run over by a car, and her friend did get killed. I've almost lost a business. I've had many challenging moments in my life. Now, what's interesting is for some of these, what happens is the weather changes. Situation changes and the problem goes away. But in others, The reality is that what happened is I had to dig myself out. That's the place purpose resides for many of us. That's the place purpose resides for many of us. And in some sense, what I had to do is go back and look at my stories to look at where purpose really showed up. When I was 15 years old, my family moved to Charleston, South Carolina from Atlanta. This is 1975. We moved from a house into a basement apartment overlooking a swamp. Went to the worst school system in the United States, and when you move in the middle of the school year, if any of you have kids, moving in the middle of the school year is terrible anyway. Now, I was a very quiet, reserved, shy guy, so I was afraid of my own shadow. Going to a new school, all this stuff. My parents were yelling at each other all the time. They were miserable. And I was miserable. So one day I decided I was going to go get on my bike and ride to a bookstore. And I found some books were a place I escaped to, but I was looking for some insight. And I pulled off, there was no self-help section back then. I pulled this book out, and it was on Lincoln. And I picked the section where his mother dies when he's at the age of 9. So I quickly closed the book and go, okay, that's not helping. So I pick up this book. I'd heard about Winston Churchill. So I opened the book on Winston Churchill. And it's in the 30s when everyone hated him. So I said, well, this isn't helping. And then I pick up a book on Gandhi because I'd heard about who he was. And it turns out I pick up the section where he goes back to South Africa the second time and he's about to be lynched. So I quickly close the book and go, this is not working. This is not helping. So I pick up a book on levitating monks. Figured this has got to be good. Well, it's a section about their rigor of having to get up at 3 a.m. and all the things they had to do all day long and how tough it was. And I'm like, so I remember sitting there on the ground and realizing that all these people had achieved their ultimate fullest expression of who they were, but they'd had things happen to them that were much worse than what was happening to me in that moment. And in that moment, I realized my purpose. My purpose at that level, and how I languaged it then was just to really help all of us access that deeper sense of who we really are. Now, my purpose, as I word it today, is my purpose is to wake you up, to truly wake you up, and have you finally be home. Have you finally be home. So that's how I word it. But in some sense, that's when it first showed up. So for many of us, those are the moments that are key. Okay? Now, I'll show you another adventure. There you go. So, something you love that really touches you. Yeah. So I'm in Holland. I do programs all over the planet, and I got a call to work with a bunch of Dutch bankers. Now, if there's ever a group you never thought you'd have to work with or want to work with, Dutch bankers is probably one of them, yes? But these guys were amazing. And this one guy I'm sitting down with, and we're having this amazing conversation. We're working on his purpose, and here's what we come up with. Max's purpose is, I'm the Lego poet that with words will build a bridge from head to heart. Cannot tell you how many people have Legos in their purpose statement because it's their magical moment from their childhood, right? So I'm sitting there and I say, well, we're in a program. We're rolling out a program for like 5,000 leaders. I says, could you write me a poem about this program? And he looks and says, I do my poetry in Dutch. I said, okay, well, think about it. Think about what would be a purpose poem and what would it look like? Would you like to see? Yeah? Okay, here we go. Oops, sound.
One here is the same. As Gandalf's knocking on your door, you're much more than your name. In everybody lives a song that sounds deep down inside, with words that are precious and strong, but barely come to life. The purpose of your leadership is anchored in the lyric, powerful and authentic. Gather a team to make a trip because you've nothing else to do but start an open-minded search. These days it is all about you. Embrace the findings that emerge. It takes a joint effort to find what moves you, captured into words. Some make you laugh, sometimes it hurts. It proves you're one of a kind. Although it may take you a while, your crucible stories provide insights with no reason to hide, as do stories that make you smile. The essence you yourself will hear when telling it a 10-year-old. Not hesitant, without fear, genuine, straightforward, bold. In a purpose to impact plan, your intentions get focused. By adding who, how, what, and when, you start living your purpose. Be frank and do honor your past. Your purpose is already there. It is looking for you to share the keywords that will fit at last. When you, in everyone's presence, tell your purpose right out loud, all comes together in that sentence, and indeed will make you proud. Your purpose will start to glow the moment we hear what we see, and what that means to you will show when you tell us, this is me.
That's Max. The first time he did this and he recorded it, he did it in his bathroom, and his shower curtain was a bunch of little rubber duckies. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be so good. But then they decided they wanted to do this version, right? And I was like, I still like the rubber ducky version, right? But here's the point, is this is him living his purpose, right? And this is the beauty of purpose, is it will get us to do things that nothing else will. And to give a chance for the kid inside of us. For me, when people say, here's what I think my purpose is, I always go and say, is the curious kid inside this person jumping up and down for joy? If it is, then it's their purpose. If it isn't, I don't know what it is, but it's not purpose. That part of you has to be fully present in the adventure. Yeah? Who do you want to be led by, the serious person or the curious kid? Right? So in some ways, that's the opportunity of that journey that we're talking about. Now, one of the interesting challenges with purpose is, see, I think that many people think once they have the purpose, everything works. My experience is purpose is not happiness. If you want to be happy, buy some Ben & Jerry's ice cream. It really works really well, right? A lot of you have, by the way, because I've been talking with them and their sales are doing really well these days. If on the other hand, you want purpose, look, purpose is if your life's working and people love you and the world wants to give you lots of money and you've got a great marketing team and you're really doing well, you don't need purpose. But if you are having to do it, you're struggling with whether you're the right person or not, the world doesn't seem to be agreeing with you or helping you, and you have to do it anyway, that's purpose. That's what purpose is. Okay? It's in that powerful place where nothing else is going to help you, but it will make sure you get to the other side. So in some sense, one of the reasons I had to acknowledge Davin and the team was because that's what they did to make this event happen. And for me, the powerful thing about purpose and being in an event like this, it's the labor of the people who create it that's the container that the program exists in. And when the kind of giving and service that they did shows up, then it makes it that we sit in that space together. That's purpose. Okay? That's what purpose really looks like. And so in some ways, that's the journey that I get to go on as I sort of work with organizations, is how do we find that presence and bring that out? It's always there, and how do we access it? Now, one of the early challenges I realized when we did this is people would then go out and they would say they have a purpose statement. And it was kind of like, this is my Myers-Briggs score as well, right? Or my DISC or whatever. And I'd be like, okay, that's not working. That's not working for me. So one of the things I realized that we all need is we need to have a conversation with our purpose that forces us to really be honest about what really matters to us. And this is a purpose to impact plan. Now Saskia, this is one of my Dutch friends. Her purpose is, I'm the rock chick that creates rain in the desert. Oh my gosh. It's like when you meet her and she says this, you're like, oh, I don't care what you're doing, we're gonna hang out together. Because it's just like, she's got this energy and you're like, let's do it, right? And she's a mom of 2 kids and she was in the desert and it rained and then there was flowers and the whole thing. So it's based on a real story of what really happened. But here's the thing, this is her plan of how she's gonna live her purpose. And what's interesting is it's got both the personal stuff and the work stuff, but it also has the company purpose as well. ING's purpose is empowering people to stay one step ahead in life and in business. And the opportunity is to see, where does she show up in the show? You know, the way I look at purpose statements is a purpose statement is like a title to a movie. It's a set of words. So if I say Casablanca, Gone with the Wind, Empire Strikes Back, Pulp Fiction, some of those you're going to say, oh yeah, okay. Now if you didn't see the movie, the word doesn't mean anything. But if you saw the movie, then you have probably a scene in your head. There's probably a favorite movie for each of you that you have, that if I mention that name, you'll go, oh yeah, and you get all excited. Well, you're not excited about the words. What you're excited about is the movie, and the movie's the story. And in some sense, the power of a purpose is in the stories that we tell about what the words mean. That's where purpose resides. Now, at organizational purpose, and I've got a group I'm working with right now, the key thing I do in organizational purpose, I say, which words speak to you the most and why? And what you get is a Rorschach test of everybody's relationship with the purpose, but each person gets to be the author of their relationship. The beautiful thing about purpose is no one can give us the meaning. We're the only ones who can own it. So in this case, what we find is for many people, they don't really own their purpose and what it means until they start to actually define what they're going to really do. And how is it going to show up in the world? So in some sense, having a purpose is nice. How you live your purpose is what really matters. And when you do this across thousands and thousands of employees in an organization, you start to get what you saw in that McKinsey study, which is a whole shift in how the organization operates. So I now want to go to the world of COVID. Turns out that if you have had the Pfizer vaccine or the Moderna vaccine, they are both the gift of purpose. I was with Albert Bourla, who's the CEO of Pfizer, about a month ago. We had a powerful conversation about how they were able to pull the vaccine off. And I asked him, I said, what role did purpose play? He said, purpose was everything. Because at the beginning of this journey, we had no idea whether what we were going to do was going to work. And I had to put $3 billion on the table. And we had to put manufacturing in place that we'd never done before. We had no idea how to do it. We had to break every rule. And I said to everybody over and over again, whatever you do, go look at the purpose statement. And our purpose is to create breakthroughs that save people's lives and make the decision from there. Make the decision from there. Okay? Now, the Moderna story is even more interesting because it's a story of personal purpose. So Tal his purpose is to translate science into medicine. Now, when he came up with this about 10 years ago, I thought it was kind of a boring purpose statement. But I always assess someone's purpose statement based on how excited they get. And if they get really excited, I'm like, it must be right. So he's all excited. He said, look, the word translate means you take the DNA and you transcribe it into mRNA, messenger RNA, which then gets translated into proteins. And he says this, and I go, it just sounds like gibberish to me, but okay, if it works for you. So about 5 years ago, he calls me and says, I have to talk. I says, why? He says, I might take a job in Boston working for a startup, and I need some advice. So he says, well, the good news is that their purpose is my purpose. They take messenger RNA and turn it into proteins. So I said, well, how do you feel? He says, I feel really excited and a little scared. I go, okay, that's the place you always want to be. That's where purpose shows up. When you're really excited and a little scared. So he says, okay, and he takes it. Well, he's the chief medical officer for Moderna. So about a year and a half ago, he calls me and says, okay, I'm now really, really excited and really scared. I says, why? He says, well, we're looking at COVID, and we think we can pull it off. Now, we're only 800 people organization. Pfizer's 80,000. There's only 800 of us, and I have to be the one. If I decide to do it, it's the company. Everything is on the table. We've never actually had anything get beyond clinical trials. So once again, I say to him, well, let's go back to your purpose statement. So if I was your purpose, what would I do? He says, I got to do this thing. So he does it. Now, we now know how it all turns out. Okay? We now know how it turns out. And I said, well, and I've talked to him. He says, I've never been more excited and scared in my life. He says, when Netanyahu calls you up, you're like, uh-oh, okay, what is going on here? Or when Trump calls you up, or whoever calls you up. He says, that's a whole different world than the one I used to live in. Now, in some ways, one of the most powerful questions you can think about around purpose is, well, where in your adventure in your life are you really excited and a little scared? Where are you really excited and a little scared? Here's the challenge. Many of the people I meet are overworked and bored. Think about all the things you do and how much of it is just worky, but actually slightly boring. The people who work in companies who are really excited and a little scared are people doing really amazing things, and they're going to go places. And when you create that inside your organization, you go to the amazing places that everybody wants to go. Because this is the place purpose resides. Now, why? Here's the thing. I think we live in a world in which most of the time we follow Google Maps. Right? And it tells you how long it's going to take. Okay? And if you get there a little couple minutes early, you feel better. If you get there a couple minutes late, you feel like something's wrong. That's life. You have a set of expectations and you expect it to be delivered. The challenge with that is there's no leading. There's no leading in that world. In the place that you're really excited and a little scared, it's a place where there's no map. That's why it's so exciting and a little scary. So the question for you is, do you want to be someone who follows the Google Maps? Or do you want to be a map maker? Purpose, if you're really living your purpose, you're a map maker. That's how you know you're living in purpose. So in some ways, looking at the parts of your life where this is true is where purpose is alive for you right now, right here in this world. Okay? And if you don't have a good answer, then let's spend the next 3 days and let's go find it. Right? Everybody who's going to be speaking on this stage knows exactly what it feels like to be in this place. Right? And the invitation is for all of us to go to that place together. Does that make sense? Okay. Now I get to have a little fun with you. Now, I'd love to know how many of you have this brand at home. Exactly. They got their hands up. I can see them. And exactly. And your kids, are they enjoying it? Yes? Yeah. Have they saved your life, Lego? In the sense of keeping them busy while you're like, and okay, so I've been working with Lego for 10 years. Right? I'm this weird guy that gets to work with Ben & Jerry's, Lego, West Point. It's just really weird. A bunch of bankers, it's all very strange. But only purpose would have all those things showing up in the same. Then I get them all together and they actually really have a great time, which is even more amazing. But here's the interesting thing. Lego's a wonderful cautionary tale. Lego has had a purpose longer than most of us have been alive. Lego's purpose is to inspire your children to become the builders of tomorrow. That's the purpose. Inspiring children to become the builders of tomorrow is the purpose of Lego. It's been the purpose of Lego since the 1960s. Now, most of us have a fairly rosy picture of working in what it must be like to work in Santa's workshop, yes? Okay, toys are a really tough world as I work with these guys. Now, here's a beautiful cautionary tale. Think about this. How many of you would like to work in an organization that has double-digit growth for 10 years? I'm not talking 10%, we're talking like 15, 20%. Yeah? I mean, this is the dream everybody has, right? It's a downside to this, because this is what happened to Lego. So about 2001, 2002, they had a reawakening. They stepped back into the core of who they were, and they really stepped into their purpose. And they really went for it, and they grew enormously. And between 2009 and 2016, they had double-digit growth. They became the most revered brand, even more so than Ferrari, about 2015. Right? And in 2016 to 17, they went from 20% growth to -7. Now, how many of you would like to live through a 30% drop? Now, some of you may have in the last year, so that may not be a rhetorical question. But when you're Santa's elves and all of a sudden you have a 30% drop, it really makes life really complicated. What happened? Here's what happened. Is for about 5 of those last years, everybody decided that it was more important to follow the formula and not screw anything up, and to be focused internally, and to be focused on just getting new products out. Now, the question they were asking was, how do we make next year's forecast? Not, how do we create the builders of tomorrow? And what happened over time is they lost the secret sauce. Now, what they lost is they lost being aware of the world. Toys R Us calls them up and says, stop shipping, we're going bankrupt. Now, it was pretty obvious to the rest of us that that was going to happen, and only a question of when. It was a shock to them. Amazon was something that they didn't really understand. They were still putting ads on Nickelodeon for SpongeBob, and they didn't realize YouTube was taking over every one of your kids. All of a sudden, they wake up. But what they did is they stepped back, they decided that they wanted to be their purpose. And they said, from the place of purpose, what do we now see? They realized that instead of just putting out products, they needed to be the place that was for safety and creativity and fun, not only for children, but for you. And they realized that the opportunity was for Lego to be equivalent to togetherness and family. And they redesigned their whole way of looking at who they were, how they were operating, and how they wanted to proceed. Now, in some ways, purpose has its greatest power when you have it and you lose it and you get it back. Because when you get it back, you really actually own it in a very different way. So for them, this was the big aha. Now, here's the interesting thing. It's edgy. It's challenging, because here's what happened. When my friend at Ben & Jerry's decided to boycott Facebook, so did everybody else, including Lego. But what's interesting is everybody 6 months later went back, except for one company. Lego did not, because they realized that their purpose was too sacred. They want to make sure that kids are safe, and they're not going to have their name associated with something on Facebook that doesn't have kids feel safe, creative, and fun. Now, for part of the world that they advertise in, Facebook was their only means of advertising. So this was a huge internal challenge. But they made the hard choice. In some sense, it's about doing the hard right over the easy wrong. That's the opportunity for all of us. In some sense, it's a beautiful example how purpose truly, truly shows up. Truly shows up. So, in summary, the fundamental opportunity is to sit in these questions. Look, what I know is it's sitting in the question in some sense, just like what Lego did, sitting in the question of what is the purpose speaking, not what the forecast is asking me to do, is what gives you such a very different container in which you create the future. For each of us, this is the biggest opportunity, is how do you sit in these questions? And for me personally, every time I get an answer, I still continue going back and asking the question because I continue to discover the deeper and fuller and richer version of what this means for me personally, as well as those that I work with. And in some ways, that's the power of purpose. So my intent today was to answer the question of why purpose, but was also to pull you into the journey of thinking about how does that connect to each of you? What is your journey and how do you live it more fully? And so I look forward to seeing you over the next 3 days and hearing some of your stories. So thank you very much.
Can we give Nick one more time? Now listen, before you get off the stage, hold on, because we have 2 minutes and 25 seconds because I started this early.
Oh, okay.
So, just so you guys know, Nick and his team came in all the way from Boston, right, to here, beautiful downtown Mount Clemens, the heart and now uptown of Macomb County. And we were having a conversation. My office is like right down the street here, and it overlooks the street that you guys walked in on. And we're on Zoom, and he's like, so where's this purpose thing happen? What's going on and everything? And I take my computer, and I look out the window, I'm like, Nick, you gotta come see this place. He's like, I'm there. As long as I can get my stuff, the vaccines, everything taken care of, I'm there. And we were talking about where was this talk gonna go in the lineup? And, you know, as we started to think about what this morning needed to look like, everyone had questions around what is purpose? What is my purpose? And I want to tell you, as I have gone through this journey, because we constantly are rediscovering kind of how we express our purpose in each moment of every single day. The conversations that I've had with you as we've planned this out, just little things like you're pointing out our team put into sign together purpose and action, those types of things. Our team has been blessed by your words, your encouragement, and pointing out just the little things about how we've gotten to show up every single day to bring this. So thank you for making the trip from Boston. Thank you for being here all week. Nick will be on a panel discussion on day 3. You'll get to see him again with some other speakers that you're going to meet, and he'll be around all week long. So I encourage you to engage him and to participate in this conversation so that you can continue to take the things that he just shared with you and make a difference when you walk out those doors. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend.
Are you fulfilling your full purpose? I'm hoping that this brief illustration helps you understand the difference between pouring your full purpose into all areas of your life, as opposed to what many do, which is just take their purpose and pour it into their career. And they get so singularly focused on pouring their purpose into their career to create success that they miss out on the opportunity to pour that same purpose into their family and into their friends who need them now more than ever with all the craziness going on in the world. And how about your overall community? Who's out there that you don't know that needs to know you and needs your help? Need you to pour your purpose into them. And finally, there's some cause. It could be that you want to eradicate poverty, that you want to help the homeless, that you just have a heart for helping young people in high school, like I do, learn to live and work on purpose early enough so they can fulfill their full purpose throughout the rest of their life. Hope this illustration helps you. You have a full purpose. It goes far beyond just your career.
Hey, good morning, folks. As we're coming back to our seats here, I see we still have people coming in from the restroom and various places. My name is Kurt David, co-founder of Purpose Point, and to stand corrected, Davin mentioned 4 foot and 22 inches. I'm actually 4 foot and 33 inches. In basketball, you never want to give up any height, especially in a roster, right? You always want to have the most height. So I'm 4 foot and 33 inches. For those of you that got a C in math, I am 5 foot and 21 inches. For those of you that adhere to the metric system, I'm 2 meters, 6 centimeters. And for the rest of you that failed math, I'm 6'9". This morning, I was awoken very abruptly by a sudden dream that woke me up from a deep sleep around 5 a.m. this morning. And that dream was that I came to the tent this morning, and there was literally only 50 people out of the hundreds of people that registered to be in person and virtually. There was literally only 50 people that came to this event. That was my dream this morning. True story. And as a result, we had, well, let's confine them all in one little corner so it looks like there's more people here, or at least the people that are here feel like they're together with somebody else. And that dream woke me up. Literally, this is a true story. It happened this morning. And so in reality, I'm happy to see that this is not the reality, that that dream was simply that, a dream, and that we have hundreds of people throughout in person as well as virtually. Now, what that caused me to think about was this next speaker, was that our thinking can become our reality, right? What we think can become our reality. And I was happy to see that what I was thinking at that time in my dream didn't become a reality. You're going to like this next speaker because she's going to talk about how we think about ourselves, right? And one of the things that she wrote a book, Kimberly Kassner wrote a book that's called You're a Genius and I Can Prove It. So what we think about ourselves does make a difference. That becomes our reality. And I'm glad my dream didn't become a reality this morning, but you love the next speaker, Kimberly Kassner, and she talks about what we think becomes our reality. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Kim Kassner.
Good morning. Wow, this is so cool. I can't believe that we've got all these people in person and those of you virtually here to connect for the next 3 days on your self-growth. So, are you guys ready to bust through some belief barriers? Say yes. Okay, so let me begin with communication. Have any of you really felt that you had great communication with someone and there's a disconnect with, say, maybe peers, bosses, spouses, the opposite gender, or teenagers? Anybody? Or is that just me? Okay, awesome. And the next one is asking for help. How many of you have a difficult time asking for help? Anyone? And a lot of us even perceive that asking for help is a weakness. Maybe we can shift that belief. And the third one, memory. Yes, memory. Okay, none of you have any issues with memory, right? It's irrelevant. I want to tell you that as you get older, your memory, it just improves. Okay, so corporations, organizations have often talked about getting the right people in the bus, right? And then they talk about getting the right people in the right seat in that bus to get them in the right position. But today is all about taking it a step further. When you're in that right seat, now how do you maximize you as an individual in that seat? See, when we're born, we grow up with belief systems that are often just given to us, right? By our families, our communities. And sometimes they fit in a very small box. And sometimes they don't serve us anymore. So I'm going to encourage you to look through today and the next 2 days to not only think outside that box, forget that. We're going to shatter that box together. Okay? Are you ready? Say yes. Okay, now I'm going to need a little bit of help. We're going to have a demonstration on communication, and so I'm going to need 6 courageous, amazing, volunteers to come up here. Some very courageous, brave volunteers are going to come up and fill up these seats, and I'm going to explain what we're going to do while those seats are being filled. So I'm relying on you to fill the seats. Okay? Probably some very virile, handsome men are going to come up here, and some, right? Okay. Now they're coming. Okay. So while they're filling that up, I want you all to think about utilizing your imagination. How many of you here have an imagination? Hands up. Oh, come on. I know there's even more. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to stretch it right now. And imagine you hear a huge bang. It's like a huge crash. Right through the side of the building comes this spaceship. And in the back of the spaceship, a little door opens up, and all these creatures come out, and they all line up in front. And the one in the middle has purple eyes, and the rest of them have orange eyes. And the one in the middle is a little bit taller and looks to the left and right and says, Yazbit. All of them together say, Yazbit. So what do you think that means? We don't really know, do we? Maybe greetings, hello, we're here to buy you lunch. No. Okay, so I want everybody, we're going to connect with the aliens because we don't know. So we got to connect from some place that maybe we think we know. So everybody, Yazbit them back together. Yazbit. Okay, now we're connecting a little bit, even though we still aren't sure. Now, the interesting thing about these aliens is that they're here for a reason, to learn as much as they can about you. Now, the alien has the ability to come inside me, and now I am that leader alien, and I know all English words. I want all of you to say together, she knows all English words. Everybody. She knows all English words. So it kind of makes sense if the alien knows all English words that we should be able to have some communication, right? Okay. What we're going to do is these courageous, amazing volunteers are going to help me communicate. But they see the aliens aren't here for you just to do things for them. They want to experience things. So how many of you here have ever made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Okay. Hopefully just about everybody, or they've seen it made. That's a pretty easy thing to teach, don't you think, if somebody knows all English words? How many of you think that's going to be pretty easy? Hands up. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm going to start on this side. I'm going to go around. And they are going to give me direction. Now, because I've made such an easy communication exercise, we'll probably get this peanut butter and jelly sandwich made in the 6 times, maybe 9, because this is such an amazing group. Okay, and it's easy, right? The alien knows all English words. Okay, do you guys agree? Okay, all right, so you're going to give me a command, and then I'm going to do it. And then I'm going to wait. After I do it, the next person will. Now, the cool thing about this is not only are they giving me clear, concise commands, but they're building on the last person's command. So they can work as a team to get the peanut butter and jelly sandwich made. Is that clear? You guys got it? Okay. All right. If you could begin, please. Open the bag. Remove the red tassel from the top of the bag. Okay. I'm really confused on that one. I'm sorry, I'm confused on that one.
There's a blue cap on your peanut butter jar. By turning it clockwise, you'll be able to open it up. Upside down. Turn the peanut butter jar around. Blue on top. Blue top on top.
Okay, well,
Blue.
that was an instruction after the first one. Thank you. We may keep going though.
Okay. Flip your peanut butter cup. Blue cap is on top.
Okay. Okay. Twist the blue cap. Mm. Reach my hand inside the bag and remove 2 pieces of bread. You switched it to slices? Okay, then you said reach in the bag, then we're going to do it this way. Okay, 2 slices. All right, let's get those 2 slices out there. There we go. Yeah, hey, you're on it. Okay, next one.
Very well. Let's go ahead with your left hand, grab your peanut butter jar, and with your right hand, twist that blue cap counterclockwise to remove it completely. I'm not finished yet. Holding it down on the table, twisting it off so you can remove it.
Okay, next one. She asked me to continue to turn while the cap was removed. Okay. Okay. Next one.
Leave the peanut butter jar on the table. Hold it with your right hand on the table, and with your left hand turn the top to left.
Oh, very good command. Okay. Awesome.
Repeat with the jar of jelly.
Repeat with the jar of jelly. No, I can't do that. Okay, let's give them a hand. Okay, so what's going on here? What's going on here? That was very clear communication, right? Does that ever happen with any of you? You were so sure you said it right, and they took it differently. Yeah, so you see, this happens not because the alien isn't stupid, right? Say the alien isn't stupid. Okay, and they're not stupid, they're brilliant. So why is there a disconnection? It's because we haven't been taught fully how to meet people where they are. And so what happens is we build everything in our communication on association. Everybody say with me together, association is the basis of all learning. Everyone. Association is the basis of all learning. Without association, we can't learn. If we don't know what letters are, we can't read. If we don't know what numbers are, we can't do math. We start from one specific place. Okay, let's imagine that we all have this bubble. I call them association bubbles. Okay, so we're walking around with this bubble, and the bubble is just our past experience. So everything we're defining, everything we see, and the reality we create is based on our past experiences. Some call it baggage. I just call it past experience. Okay, so whenever we have an experience, we see it through our lens of our past. The past of our families, the way that we were told we're supposed to think, believe, our communities. We often are in that box. So, give you an example. Let's say you've got a speaker that's coming to your business, and all you've heard in your organization, your corporation, or your business is that this speaker is on fire, dynamite, Only positive things have been said. That's it. Only good. You are so excited to see the speaker, and so are your peers. So you walk in, and you see the speaker comes out on stage and is smiling and walks up to you holding this orange stick. But let's say you were beat with an orange stick like this, and when they held it over your head, what are you going to do? Pull back. How about you? Going to flinch a little bit?
Maybe cry.
Cry? Okay. So let's say they all have different reactions. Okay. Now the rest of you, you're coming in to see the speaker. You've only heard positive things about the speaker, and the speaker's walking around. She's going like this. He's backing up. He starts crying. Maybe one of those people try to grab the stick from me. That's what the kids in the juvies do. That's what they tell me. So we'd all react based on our past experience. But what are you thinking of those people? What do you think of the people that are grabbing a stick or crying when all you've heard is something positive about the speaker? They're weird. They're crazy. I'm staying away from them. Whoa, what's going on? But then how do you feel when you find out about the orange stick story? See, all of us have orange sticks. And when I gave this presentation in East Palo Alto, it was dubbed the murder capital of the US due to gangs, and I was working with some tough kids. And this one student, Sonny, was laughing through this. I said, Sonny, how can you be laughing? What's so funny? And he said, God, if that's all that happened to me, that'd be like nothing. I did not meet them where they were. So Sonny taught me that. When I went into juvenile halls after that, I was standing on tables. I was screaming. I was getting in their face. I would even sometimes say some profanity, and the room was silent. You could hear a pin drop because now I got where they were coming from. It's important for us also to take responsibility on how we're meeting somebody else where they are. We work with people in different countries. We work with people here that are from different countries and speak different languages and have different jargon. It's up to us to be able to connect with them and take that kind of responsibility. So I was working in an automobile parts company with a bunch of engineers. Now, this was years ago, and I hadn't worked with engineers before. And so when I worked with this group, I was teaching them how to memorize all these specs. They had 100 different specs they had to learn. So this one guy, I walk over to him, and I said, you know, you've got a third of this learned. We've only got 10 more minutes left, and I can teach you how to learn 2/3 more and finish this in 10 minutes because I know how you learn. And I said, and not only will you be able to learn this that fast, you'll be able to learn every other spec the rest of your career here that quickly. All you have to do is ask me for help. He put his head down, and the HR woman's like, oh my God. He could not ask me for help. Again, my fault. I didn't know about engineers. I didn't know that, we got a few in the audience. I didn't know how much pride they take in being problem solvers and doing things on their own. They are taught you do it on your own. You don't work with everybody else in a team. You figure it out. That's your gift. That's your strength. That's your purpose. But what if it's more? So when I went into the next group of engineers, I knew this now because I'd learned about them through the day. And I started off the workshop and said, how many of you think it's better to get a problem solved in 20 minutes versus 2 hours. And they're like, well, 20 minutes, of course. And I said, okay, let's say you're in a specific part of that problem that you're getting kind of stuck on. What would you do to solve it? What extent would you go to? Would you go to the cubicle next door and ask somebody that's been there already, that's got that answer? Would you pick up the phone and talk to somebody and say, I know you've done something like this before. Can you help me get through this one area that I'm stuck on? And they looked at me like this. And I said, okay, how many of you use calculators and computers? Everybody's hand went up. And I said, those are tools, right? They're like, yes. Did you invent the computer? Did you invent the calculator? No. So isn't another tool being able to ask for help? Asking somebody else for their opinion or how they would do it? Not only are you getting it done quicker, but you're making the other person feel incredible that they were able to help. So isn't the true genius utilizing every single resource you have available to get done what you need to get done and get it done in less time and make your boss happy? Say yes. Yes. Okay. So on break afterwards, they were coming up, oh my gosh, you blew my mind. Now, some of you are thinking, well, that just seems kind of obvious, but not if you're coming from a different belief system. Okay, I'm going to bring one a little bit more closer to home. And a girlfriend of mine is so giving and so generous and so helpful to everybody. So I asked her, how does it make you feel when you give all the time to people and you change their lives and you transform them or you get them out of a jam? Oh my gosh, it's the best feeling in the world. Don't you think that? When you're giving, we're taught to give, especially as women. Give. And I said, but when you don't receive, you take away that feeling from all of your friends that want to give. Different lens. Let's just look at that from a different perspective. If giving feels so good, how does it feel for that other person that cares about you, that peer, that family member, when they can give back? Make sense? Okay. Now all of you can go back down so you can see. Thank you. Thank you for all your support. Okay, one more, and this is a pretty personal one. I know this stuff, right? I'm the communicator. So, do any of you women ever have the problem where you've given a man a list to go to the grocery store and they bring home different stuff? Or is that just me? Okay, so I know this, right? So I give my husband my bottle of conditioned mousse. This is what I want. You can't mess that up, right? See, there's some people that are going, oh yeah, you can mess that up. So he comes home and he brings me some different cheap brand of mousse. And I said, what are you thinking? And he goes, well, it was on sale. I thought you'd be happy. And so now this is the moment when you have to go, I'm not done yet with the conversation. This is the moment when you have to pull back personally and not judge, even though you want to, you really want to say something, to think, okay, now how can I get in their head, come from their perspective, and have there be proper communication? So I told him, what if you asked me to buy some cologne for you, and I got you the cheapest stuff, and it was just like that Axe that the middle school kids wear. You guys know what I'm talking about? Okay, so he goes, oh, that'd be horrible. Oh, now he's got it. So that is our challenge, isn't it? to understand, first of all, that everybody has orange sticks. You have orange sticks. And when somebody triggers you and you act, exaggeratingly inappropriate for a moment, it may be because something is triggered, not because of what's actually happening. You see, because we create our own reality based on our past experiences and all those associations that we lug around with us. You've gone to events before. One person loves the event, the other person can't stand it. They went to the same event. You go to a movie, one person loves it, the other one doesn't. You saw the same thing, but you have completely different interpretations. That's why they say witnesses are so unreliable. You can have 10 witnesses looking at the same scene, and they all have different accounts of what they just saw. Okay, so if association is the base of all learning, and people do all have orange sticks, being able to be sensitive to maybe where they're coming from or learn that can change everything. A complete game changer for you. Okay, now we're going to move in to the memory. Are you guys ready? Yeah. Oh, I'm not even hearing any positivity coming from you now. Whoa, don't put me on stage. I know, I can feel it. Okay, so, let's see. Okay, so it wasn't just Nick. Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. How long do you think it would take you to memorize all these things in order, forwards and backwards, and retain them? Anybody think they could do it in 20 minutes? No? A few hours? A few days? Oh my gosh, I don't think I'll ever be able to do that. Okay, so if you could do this in a matter of a few minutes, you'd have to be pretty smart, right? Say yes. Or you'd have to have a good memory. Okay, either way, you'd have to do something pretty amazing. So I want you to notice how this is making you feel right now. Are you thinking, I'm going to be the only person that can't get this. What if I don't do it? I don't think I can. Or are you going, wow, this is going to be cool. I'm going to rock this. What's going on in your mind? Because this is the part about learning. People don't talk about that emotional component. So just notice. Don't judge. Just notice. It's kind of like when each of the speakers are coming on through the next few days, I want you to think about what one nugget can I get from the speaker. But what often happens too is we're automatically in that judgment mode of being able to place a speaker. Oh, they look like this. They must talk about that. Oh, this was their title. It's going to be about that. So even as I came on stage today, all of you had some type of judgment, positive or negative, but some type of judgment. So let's just let all that go and start with yourself. Let go of the judgment right now. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're just going to go through and read the list together. Don't anybody start trying to memorize it. It's not going to help you. You know that. Okay, so let's just go through and say them just so you're familiar with the words, okay? Zoom call, family and friends, pizza, hearts, Netflix binge, nature walks, magical dog, wine, takeout food, nap, superhero, you, peers, bonus checks, restaurant, boss, positive people, glasses, winning lottery ticket, and porpoise. Okay. So, you guys ready to learn them? Yeah. Okay. So, first, this is really important, is all you have to do is be present and do what I ask you to do. If you don't do what I ask you to do, you may not be able to do it. Okay? So, the very first thing I want you to do is imagine this screen is yet another Zoom call. Okay? Can you see all the people on it? But it's not your peers or business people, it's your family and friends. Can you see your family and friends on the Zoom call right up there and know what they're eating? See this in your mind. They are eating pizza right in front of the camera. You know how people do that on Zooms? They're chewing on stuff. And so they're spewing the pizza out, and it doesn't have pepperonis on it. Look right down on your lap. There's the pizza. Look at it. Come on. And it's filled with hearts. And the hearts are ba-bum, ba-bum. They're beating. Now, I want everybody to grab a few hearts off of your pizza, okay? And I want you to throw them at your favorite Netflix binge. Right there. Throw them. And look there. There is your favorite Netflix binge, because none of us did that in the last year, right? Okay, so you've been Netflix binging for quite some time. This might even be in your Netflix binge, but it's time for a nature walk, guys. Too much TV, too many screens. So I want you to imagine you've Netflix binged on your favorite one. You're sitting in your house. You're doing that. Imagine yourself there. Now you stand up and you take a nature walk. On the nature walk, you see a magical dog. It's a magic dog. It's so cool. And as you're walking towards it, it's whining. In fact, it has wine coming out of its mouth. How cool is that, right? So you're getting your buckets and you're filling up the wine, okay? Because you're going to need that with your takeout food, right? Because that's another popular thing. So you've got the wine, you've got the takeout food. Now it's time for a nap, okay? Everybody shut your eyes and imagine now you're chilling, you're taking your nap, and you're dreaming. And I want you to see this in your dream, in your imagination, a superhero, your favorite superhero. And that superhero, when you look really close at the superhero's face, you see that it's you. Okay, you can open your eyes. The superhero is you. And now you go back to your businesses, your organizations, and you see your peers. And your peers are all around, and you're affecting your peers. Everybody say, I'm going to be affecting my peers. Everybody, I'm going to be affecting my peers. And those peers are going to be affecting you then back, and they're all holding bonus checks, right? We're going to remember that one, right? So the peers are holding bonus checks, and you decide to take these bonus checks and go to a restaurant and celebrate. So you even have to give the maitre d', we're going to go to a nice restaurant, and you're going to give them the bonus checks. While you're in that restaurant, see yourself in the restaurant, there's your boss. And if you don't have a boss, think of maybe your spouse or somebody that was a boss in the past. Put them in the restaurant. And that boss is surrounded by positive people. Not only do they exude positivity, but they're all wearing a positive sign on their clothes. So around the boss are all these positive people. And these positive people have glasses. They're really cool glasses because now they're seeing their life through a different lens. They're getting rid of that box. They put on their glasses, and on the other side of the room, everybody hold up your hand. You are holding the winning lottery ticket right here. Can you see it? It's so high. There is so much in it. It is priceless. But what is more priceless than a winning lottery ticket? Seeing the porpoise come and take it away. Seeing your purpose that is priceless. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. What was the very first thing up here? Who was on it? Okay, now it's really important to go with me too, because some of you are going to want to jump ahead, but we've got some Einsteins in the group, and Einsteins take a little bit more processing time, okay? So we've got the family and friends. What are they eating? What's on the pizza? Where'd we throw them? At the Netflix binge. Now, if you're not getting one of them, just go back and imagine it more in your mind, okay? And then the Netflix binge, we did that a little bit too much. So what was next? We had to, the nature walk. Who'd we meet? The magic dog, who was doing what? Whining. So we got wine, buckets of wine. What did we have with the wine? The takeout food. And then what was it time for? The nap. Oh, love the nap. And then what were we dreaming about? Who is the superhero? You are the superhero. And you're going to go back to who? Your peers. See that. And what are the peers all holding? Bonus checks. Oh, you remember that. Okay. So they've got the bonus checks. You're going to celebrate at who's in the restaurant? And who's around the boss? Positive people. And what they have on their face? Glasses with a new lens. What they see? No, not just a lottery ticket, the winning lottery ticket. And who came up and ate it? All right, give yourselves a hand. Let's go through it one more time, kind of a little bit faster. I'm not going to help you. You're going to say them. The very first thing was, and what was in it? Doing pizza with hearts. We threw them at, right? And then we saw that spewed out and we had it with takeout food. And then we did what? Napped and dreamt of. And who was it? You. And let's see. Then you went and saw your peers that were holding the bonus checks. And then the bonus checks paid for the restaurant. And who was at the restaurant? Your boss with all what? Positive people. And they had what on their face? Glasses. And they saw the winning lottery ticket. And who came up and got that? The porpoise. Wow. That was amazing. Give yourselves a hand. Holy cow. Now here's the thing. If you got them forwards, you have them backwards. You don't think you do, but you do. So here's a little fun thing I'm going to give you is to challenge you to grab somebody at the next break or at lunch and practice going through the 20 words with them and see how many you can remember because your retention will be amazing. So here's the deal. You guys didn't think you could do that. But in just a few minutes, with just a little shift of the lens of learning in a different way, wow, that's how amazing you are. You have all these gifts and strengths, but you hold yourself back because you don't think you can do it. You don't think you have the right mentor. Your past experience says, that's not okay. I can't just take off and do my purpose, live from a place of purpose. But look what just happened. Some of you would have practically bet your life that you weren't able to do that. And in a few minutes, the belief shattered. So I challenge you to think of the other beliefs in your life that may be shattered with just a different perspective. I think about all the gifts and things people have in their lives. Like I started this in COVID, I started this YouTube channel, Getting Your Happy On with Kimberly, because I found even deeper in my purpose is just to be fun and have a light and be happy. Even though I had 7 close deaths in 8 years, and my husband has progressive multiple sclerosis. My gift, my purpose is being happy. What's that piece of yourself that other people recognize in you, but you don't think you can make a living at it or you can't make money at it? Sometimes people's greatest gift is they're a great listener, or they lift people up when they walk into a room, or they're problem solvers. Something that maybe the box hasn't reinforced. This may come as a shock to a lot of you, but I used to get in trouble for talking a lot. Who'd have thought that, right? So that's what I do for a living now. And often, if it doesn't fit into that box, we don't think it counts. That's what really counts. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to do some more things with me by stretching your imagination and sharing yet maybe another belief. Everybody shut your eyes. I'm going to ask you some questions while your eyes are shut. I don't want your eyes to open until I ask you to open them. So I want you to think, what color is the chair you're sitting on? Tell me the pattern in the floor. What color are the curtains right on the side of the screen? Where are the exit signs? And what color are the exit signs? And where is the little mini tree in here? What color is it behind Purpose Summit? Open your eyes. How many of you got 100% of all of them? Where are they? Okay, why has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with where your focus is. Where is your focus going to be the next 3 days? Is it going to be thinking about all the stuff you got to do and get done? Is it going to be, I don't like this speaker. I'm looking for that speaker. There is a nugget from every single speaker. If you can just say, I just want to get one thing, only one thing from each speaker that I can take back with me and help be a transformative piece of my life, what would that be? So it's not about intelligence on what you're focused on, because sometimes we go, I'm so stupid in that area, or I feel inadequate. But it's just because it's not your interest, it's not your focus. Okay, the next one. You've got to do this with me. I want you to imagine on your lap, look down on your lap and see a lemon. I mean, look at it and see the lemon. Oh, mine is a big, juicy looking lemon. It is yellow and it's got sun-kissed in purple ink written across it, and it's got a big navel. Oh my goodness, this is like an amazing lemon. And right next to the lemon is your imaginary knife. I want you to pick up that knife. Come on, pick it up. And I want you to cut right through the lemon. Oh, mine is so juicy, right through the seeds. Oh my gosh, I can smell it from here. Now bring half that lemon right up to your mouth. By a show of hands, who had any type of reaction from the lemon? Okay, about 30%. All right. Now I'm going to take your belief system just a little bit further. Everything is made up of energy. Our physicists talk about that all the time. But in the mainstream, we don't talk about that too much. But you know what it's like when you walk into a room and you can feel something just went down in that room? Whoa, something bad happened here. Nobody's even talking. Their backs could even be to you. You don't even see their expressions, but you can feel it. Or you can walk into another place and go, oh, every time I go to this place, I feel so joyful. I feel so much peace or so much love in this place. That's energy. So I want you to put your hands like this. And I want you to pulsate them back and forth. Are you feeling it? Okay, feel the energy right between your hands. Now get it a little bit bigger. Can you feel it? All of you have energy that you hold. You have the energy to walk into a room and change it by your positive attitude, by your new focus, by opening up your belief system, by having compassion for people with orange sticks, including most of all, yourself. Because to me, the purpose of life is really discovering that gift, whether it's being a good listener, a talker, an uplifter, a problem solver. And then the meaning of life is then giving that gift, your gift, away.
Great job, Kim. Thank you so
you.
much.
Thank you.
I'll never forget the first time I saw Kimberly give this presentation to a Fortune 500 company and seeing the executives in the audience doing that memory test and their jaw dropping, that they were able to memorize 20 words in about 3 minutes. And so let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's Jay Brown. I hope you guys are having a great week. I wanted to give you guys just a little bit of midweek motivation. So this morning I made a post that if it broke your heart but fixed your vision, you've won. So what does that mean? We are all inevitably going to go through some form or fashion of heartbreak throughout our lifetime, whether it be the loss of a job, the loss of a relationship, or even a promotion that you thought you should have gotten. We're going to be heartbroken at some point in our lives. But it's the vision that we gain and the wisdom that we gain from those heartbreaks that are going to make the differences in our life. They always say that hindsight is 20/20, meaning we always see things a lot more clearly after we've gone through them. But wisdom and vision will help you see things more clearly while it's yet still in front of you. And once you're able to start doing that, you've already won. Hope you guys have a great rest of the week. I'll see you next time. And as always, fail forward.
All right, folks, hope you are enjoying our lineup of speakers. I'm certain it will continue as far as having great speakers and great lineups. First of all, I have to say right off the bat that our next speaker is 4 foot and 30 inches. So our next speaker, I miss hanging around guys our size. And so that's one of the first things I need to say. But all of us have experienced challenges in our life, sometimes even tragedy in our life. Our next speaker hasn't just experienced a challenge or tragedy, he's experienced two. You're going to hear his story. You're going to hear Austin Hatch's story. And not simply about these tragedies that have happened in his life, but also the triumph. Not just one plane crash and loss of family, but 2 plane crashes and loss of family. And opportunities to play in a sport that got him to a whole level above from where he was at. With great inspiration, with great story, and with a great video. We're actually going to start off, you're going to see Austin Hatch's story to start off, because everyone has a story.
It's unbelievable to be here after all that I've been through, to be able to finally make it to Michigan, put on that jersey, really is a dream come true.
For 20-year-old Austin Hatch, Chrysler Center at the University of Michigan has been a yearned-for destination. Not a finish line, a kind of promised land, reached only after a journey of biblical proportions.
Cleared flight level 220. 911, a plane just crashed.
And all of a sudden, big boom. 8 years later.
Oh my gosh, it is unbelievable.
When you're millimeters away from death, you look at life through a different lens.
He is a walking miracle.
Let's just say that the situation didn't look good. But here we are.
Hatch on the right side. Gave up the dribble, had it knocked loose, and a foul called, although we'll give Austin Hatch a chance to go to the free throw line.
Bends the knees on its way, and it's good.
What a moment for Austin Hatch. Down the line, gives him a big hug.
What he's gone through so far is miraculous. He said to me, Coach, the way I look at it, I've been so blessed through life. I've only had 2 really bad days in my life.
Around 6 p.m. on September 1st, 2003, an 8-year-old Austin boarded a Beechcraft 6-seater for a flight from the family cabin in Michigan to their home in Fort Wayne, Indiana. On board were Austin's mother, Julie, his 5-year-old brother, Ian, and 11-year-old sister, Lindsay. At the controls, his father, Dr. Stephen Hatch.
I was sitting shotgun with my father when some equipment failure took place. It just seemed to me that some of the lights on some of the screens went out.
At his father's instruction, Austin says, he checked the instrument panel with a flashlight. The engine was no longer working. The plane struck a utility pole and crashed just after 8 p.m. in Uniondale, Indiana. Fire swept through the passenger compartment. Dr. Hatch would suffer severe burns.
He threw Austin out of the plane and he tried to get the others out, and that is the where the burns came from. So
he saved Austin's life.
He did. What happened after that?
I don't want to get into that.
Austin's mother, his sister, and his brother would not survive.
My father and I would often go to the gravesite. He would just hug me and tell me how much he loved me and how thankful he was to still have me. And I would say the exact same thing. I mean, he told me, Austin, we're just going to press on. That's what we're called to do.
The National Transportation Safety Board would attribute the accident to pilot error. Dr. Hatch would dispute that finding. He returned to work and to flying planes, as he had since 1997. Now, there was just Austin and his father and the game they both loved.
The best therapy we had was just being together. We spent long hours in the driveway. He would always make time to play me in one-on-one. And let me tell you, nothing felt better. The trash talk that would go back and forth between us, it was ridiculous.
Soon, there would be a new source of love and support. In 2004, Dr. Hatch met Kimberly Neal, single mother of 3, Brittany, Maria, and an Austin of her own. A romance blossomed.
I just remember seeing this picture she would put by her bedside, and I just kept asking her who these guys were, and she said, "You'll know soon, you'll know soon."
In May 2005, Austin was in the wedding party, as Stephen and Kim were married.
The mother-son bond is important, and I had lost that for some time. And she came into my life and reestablished that. She actually adopted me, and I call her mom.
Within this blended family, his new older sisters brought Austin into their hearts.
We got to spend some time together, and he shared with me about his life prior to us. And ever since then, very close.
He was so sweet to want to even be my brother. The fact that his heart was big enough to accept us says a lot about him.
By early 2011, Austin was a 6'6" standout sophomore at Canterbury High, already thinking about playing at the next level. One university stood out in his mind, the one his father cheered for, the one his late mother Julie had graduated from.
From an early age, I was taught to bleed maize and blue. The Michigan bond my mom and I shared, as well as the bond that between me and my other family members, was strong.
One night in February of 2011, Coach Beeline looked on as Austin went for 30 points and 16 rebounds.
I knew I was going to offer him a scholarship the moment I walked out of that gym.
He called me about 1:45 in the afternoon on June 15th, and I said, I'd love to have you.
He says, can I accept right now? And I said, are you sure? You want to sleep on this? No, I want to go to Michigan. I just knew this was a dream for him to play here.
There was a party at a local restaurant that night to celebrate.
So the Beeline offense is, he kind of values the big shooter kind of guy, and I think I could fill in that offense pretty well for him. I've got a decent shooter, and I got some size, so I think that'll help.
We were all celebrating and being so loud that Dad bought everybody's dessert as an apology. There was a part where it was almost like he was a little kid, excited about it.
One of the proudest moments of his life of me. He knew what it took to get there, and how much work and how much time I had to put in to make that dream a reality.
9 days later, on June 24th, 2011, Dr. Hatch decided to fly with his wife Kim and Austin to their Michigan cabin. The plane left Fort Wayne at 5:30 p.m. Bad weather forced Dr. Hatch to divert to an airport in Charlevoix, Michigan. At 7:20, he was cleared to land.
911?
Yeah, we just had an aircraft crash just north of the airfield. It should be on the street just north of the airfield. It's just to the left of, oh my God.
Okay, was it coming into the airport or going
He was
out?
trying to come in, but he was coming in the wrong way.
Breaking news out of Charlevoix County. You're looking at the aftermath of a plane crash. 2 people inside killed on impact. Another passenger in the back of the plane suffered serious injuries. We're not sure on the condition of that person.
I started walking and pacing the room, screaming, there's no way this happened again. There's no way this happened again. I just remember feeling, how is my whole family gone?
All the time that we put into making our new family and how much I loved my dad. I knew I was never going to get it back. And to think that my sweet, sweet parents were gone. And my next step was to get to Austin. I knew I had to get to Austin.
Well, we heard he was in a coma, that he was severely injured to his brain, and that he might never wake up. And that even if he did, that he might never walk again or might never talk again.
The plane crash that killed Austin Hatch's parents had broken both of Austin's collarbones. He had rib fractures, holes in his lung, fractures of his sternum and his left hip, and a massive brain injury.
I got there and immediately walked in and lost it. Fell to the floor, was screaming.
It's just too hard to see him unconscious and wires left and right everywhere from toe to head. Just not even knowing if he was going to come out alive.
For 6 weeks, Austin lay in a medically induced coma. By July, his condition had stabilized, but he remained largely unresponsive.
He was in a wheelchair and he couldn't stand, and his head was supported and couldn't control movements. I couldn't believe that he survived for this. You've got to be kidding me.
When he was able to ask about his parents, Austin would receive the worst news imaginable.
What was it like to realize that you'd lost your dad and your mom?
Yeah, it's hard to put that into words. Losing a father who is not only your dad, but is also your best friend. And then going through a loss a second time, I kind of thought to myself, I thought I already had my loss.
Forgive me for asking this. Were you angry at your father?
Never, ever, never, ever. Never, ever. He was, as far as I'm concerned, Steve Hatch, my father, was the man of the millennium.
Steve Hatch's dream had been to see his son at Michigan on the team. It was Austin's goal, too.
I had basketball in my future, and I realized how much work it was going to take for me to get there.
Yep. Within the first few weeks, he just kept improving.
Oh, that's good.
He said to me, "You know, I'm going to play basketball again." End of story.
The last time that I saw him, you're watching a guy running and dunking and doing that. Now you watch a young man that has trouble putting one foot in front of the other. No. It's very sobering, very sobering.
For more than a year, he continued to rehab, back home in Fort Wayne with his sister Maria as his guardian. Then, for his senior year, Austin moved to Los Angeles in 2013 to live with his uncle Mike, who brought him to Loyola High School, and Coach Jamal Adams.
The whole goal really was to get away from the tragedy that he had survived and really put himself in his position to be as successful at Michigan as possible.
To train Austin, Rasheed Hazard, who'd rehabbed Kobe Bryant the year before, was brought in by Coach Adams with words he'd always recall.
He literally asked me, "Do you want to be a part of a miracle?"
Snap, 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 snap. Keep going to me. Keep going to me.
For Austin and I, everything was about doing things with the proper mechanics and executing them the same way every time. And if there was one subtle difference, we did it again.
We spent a lot of mornings in the gym, 5:30, 6 a.m., getting work in.
He had this spirit about him that he could do anything. And he really believed it, and I believed it in him.
For months, they worked. Austin had not played in a game in nearly 3 years. Then, on January 8th, 2014, Loyola got out to a big lead.
I went down there and said, "Austin, this opportunity to get in is today. And he was like, "Hell yeah, coach, it's time to go."
And so, on his first shot,
I'd envisioned that shot for a long time, since I got hurt, really.
What did it feel like when that ball went through the net?
Old times.
People ask me all the time, like, what are your expectations for him at Michigan? And, till the day that we die, I'll never doubt anything with Austin Hatch.
Austin James Hatch.
Austin would graduate from Loyola in June and head for Ann Arbor, where his Michigan scholarship awaited him and a spot on the team.
People keep thanking us or showing great appreciation for honoring this scholarship and doing all these things. I said, wait a minute, we're getting the blessing here. We're around a young man that is just incredible to be around.
He is a walking miracle. He just went full force, go big or go home. Like Dad always said.
Austin Hatch has reached his destination, secure in the belief that he has never been alone, that his family will always sustain him.
Love you.
Those he has lost remain alive in his heart, guiding his progress as Austin continues on the most remarkable of journeys.
What do you think your parents would be proudest of?
I'm sure they'd be proud of me just being here, but I think they would probably be more proud of my outlook on life. They're still with me every day, still having a profound impact on the man I am and hope to become.
Thank you all very much. Really good to see everybody. Hope all is well. Thank you.
This
Thank you,
Oceanside Verbal
I don't
is
deserve a
about to
standing
become
ovation, but thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Well, thank you to Davin and the rest of the Purpose Summit team for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. Originally, I reached out to Davin, maybe I don't know, mid-January or February, and just kind of said, "Hey, it looks like you have a cool thing you guys do with the Purpose Summit." And I said, "Would love to speak there." And I kind of learned that it doesn't hurt to ask. The worst thing people can say is no. And I actually kind of learned the same thing with my now wife. So we met in political science class. A great college story, meeting in class, and I fell for it pretty quick, right? And for her, it took a little while, though. I'm sure, like most of the other guys in the room, can relate to that. So for her, it took a while, but you know what? It doesn't hurt to ask. But yeah, so thank you again for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. It is an honor and a privilege. So as you saw in that video, I have a unique story. Faced a couple big ones, so to speak, with the two tragic plane crashes that claimed the lives of my family. There's nowhere place in my family. I'm gonna have to deal with it for the rest of my life, and I'm married now, which is an incredible blessing. But I miss my family every day. I wish they were here. But I believe I have the opportunity to honor them every single day by how I love my wife, how I chose to respond to adversity as well. So after the first plane crash, I was injured pretty bad, right? I burnt my arms and hands pretty bad, and but not fatal or anything, fortunately. And my dad kind of showed me the rope, showed me what it looks like show me how to respond to adversity when you face an incomprehensible loss like that. I don't know how he did it. I mean, like I said, I'm married now, and he lost his wife. They were married 18 years at that time. Had been together. They were high school sweethearts. Had been together 25. And I can't imagine what it's like to lose a wife, let alone two beautiful children. But he found a way to, keep living his life, and we felt we could honor them every single day by how we, chose to respond. So he kind of showed me how it's done. And as you saw in the video, eventually he was remarried to a lovely woman named Kimberly. We had three kids of our own. We had a great blended family, and that restored some normalcy in my life. And I was working hard on my basketball skills. It got to be pretty good. And then that second plane crash happened 9 days after I accomplished my lifelong goal of committing to Michigan. So I was in the highest of highs when I committed to Michigan that day. I've been working for that my whole life. And then, the unthinkable happened 9 days later. Plane crash again. I was almost killed. I was in a coma for about 2 months, 2.5. And I was blessed to come out of that coma. It was actually a crazy thing here. So traumatic brain injuries are measured on a scale of 1 to 7, 7 being the worst. Levels 1, 2, and 3 have a pretty good chance of regaining their independence and regaining their ability to live independently, which is great. I'm very grateful that people who suffer injuries are able to regain a lot of their abilities to live. But levels 4, 5, 6, and 7 have decreasingly smaller chances. My traumatic brain injury was the worst level 7 they've ever seen that came out of the coma. So statistically speaking, I shouldn't be alive. In fact, according to an MIT statistician, pretty smart guy, MIT, not a Michigan statistician, but MIT is pretty solid. According to an MIT statistician named Arnold Bennett, he actually studies airplane crashes and kind of how they happen and why they happen, so that we can prevent them in the future, hopefully. And he calculated the odds of surviving a plane crash with at least one fatality is 1 in 3.4 million. 1 in 3.4 million. So that's pretty slim, right? You wouldn't bet on that in Vegas if your odds of winning were 1 in 3.4 million. I wouldn't, at least. So tragically, but fortunately, I survived 2 of those. So again, using my prestigious Michigan education, 1 in 3.4 million times 1 in 3.4 million is 1 in 11 quadrillion, 560 trillion. That's a huge number on the denominator. It's 14 digits, in fact. So if those odds are right, I'm not saying that's the right idea. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're a little high or a little low. I don't exactly know. But if you use just those numbers, statistically speaking, I shouldn't be here. But I feel blessed to be alive and blessed to be in a position to where I can serve others and add value to other people's lives by sharing my story and message about overcoming adversity. So I realized when I was in the hospital in Chicago, I couldn't walk, right? I was in a wheelchair. My legs were broken, but they'd healed at that time, right? I was in a wheelchair because my brain couldn't tell my feet how to put one in front of the other. As my sister Maria said in that video, my head was supported. I couldn't really control movement. I couldn't really do anything. And she couldn't believe that I survived
for that. But, I did, by the grace of God, I survived. So as you see in that picture there on the left, I'm in, that's me in a coma. I was in that state for a couple months, right? And came out of that coma, had a long road to recovery ahead of me. Had to learn how to walk and talk and basically how to live life again. But I made the decision early on. I have no control over the circumstances. No control of them. The plane crashes tragically already happened. Trust me, I wish I could go back. It'll be 10 years since the second one on June 24th. So just here in a few weeks, it'll be 10 years since the second one. And in September, it'll be 18 years since the first one on September 1st. And I wish I could go back and change those events, obviously, but I can't. So I realized early on, I have no control over the circumstances, but I have 100% control of how I choose to respond. Coach Beeline came to see me in the hospital. When I was in a wheelchair, I couldn't walk. I couldn't really do anything. And he told me, Austin, whenever you're able to get to Michigan, I can't wait to have you on my team. I can't wait to coach you, which is an incredible thing. I'll talk about more in a few minutes as well. But I realized I had some work to do to get from where I was in the hospital bed, unable to walk, unable to really do anything independently. I had some work to do to get from that position to playing for Michigan. There are probably some state fans in here. I know we have some Notre Dame people, Michigan, Notre Dame. It's mutual respect. It's only a rivalry because we respect each other, right? But yeah, so one of the best schools in the country, right? And I had some work to do to get from where I was to where I wanted to be. And I realized, yes, it was going to take some hard work. Yes, it was going to take some diligence, some consistent action, not just intensity in the short term, but consistent action over the long term. That's true. I like that definition. Actually, Angela Duckworth, pretty smart lady. I assume most in the room have heard of her. She went to one of the Michigans of the East Coast, the University of Pennsylvania. She studied grit and actually a lot of different groups, the cadets at West Point, inner city schools. And her question that she tried to answer was, who is successful here and why? Who is successful here and why? And she found out that it wasn't title, it wasn't IQ, physical health, good looks, good fortune. It was grit, the ability to work hard consistently towards a long-term vision. That's true. I think there's no substitute for hard work, and I'm not going to tell you there is. There's definitely no substitute for it. There's no substitute for putting in the long hours, putting our time in. But for me, on my road to recovery, I realized that, I'm going to have to work hard. Yes, I'm going to have to, be consistent. I'm going to have every day is an opportunity. As my grandpa always says, he said, Austin, every day is an opportunity to perform. And I'm sure most in the room have learned a lot of great things from their grandparents as well. I certainly have. And I'm so blessed to have the family that I do, the extended family. But I realized that grit, it's hard work. It's consistent action. But I need something a little bit more specific that I can hold myself accountable to on a daily basis, that I can kind of keep score against myself to make sure I'm giving myself the best chance to achieve my goal of getting to Michigan despite being in the tough situation that I was in at the time. So Grit's 4 letters, there's 4 key components to it, I found. But first and foremost, and I think why it's quite fitting to our whole focus of this meeting, this event, Grit's driven by a greater purpose. I think we need to have something bigger than ourselves that we're working for, because if we're working just for ourselves, anyone in the world, anyone in the room, anyone, I think it's pretty likely that life's going to present us with adversity, opposition, challenge, trial, tribulation, what have you, that'll probably cause us to give up or give in because we don't have a driving force for why we do what we do, right? Whatever that driving force is, it's different for everyone in the room. And I'm not here to tell you what your driving force should be, whether it's your faith, your family, your friends, your colleagues. Hopefully all of us are some internally driven to be the best that we can be. But I think having that driving force is very important, because that'll drive us to not only do what it takes to overcome, I think it'll drive us to do what it takes to find a way to thrive in the midst of it. And that wasn't my goal. So by the grace of God, I survived, right? I gave you the odds, according to that statistician. If it was a Michigan statistician, maybe those odds would be a little more credible. But the odds were slim, right? However, whatever the number actually is, it's slim, right? And my goal wasn't, by the grace of God, I survived. But my goal wasn't just to survive, though. My goal wasn't just to survive. My goal was to find a way to thrive in the midst of it. And for me, I want to find a way to thrive in the midst of whatever challenge, whatever adversity I go through.
So I found that being driven by that greater purpose is essential because, for me, when I was in the hospital and I couldn't walk and I was relearning, I felt that how I responded to the adversity that I faced was a direct reflection of my family in heaven. And how could I not give everything I had to the process when I remember that, right? My family wasn't, tragically they aren't here. Thank you. So tragically my family's not here, but they're still impacting me to this day. And, on that road to recovery, I felt that how I responded was it was a direct reflection of my family. And I think if we remember that, or if we remember that greater purpose, whatever it is for you that drives you, I'm not here to tell you what it should be, as I said. I just think it's important to figure out what that is, because that'll drive us to do what it takes, not only to overcome, but I think it'll drive us to do what it takes to find a way to thrive in the midst of it. So when you have that greater purpose, that driving force, it'll drive the 4 key components of grit. So as an acronym, the G stands for the growth mindset. The growth mindset believes that every setback, every failure, every adversity is really an opportunity. The growth mindset believes that even when we inevitably fail or fall short of a goal for a quarter or a year, that failure is not a permanent condition. We can find a way to grow from it. We can find a way to get better from it. It's probably not going to be the event itself that will cause us to grow. My thoughts and prayers out to anyone whose family members have been impacted directly by COVID-19. COVID-19, it's the real deal. A lot of people have been affected. Everyone in the world has been impacted. Many people have lost loved ones or family members close to them. So my condolences again if anyone in the room has. But I believe we can find ways to grow from how COVID-19 has forced us to respond. I don't think learning how to win in a different way is a bad thing. So at Michigan, Coach Beeline, he would always have the best scouting reports. Every detail. If we lost games, which he obviously did, it was mainly because we didn't execute the game plan that Coach prepared. He very rarely, I don't think ever, made a scouting report that wasn't totally complete. We could basically plan for everything that we'd seen the other teams do in the past on film and things like that, right? But the other teams would always do something in the games that we didn't expect. They would always do something in the games that we didn't expect. So, and when we'd have to adjust and adapt on the fly. And whenever we didn't lose many games, as I said, but whenever we would, Coach B would always come in the locker room and say, guys, we didn't execute the game plan. Here's the handful of things we didn't do that we should have done. But we're going to watch the film of the game and we're going to find a way to get better from it. We're going to watch the film of the game and we're going to find a way to get better from it. I think, metaphorically speaking, I think we can all watch the film of whatever we go through, whether it's COVID-19, a challenging year, a challenging week at the office, a challenging circumstance, whatever it may be. I think we can all watch the film, review what happened, and find a way to get better from it. So for me, on my journey, I think it's very important to, like I said before, there's no substitute for hard work. A lot of people will say, when you face a huge challenge, just keep your head down, keep plugging away. Just keep working hard. I totally agree with that, 100%. But I think it's also very important to be alert enough to the lessons that can be learned from it. Lessons that can be learned on the journey, right? Because for me, I faced a couple of big ones, especially after the second one. I had a long road to recovery, but why wouldn't I? That was a great time to learn lessons from overcoming that are going to help me in the future as well, because that wasn't going to be the last challenge that I ever face. So why wouldn't I learn lessons from why wouldn't we learn lessons from what we're currently going through that will be advantageous to us in the future? So I think just having that growth mindset is so important. It's a to take away from the actual event or circumstance, but there's always positive to take away from how we choose to respond. So I think just having that growth mindset, if we have that growth mindset, that'll enable us to turn the negatives into positives. Because why wouldn't we want to turn anything we go through into a positive, right? What happened to me was terrible. It is what it is. But if I can shift my focus from the event to the opportunity to learn, it doesn't ignore the reality of the event, but it's just a decision to focus on what can I learn from it. So when we have the growth mindset, I believe it'll drive us to make the decision to be resilient. That's the R. The R is the decision to be resilient. And if we make the decision to be resilient, it's a decision to focus on the things that we control. How we choose to respond to adversity, our attitude, our work ethic, how we go about our business every day, right? We can't control our circumstances, as I said. It's not going to be the event that'll cause us to grow. It's not going to be the event that'll be advantageous to us. But I believe we can grow from how we're forced to respond, as I mentioned. And so if I realize I'm in the hospital in Chicago, I can't walk, I can't talk, and coach comes to see me and tells me he can't wait to have me on his team, I realize I'm going to have to make that decision to be resilient. I'm going to have to make that decision to prioritize my response to my circumstances rather than dwelling on the circumstances that I can't control. And by having that greater purpose, it'll drive us to make that decision because it's not easy, right? The cadet prayer at West Point said, Lord, help me choose something like this, maybe not verbatim, but it said, Lord, help me choose the more difficult right over the easier wrong. Help me choose the more difficult right over the easier wrong. I prayed that I would choose the more difficult right over the easier wrong because overcoming adversity, being resilient, it's hard. It's not easy. It'd be nice if it was, but it's not. Like responding to any form of adversity, it's not easy. And so I prayed that, that God or, whatever you all believe, I prayed that I would be able to make that difficult decision to focus on how I responded. Because I knew for a fact that, you know what, I don't have a game plan. I mean, I have a game plan of what I think I need to do to get to Michigan, but I'm just going to have to find a way. So, God, I pray that you just help me make that tough decision and help me decide to find a way to thrive in the midst of this inconvenient circumstance, in the midst of this tragic circumstance. And what I also learned about being resilient, it's a great opportunity to lead others by example. One of the most powerful ways to lead. I wasn't in position, I've never led people like a team of like an organization or anything. I mean, I was playing sports, but I think the best way to lead is by example. And I realized that an example is always better than an opinion, right? An example is always better than an opinion. Because if I wasn't resilient, if I didn't overcome my adversity, how could I expect other people to, right? So I think every day is an opportunity to inspire someone, and every day is an opportunity to empower someone. You never know what a simple example, what a big impact that can make for someone. Other people are always watching, whether it's other people in your organization, colleagues, peers, friends. People are always watching, especially nowadays with the technology's made everything a lot smaller. People are probably going to get things on their Snap story or Instagram now or whatever. I don't have either, but I think it's easy for people to get things like to record things and like that could stick with them because people are paying attention. So I think just making that decision to be resilient, to focus on the things that we control, and just to prioritize our response to adversity rather than dwelling on the adversity itself. And one last thing about resilience, as I mentioned, you never know how it's going to inspire or impact someone else. We got to acknowledge the fact that not only is every day an opportunity, but I think for the other people in our life, we respond to adversity to benefit ourselves. But if we think of others and think of how our response could impact them, I think for me, at least, I was much more willing to do what it takes because it wasn't only for me. I was responding to adversity for my benefit. I was the one who was directly impacted and injured. But I had other people in my life who were counting on me and watching me, and I wanted to inspire them because every day is an opportunity to inspire someone and empower. So the third letter of grit is I, and I is integrity. Of course, the third letter is I, and I to me stands for integrity. And we all know integrity is about about being honest, doing the right thing, and no one is looking. Of course, that's true. Going about it just the right way. I'm treating people the right way. That's very true. My school motto at the high school I went to in Fort Wayne, well, I went there my whole life, K through 12. It was integritas in omnibus. It's Latin I didn't take Latin. But it's integrity in all things, right? We should always have integrity. A lot of companies have that written on the wall as a key cultural principle, right? But I think not only is integrity about doing the right thing and no one is looking, I think it's also about following through on our commitments, especially when our circumstances change. Coach Beeline offered me a scholarship when I was playing at a pretty high level, as you saw in that video. I had to get a lot better. I was only a sophomore. I was 16 years old. So I had to get a lot better to be able to play to help the team at Michigan. He saw some potential in me, right? The second plane crash happened 9 days later. I was almost killed. I was in a coma for 2 months and came out of it, couldn't walk, right? He comes to see me in the hospital when I was in a wheelchair. My legs were broken, but they'd healed by that time. I was in a wheelchair because my brain couldn't tell my feet to put one in front of the other. I couldn't walk, right? I just committed to play at one of the best schools in the country. Sorry if there's any Notre Dame or Michigan State or whoever, right? But Michigan's one of the best schools, best programs in the country. Coach Howard's doing great things there now. Obviously, big shoes to fill with after Coach Beeline, but he's the best guy for the job. So, Coach recruited some great players. The likes of Tim Hardaway Jr., Duncan Robinson, Trey Burke, Karis LeVert, Mo Wagner, guys who signed big NBA contracts, huge contracts. Good for them. And they were really good in college. I couldn't walk. You could say that he didn't have any business, worrying about me. He had other more important things to worry about, more important players to worry about, and other things to do. And in the grand scheme of things, it maybe wouldn't have been that big of a deal. There's a lot of players that actually get hurt after they commit or when they're at school, they get hurt and their career ends. I think in football it's more common. A lot of times, they'll lose their scholarship because they can't play. But Coach said, Austin, this is a no-brainer. As long as we're both still here, my word's good. It doesn't matter the circumstances. We committed to each other on June 15th, and my commitment to you wasn't solely contingent based on what you could do for me. Of course, that's what Coach Behind expects. When he recruits a player and offers them a scholarship, he expects them to be able to, follow through on their side of the commitment and contribute to the team and help them win. But mine were obviously very unique circumstances, and Coach's follow-through, though, didn't waver even though the circumstances drastically changed. And I think about that from an organizational, cultural perspective. If we can have 100% of the team members who make it a priority to follow through on 100% of what we commit to 100% of the time, I can't do anything but make a positive impact. I can't do anything but help us win in the long run. Maybe not win by tomorrow or next week, but over the long term, it's going to make a big difference, I think, right? And if stay in the work world today, so if there's 350 million people in America, maybe there's 250 million people in the work world. I have no idea what the numbers actually are, but just say 250 million people in the work world. I would guess that every person every day makes a commitment of some kind. So you could argue there's roughly 250 million commitments made every day, or whatever the work world number is, however many people there are. Most people commit to something every single day, right? Tell someone they're going to do something, tell us whatever, maybe it's a big commitment or it's a small one. But I guarantee you there's not 200 plus million, whatever that number is, there's not that same number of commitments followed through on every single day, especially when there's a drastic change in circumstance, right? And not even a drastic change, any change in circumstance. So I think about it, if making a commitment is a common thing, a lot of people across the country do it. If making a commitment is a common thing, but following through on every commitment, especially when there's a change in circumstance, that's an uncommon thing. I believe following through on a commitment when there's a change in circumstance is doing a common thing in an uncommon way. I believe it's doing a common thing in an uncommon way. And the result of doing the common things in an uncommon way is we're going to leave people in places a little better than we found them. Coach Beeline definitely left me better than he found me. I can tell you 100%. I mean, Michigan changed the course of my life forever. Yes, I got to be a part of some great teams. Got a great education, met the girl of my dreams, completely outkicked my coverage. Might have given a new definition of the term, actually. Michigan changed the course of my life forever. And Coach definitely left me better than he found me. My dad was one of the most incredible men I've ever, had the privilege of knowing. And, tragically he's gone, but he's still impacting me to this day. And one thing that my dad did so well, better than anyone I've ever seen, is he did those common things in an uncommon way. And he left every person in every place a little better than he found it. So we'd go to McDonald's for breakfast a couple days a week on the way to school, usually on Wednesdays and Fridays from about 2006 to 2010 before I could drive myself to school. And that cashier at the McDonald's on DuPont Road in Fort Wayne, Indiana, a family friend told me last summer, actually, Josiah was his name. He was at my parents' funeral after my dad passed away. My dad and second mom passed away in 2011. Josiah didn't go there to support my dad. My dad was tragically already gone. Josiah went there for him because my dad made him feel appreciated, valued, like he was important, because he was. Like I said, I should have been paying more attention to it at the time, but something my dad did left Josiah a little better than he found him. He did a common thing: go to McDonald's, get your coffee, get your breakfast sandwich in an uncommon way. And the result of doing the common things in an uncommon way is we're going to leave people in places a little better than we found them. So the last letter of Grit's T, and T to me is the team first mentality. I think we should always think about the team first. We should train ourselves to think we before me. We should remember that every person on every team has a role, and that role is very important. Otherwise, that person probably wouldn't be on the team, right? So I couldn't play at Michigan. I would have loved to be able to play in the big games. I scored 1 point in 4 years. Coach was kind enough to put me in a couple of games my freshman year. I got fouled one time and went to the free throw line, shot a couple of free throws. I got fouled on 3, and I missed 2, so I was 1 of 3. That's not really anything to be proud of. So I'm probably the all-time lowest. Not only am I the lowest scoring full scholarship athlete in Michigan basketball history, but I also have the lowest free throw percentage of a full scholarship athlete in Michigan basketball history. But hey, you know what? I guess if you look at it this way, 33% is better than 0%. I'm glad I made 1, right? But so if what I could do, though, I couldn't play in the big games. I would have loved to, but I couldn't play. But if what I could do was shag balls in practice, unload luggage on road trips from the bus to the plane, and from the plane to the bus when we got to where we were going, and from the bus to the hotel. And if what I could do was encourage my teammates, help with drills and practice, bring positive energy to the gym every day, if that's what I could do, it's what I could do, right? I would have loved to be able to play in the big games, right? Score, rebound, play defense, do all that kind of stuff, be on ESPN, Big Ten Network would have been so cool. But hey, I couldn't. So I couldn't control my circumstances. I wasn't going to, just wishing I could play, I wasn't going to do anything. And that wasn't going to make me impact the team more. But if how I could impact the team was doing those little things, bringing energy, helping with luggage, helping with drills. That takes no talent, no title, doesn't matter who you are. We can all make the decision to think about the team first. And a lot of it, not everyone's going to have that star role that I wish I had. But I think we have an obligation to the team to make the effort to be all-stars in our role, right? So like if you think about, I don't know if anybody here knows like the Bulls teams from the 90s, right? So there was obviously Michael Jordan, who was a stud. Maybe some people saw the Last Dance documentary, or it came out at a good time when everything was shut down, right? So there's Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, the 2 studs, Dennis Rodman too. But then there's guys like Steve Kerr, John Paxson, Phil Jackson was the head coach. But then there was guys in the supporting cast that didn't get as much of the credit, didn't get as much recognition, but they had a role on the team too. And I think if we just make that decision to think about the team first and remember that every person on every team has a role, and that role is very important, I think we'll do what we can to fill our role to the best of our ability. And it's kind of like my wife when you could argue, so I was in the supporting cast at Michigan. That's fine, but now I'm actually even in more of the supporting cast. To my wife, she's the star of the show. I listen and I follow directions, and I execute. I figured out. Yes, we're only 3 years into marriage. Hopefully, 3 on the way to 63. But I figured out there's a very simple formula. Maybe some of the husbands in the room could maybe give me some more advice on this. But if marriage, it's tough for some reasons for other people. But I feel like it's pretty simple. If I listen, if I follow directions, and I execute, right? I'd like to think things are going to work out for me. So, but yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. So that's grit to me. Grit's going to help us overcome and thrive in the midst of whatever we go through. We got to be driven by that greater purpose first and foremost. We need to be working for something bigger than ourselves, whether it's your team, your family, coworkers, faith, whatever it is. I think when we have that greater purpose, that driving force, it'll drive the 4 key components of grit, which to me, the G is the growth mindset, which chooses adversity as opportunity. The R is the decision to be resilient and focus on the things that we control. The I is integrity, and we always follow through on our commitments, especially when there's a change in circumstance. Lastly, tease the team first mentality. And I noticed the slide there. Sorry, I didn't really pay attention to the slides. But that picture, so that was a post that Big Ten Network posted on Twitter of about the free throw that I made. They said something like, what a great story, really cool what Austin overcame and stuff like that. And then Coach Beeline replied to that tweet and said, one of the best days of my life. By the way, for anyone who did not get to see Austin play in high school, he was terrific. I thought he was going to be a 3 or 4 year starter for Michigan, but he gave us more than that with his attitude. He was a huge part of our success. I scored 1 point in 4 years. And Coach B said he was a huge part of our success by bringing positive attitude, positive energy, right? Those little things. The little things make a big difference. And maybe that equates to 1 or 2 points if you could translate that to a game. I don't know. But a lot of games in college basketball, were in the Big Ten especially, were decided by 1 point or one possession at least. So the little things make a big difference. Even if we don't recognize it, you never know what a big impact we're going to make. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Dude. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
One more time.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't deserve a standing O, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Austin, I remember when we got the phone call that you heard about the Purpose Summit, and Lisa Oprita, I don't know if she's in the room. If she is, Lisa, are you in the room? Raise your hand if you are. She might not be. She's not. So she runs into my office. She's like, have you heard of Austin Hatch? And I said, no, who's Austin? And so she shared your story with us. I remember our first Zoom call. I remember the conversation we had. And I can't tell you how many times I've watched your story, your video, and I can't get through it. And so thank you for just continuing to persevere, for continuing to be an example of grit, for living your purpose out for all to see and challenging all of us to continue to find a purpose, even the darkest of moments. You're truly an inspiration.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So before we release to this afternoon lunch.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, please.
One last thing.
Say it.
Because if I don't say it now, I'll forget.
Step into the spotlight.
You can ask my wife. I'm very forgetful. So
step into the
I think last thing. I think that purpose can change, right? For me in my recovery, it was honoring my family in heaven and honoring all the people that put their lives on hold to support me, to help me get better. Now it's my wife. Someday soon, hopefully, it'll be our kids and our family. So I think that purpose can change over time, and it's not a bad thing to struggle a little bit with what that purpose is, because I think it's just important for everybody to have the honest, self-reflection and figure that out, because that'll drive us. The purpose will drive us to do what it takes to not only overcome, as I said, but it'll drive us to find ways to thrive in the midst of whatever we go through. So thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
In a few moments, you guys are going to go to 6 different restaurants in downtown Mount Clemens. This year has hit all of us hard. There's not a person who's not been impacted in some way or another by the effects of COVID. The restaurant industry was particularly hit very hard. As you go into these restaurants, you're going to be greeted by servers and staff. Many of them have just tried to survive through this year, who are glad to be back at work. Some of them have lost loved ones. Some of them have been sick themselves and maybe just came through the other side of that and are glad to be back. There's going to be a mass rush of people that are going to be waiting in line, trying to get food, all of that. I implore you that as you engage those people at those restaurants in these next couple hours, to recognize that every person has a story and you have a purpose for being here. And it may just be to share the joy and the happiness and the gifts of encouragement and anything else that might be inside you right now, to let them know that they matter. So as we go to lunch today, I encourage each one of you to walk out those doors and be a difference maker as you engage with those in and around the expo, the restaurants, and the city of Mount Clemens. We'll see you back here or at OU at 1 o'clock.
Hello, Backstage Leaders, Nick here. This week I wanted to focus on a topic that I'm really passionate about, and that is, as leaders, the words we use really matter. And I want to illustrate this with a story that I learned from a guy called Ben Zander. And it's of 2 shoe salesmen that went to Africa in the 1900s to see if there was any opportunity to sell shoes. And they wrote telegrams back to Manchester. And the first one wrote, "Situation hopeless, stop, they don't wear shoes." And the other one wrote, "Glorious opportunity, they don't have any shoes yet." Now those 2 telegrams come from very different places. One is a situation hopeless and the downward spiral. They've given up, they've gone home. And the other telegram comes from a world of possibilities. It's a glorious opportunity. We need to find out how we sell shoes in Africa. And you can see in those both examples, the conditions are the same. It's the words we use that have determined the destiny of those organizations. One organization's given up and the other is looking for how they're going to sell shoes in Africa. So it's the same for us as leaders. We can either set our teams on paths of opportunities and finding ways and innovative ways to solve problems that we have in the future, or we can set them on the downward spiral. And I've seen it so many times, especially when there's been what can be seen as bad news. Leaders who downward spiral take their teams with them. If you downward spiral, so will your teams. If you are in a world of possibilities looking for opportunities in everything that you do, so will your teams. So as leaders, I urge you to really remember the words you use or focus on the words you use and look for a world of possibilities in everything you do. And if you want to learn more about the art of possibilities in Ben Zander's work, if you Google Ben Zander, you'll find his TED Talk, and it's really worth watching. But it's really quite amazing how that's impacted my life as a leader in making sure that the words I use really do transform how people feel and act and the things that they do. And I can tell you, it makes a massive difference. So purpose-driven people also have to be people who are driven by the world of possibilities. On that note, I bid you a fantastic week and look forward to talking with you again soon.
All right. Well, we got people all over the place. There's some in here. There's some at Oakland University. There's some in tents eating food outside. There's some still eating food inside restaurants. So welcome to our first official breakout session in the Emerald Theater. The gentleman that I'm about to introduce to you, a couple of years ago, again, through the power of LinkedIn, I met, and I would follow him, and he was just blowing up LinkedIn. I mean, this guy would share an inspirational truth bomb, and hundreds of people would immediately engage with it. I'm like, who is this Jacob Brown guy? And so then Jake and I connected, chatted, and we met for coffee at Starbucks. And he was in a bit of a job transition at the time.
So it is.
And, I had said, Jake,
thank you, sir.
What is it that you are uniquely good at, that when you apply it to the lives of others, people have told you that you've changed their lives. And that conversation was the start of a beautiful friendship that 2 years later has led Jake to be here today at the Purpose Summit. Jake is a thought leader, a TEDx speaker. He's a creative director for General RV. He is also an entrepreneur, and he is my friend. So without further ado, please welcome Jacob Brown.
August 17th. August 17th, 2009. Very significant day. Very significant day. Can anyone remember what happened on August 17th, 2009? Anybody? I'm going to give you a little update. August 17, 2009, the high was 84 degrees and the low was 75, and it was sunny. The song of the week on August 17, 2009 was I Got a Feeling by Black Eyed Peas. Anybody remember that song? I Got a Feeling? Popular baby names for this week. Go figure. Jacob, Ethan, Michael. Girls' names, Emma, Olivia, Sophia. Celebrity birthdays on August 17th, 2009. Some of my favorites, Robert De Niro, Sean Penn, Donnie Wahlberg. As I was putting this together, I realized all of these guys look like they could be from the same family. I thought it was hilarious. During this day, there was a waning crest moon. A waning crest moon. And the waning crest moon, to me, is the most interesting phase of the moon. During this phase, the moon gets smaller and smaller and smaller until the cycle restarts. My favorite part about the waning crest moon is that the crescent moon is meant to restore your thoughts and your intentions. Guys, I didn't come here today to give you pointless facts about August 17th, 2009. Some of you might be wondering, okay, where's he going with this? August 17th, 2009 was probably one of the most important days of my life. And the reason why is because that was the day that I decided would be the end of my life. I had planned for 6 weeks my death. I woke up that morning, still committed to the goal. It was 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm driving to work, and I come across the bend that I had planned, and there is a tree in between Pine Lake and Orchard Lake Road. I'm driving from Walt Lake to Pontiac, and there's a tree around this bend, and some of you guys might have seen this tree before or recognize this area. But this was the tree that I had decided would be the one to take my life. I was depressed. I felt like a failure. I felt I was failing my marriage, my life as a person. And I made a decision that day that this would be the end. And as I'm coming around the bend, headed towards this tree, I'm getting closer and closer and closer. I hear a voice. And that voice says, Jacob, fail forward. Fail forward. For those who don't know me, my name is Jacob Brown. You can also call me Jake. I actually like Jake better. Now, I'm going to just introduce myself really quick, really quick. Who am I? First and foremost, I want to be known as a human being. Not just a human doing, but a human being. If you look at my LinkedIn profile, the first title after my name is human being. I don't care about my profession. I don't care what I do. I want to be seen as a human being first. I'm a former athlete. I played college football, grew up playing football. I come from a football family. My Uncle Monty played in the NFL. I made it to the NFL. My younger brother went to the NFL. This is just what we do. I'm a former athlete. I'm a speaker, obviously. Here speaking to you guys today. Here is me back in 2017. I'm speaking at my alma mater, giving the commencement speech for my high school. And it was probably one of the best days of my life to be able to go back and speak to some kids about not only failing forward, but the challenges and successes that were going to come in their life. I'm an entrepreneur. As Davin said, I'm an entrepreneur. But whenever somebody tells you that they're an entrepreneur, always ask them, okay, so how many failed businesses do you have? Because the true test of an entrepreneur is that they have multiple failed businesses. And you know what? That's okay. Here's just a few failed businesses that I've had. I'm an artistic nerd. I grew up drawing everything. I grew up drawing, grew up painting. And the funny story about that is when I went to college, if I did not go to the NFL, the thing that I wanted to do was be a caricature artist at Cedar Point if I didn't make it in the NFL. Until I realized I wasn't going to make any money that way. So I turned that into graphic and web design, and that's what I was going to school for. But I'm an artistic nerd. This is the statue of David. I drew this in college, my senior year. I'm a cook. Anyone that follows me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, or even Facebook, you'll see that I post a lot of pictures of the food that I cook because I love to grill. I love to grill. Here is me cooking for my colleagues and also some of my teammates at work. Last year, we would do breakfasts once a quarter. So I cook breakfast along with my team at General RV. I'm a husband. This is you could probably tell my wife, my voice got a little soft there. I'm a husband. This is my wife, Kimberly. We've been married 5.5 years. It'll be 6 years this November. And I'm a father. First and foremost, I am a father. These are my children from left to right. Connor, baby girl August, my wife is holding, Noah, and Caden on my far left. This picture was taken last May, and they've grown exponentially since then. Caden is only 14 years old. He's almost my height. That is who I am, Jacob Brown. But I came to talk to you guys today about breaking through the doors of failure and failing forward. Failing forward, for those who don't know, I use a hashtag on LinkedIn, and I've been doing it for almost 4 years, and it's hashtag fail forward. And I use it after every single post because just about every post that I post lives and leans into failing forward. Failing forward to me, and this is my definition, in a nutshell, is to use every failure that you've gone through, every adversity, every hardship that we will inevitably go through in our lives as lessons to grow thicker skin and ultimately to help others. Failing forward to me is not just a hashtag. It's not just a saying. Failing forward to me is a way of life. It is a way of life. I'll tell you guys a little story about where this came from. I'm getting ready to go to the NFL. It's 2006, and I go down to visit my aunt in Atlanta, Georgia. And she's the older sister of my dad's side. And my aunt, she says, Jake, so you're getting ready to go to the NFL. What happens if it doesn't work out? Now, she tells this to a 22-year-old, best fit guy, ready to go to the NFL. And she asked me, what if it doesn't work out? And I said, Aunt Yvette, what are you talking about? We come from a football family. Uncle Monty went to 2 Super Bowls. Your younger brother. There's no way I'm not going to make it. There's no way that football is not going to work out. And she said, well, what happens if it doesn't? I said, well, I'm getting my degree in graphic and web design. I'll just fall back on that. She says, Jacob, if you're going to fall, you should always fall forward. Always fall forward, which hit me in the face like a ton of bricks, because as a football player, we are taught to fall forward whenever we get tackled. So we gain extra yards. And she's telling me this. I said, I got it into that. So a few months later, I get picked up by the Oakland Raiders, and I'm in minicamp, doing a great job, but the odds were already against me. I end up getting cut after minicamp. I come home, I'm depressed for about a month, and the wise old man told me, you can either sit here and sulk, or you can get back on your feet. And right now, you don't have a full-time job. You have a family, you need to get back on your feet. So as long as you don't have a full-time job, your full-time job is to get a full-time job. And that's something I even still use today. So, went and got a job, went to a staffing agency, got a job, started working for a CNC machining plant, making $9 an hour. Here I am, inside the CNC machine plant, making ball bearings that go inside cars, getting fluid splashed in my face, eating bologna sandwiches for my 30-minute lunch, and I couldn't believe where I was. I could not believe that just a month ago, I was working or running routes next to Randy Moss on the NFL football field. And here I am a month and a half later, feeling like my lowest of low. Feeling like I was at the lowest of low. I felt like I had let my family down. I felt like I let my friends down. I felt like I let everyone down in my life. Felt like a failure. So, but during this time, I decided to create my own web design company, Jacob Brown Designs. Started doing websites and logos for people, small businesses, to gain some exposure and to gain some experience. Because everywhere I went to go get a job in my industry, they told me, well, number one, you don't have a degree because I left college early to go to the NFL. Number two, you have zero experience. I know some people have heard these things. Then I get laid off from that job after only 2 months because of the economic downturn. Now I really feel like a failure. Finally get another job through another staffing agency, working as a coding technician for a company in Wixom, Michigan. Get a second job because I still wasn't making enough ends meet, working at Staples. And this is when I had my cornbread moment. If anybody has followed me on LinkedIn, I wrote a post about my cornbread moment. And at this point in my life, I was so broke, working 16 hours a day, still not making enough money for my family. So broke that during lunch, I would scrape up 50 cents to walk down the street to Kroger to get a small loaf of cornbread, no bigger than this clicker, to tide me over. My cornbread moment. I finally got a chance, after 2.5 years of doing this, to get into my industry. Started working for this company called Lee Contracting in Pontiac, the same company that was in the story I was just telling in the beginning. Lee Contracting took a chance on me. They allowed me to come work there as a junior web designer, as long as I knew this thing called SEO. Now, this is 2009. SEO had just started. I knew nothing about SEO, not a single thing. So I started Googling, and I found this rapper on YouTube, and he was rapping about SEO. And he was completely right about everything he said. Because within 2 months, not only did I grow the company exponentially, online, but I was also given a $25,000 raise in my old boss's office because of what I've done for this company. Learning SEO overnight. From that point on, my career completely took off. I started working for small companies, other companies, agencies, larger companies, getting more and more in depth in the industry. Started getting some awards. I was nominated in 2009, the same year, for the Young Influential Professionals in Michigan. A little later, I was awarded the 2015 40 Under 40 in Oakland County. But 2012 hit, and something happened in 2012. My wife and I at the time decided to get a divorce. I had two sons, Caden and Connor. They were 5 and 3 at the time. And I had no idea the type of hell I was getting ready to go through. At this point, I was making a little over $100,000 a year, yet I was sleeping in a hotel because after lawyer fees, court fees, and child support, I could not afford a sandwich at Burger King. You can imagine that after going through all of this already, from the NFL to getting jobs to getting laid off, that at this point I must have really felt like a failure. And here I am sitting in this hotel, and I'll never forget this day. I'm sitting in the hotel and I'm asking God, why are you allowing me to go through this? How many have asked that question? Why are you allowing me to go through this? After all these failures, after all this disappointment, after all these things, why me? Why me? What have I done so bad that I have to continue to go through these things? Well, let me tell you something. Whenever you ask yourself why you continue to go through something, I want you to read that sentence back to yourself. Because whenever you are going through something, that means you're going through it and not just to it. And as I'm sitting in this hotel, I said, God, why are you allowing me to go through this? And I hear a voice again, and it says Romans 8:28. Romans 8:28. And I open my Bible, and I ask you guys to write this down if you have a pencil. I open my Bible, and it says, for we know that God causes all things to work together for the good, for those that love him and those who are called according to his purpose. To his purpose. And at that moment, I realized that everything that I had gone through, everything I would go through, was for a purpose. And I'm here to tell you right now, if there's anyone in here right now or watching, and you feel like you're going through stuff over and over and over, you feel like you're a failure, you feel like you're failing at your job, you feel like you're failing as a friend, you feel like you're failing as a colleague, you feel like you're failing in your marriage, you feel like you're failing as a mother, you feel like you're failing as a father, a son or a daughter. As long as you do not give up, you will become a testimony that someone else is watching. We are all here for a purpose. We all have a purpose. And it was in that moment in that hotel that I made a decision that I'd never go back, that I would follow my purpose. I ended up leaving the job that I was at, going to a new job. Left that job and went to another job. Thought I was at the top of the mountain, making the most money that I have ever made at the highest position I had ever held, because I thought that was my purpose. One day I woke up and I decided this was no longer going to be my purpose. I'm going to follow what I know to be true. I need to help people. I need to tell my story. I need to speak to those who feel and have felt the same depth, depression, and sadness that I have felt more times than one. So I resigned from that position, and I had no job. My wife and I had just had our daughter 3 months early. And I said, trust me, we'll be fine. We will be fine. And as soon as I announced my resignation on LinkedIn, a guy named Davin Salvagno reaches out to me. He says, I would love to meet with you. He was out of town that week, but the following week we met at a Starbucks, like he said. And what was only supposed to be a 30-minute talk ended up being 2 hours. Sitting in a Starbucks, as Davin is telling me all about his aspirations. This is almost 2 years ago. His aspirations of having a purpose summit here in Mount Clemens. And the reason why. Davin was telling me about all the things that he wanted to do to shine a spotlight on others. Because his idea of the Purpose Summit is not to shine a spotlight on himself, but to bring one for other people to change lives and to encourage purpose. Guys, when I was in that hotel, I felt my lowest of low, and I asked God, why are you doing this to me? Why are you using me this way? But then I thought and I remembered that even through all my failures, he still helped me to fail forward every single step. I'm here to tell you guys that you can be used no matter where you are, no matter how low you feel, no matter how small you might feel, you can be used. No one thought that David in the Bible could defeat a giant or one day become king. Mary Magdalene had no idea when she was washing the feet of Christ with her hair that she would also be the first to deliver the gospel message. Joseph's brothers, when they threw him in the pit and sold him to slavery, had no idea that he would become second in command in Egypt and that they would one day be begging him for food. You can be used too. No matter where you are in your life, no matter what you've done, no matter how low you feel, God can still use you as long as you do not give up and as long as you continue to fail forward. I have failed over and over and over again, all the way up to this stage. One thing that my mom told me when I was young is that if you want to do anything in life, if you want to be successful at anything in life, you must visualize yourself doing it first. You must visualize yourself doing it first. And what that means is when you are by yourself, before you do anything, she would tell me to lay on my back, close my eyes, and visualize myself being successful, no matter what it was. From the time I was in middle school to high school, she would teach me, lay on your back, visualize yourself scoring a touchdown, running a touchdown, winning the game, so that when the time came, you had already done it in your mind. Visualize success. The great Henry Ford said that whether you believe you can or believe you cannot, you're right. You're right. So if you're telling yourself you can't do something, you're telling yourself you're a failure, you're telling yourself you're not good enough, you're telling yourself you can't get that promotion, you're probably going to be right. But the same works vice versa. You can literally speak yourself out of situations as long as you don't give up. And my favorite favorite quote is from Chris Gardner. Anyone know who Chris Gardner is? Chris Gardner, if you've seen The Pursuit of Happiness, is the businessman that Will Smith played in that movie. Chris Gardner not only was homeless, but his wife left him and his son to be alone by themselves. And Chris had to try to work and raise his son on his own. There were times where Chris and his son had to sleep in a train station bathroom, if you've seen the movie. And he couldn't believe that he was even in that spot. Now, I've never slept in a train station bathroom, but I know exactly what he was going through in that moment of desperation and despair. But if you remember, towards the end of the movie, after 6 months of unpaid internship, Chris finally got the job, and he held his composure after they told him, "You got the job," until he got down to the street of New York. And that's where he just let out all his emotion. I felt that too. Chris Gardner, his favorite quote says to speak what you seek until you see what you've said. I'm here to tell you guys that if you continue to speak what you seek in life until you see what you've said, then you will be successful. And essentially, you will be failing forward. This tree, to me, is not just a tree of bad memory. In fact, this tree to me is like that waning crescent moon. Because it was in this moment that I remembered that this tree represented the end of a phase of my life. It allowed me to renew my mind and to continue to start failing forward. I revisited this tree not too long ago. I advise any and all of you to revisit your tree. And you might not have a physical tree, but there are times in our lives where we know that we have reset our mind. And that is this tree for me. So when I went back, I didn't just have bad memories of this tree. I also wanted this tree to remember me. So one thing that I did was I carved the hashtag FF in this tree. So not only would it be something that I remember as a time in my life where not only did I fail forward, but I renewed my mind and reset my life. But something that this tree would also remember, that it did not defeat me. And you won't be defeated either. I thank you for your time. I hope that if there's nothing else you heard today, that you remember not to give up and to continue to fail forward. My name is Jacob Brown. Thank you all.
Yeah, he walked off with the wireless packs. Should be all set.
All right, Jacob. Let's give another round of applause for Jacob. If you do not follow Jacob on social media, I strongly recommend you do. Probably the best way is the LinkedIn and the different hashtags that you had up here. Definitely so. Us big guys miss hanging around each other too. You notice that with Austin as well. But we are going to take a short break. In fact, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. The next speaker is going to start right at the top of the hour. So please feel free to take a walk-around break or network with other people. We'll see you right back here at the top of the hour. Thanks. All right, folks. Here we are again. One of the things that I have the benefit of doing as a co-founder of Purpose Point is introducing some of the wonderful speakers today. And here comes another, right? Have you enjoyed some of the speakers so far today? Our goal is to change lives. And I think you're going to find that this next speaker does exactly that. In fact, if you have somebody in your life that you know that's perhaps a little self-centered, not that we know too many of those people, but if you have somebody, this is the message they're going to need to hear. Shelly Rood is somebody that two words come to mind: mission, ambition. Mission, ambition. Talk about ambition, talk about enthusiasm. The other thing that you're going to hear her talk about, and you'll see it on her shirt, is others over self. And again, talking about living a selfless life. Shelly's done that. She's served in the military for many years, and now her mission is to use that ambition and introduce to others. And so, I don't get to embarrass myself very often, but I'm going to do it now because I've been instructed that in order to introduce Shelly, I have to use my radio, my TV, and my game introduction voice. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Shelly Rood.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith is the name that I have affectionately given to the FBI agent that lives in my phone. You may have a different name for yours. Perhaps you call them Siri or Alexa. As a military intelligence professional for many years, I personally would like to take just a moment to thank you for making my job so much easier. You guys remember the Patriot Act? We've come so far. Hey, Wiretap, do you have a good pancake recipe? So I'd like to keep Mr. Smith on his toes, and I'm gonna need your help to do that. On the count of 3, have you ever seen those old World War II movies where somebody's throwing a grenade? And what do they yell? Grenade! So fire in the hole, okay. On the count of 3, we're all gonna yell as dramatic as possible, grenade! Ready? 1, 2, 3. I think you guys might need a little bit of help. I mean, that was good. I don't think it was great. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Much better. This is actually a real World War II grenade. The bottom of it is bored out, so there is no powder inside. You're not in any danger. We're gonna come back to this little devil in a little bit because I have a story I would love to tell you, and it's called Remedial Grenade Training. Here we go. Today we're talking about the others over self philosophy, or the others over self mindset. We still have some work to do before we can officially call it a philosophy. Essentially, the belief is that the needs of others are greater than our own. Our vision at Mission Ambition is a world that is embracing the ancient wisdom of humanity's purpose to serve others. Today, I am going to share with you what the others over self mindset is, why it's important, and if your spidey sense starts tingling and you're feeling in this urge to embrace this mindset, at the end, I'm providing you with 3 private action items that you can put in place starting today. We have a few housekeeping items here before we get started. First, the lessons that we are discussing have no relevance if this message doesn't make it past this stage. Your job, knife hands, your job is to not only receive this information, but understand it in such a way that you can reiterate it out to the world. I hope that you are prepared to take notes today. Even if you're on your cell phones, I'm going to assume that you are vigorously typing down every single spoken word, because this message is just so incredible that you couldn't dare live without a word of it. Because why else would you pay so much money to come listen to a talk about putting others over yourself and then sit here so completely engrossed in your own personal business? They said that. Oh, she said, Shelly, you can't say that. I just did. You know, I'm sorry. It's these boots. Seriously, when I put these boots on, Army Shelly comes out. Sometimes she's a little hard to rein back in, but it's okay. I desperately hope that you can see that there is something of value right here in front of your face, and it's really hard to see it if this thing is commanding your attention. So housekeeping item number 1 is take notes. And a few of you are already scoffing at me. Well, Shelly, you just don't know how important my business is. Okay, ma'am, sir, I hear you. I hear you. We are going to get along just fine, because I promise that for me to be pulled away from my business, it's better be important. In the military, we have things called PIR, Priority Intelligence Requirement, PIR. And you don't interrupt the commander unless you have something to tell them related to a PIR. Commanders can choose their own PIRs and develop them out. What's important to them? Typically, this looks like somebody has died, somebody is missing. A very common PIR is that the current mission must be aborted if we don't handle this right now, knife hands. We are scheduled to deliver life-saving assets at 14:45, and our main movement route is blocked. We need a different path to get to that objective. So hey, good news, you're the commander. You're the commander of your own vessel. How's that vessel doing, by the way? Pretty good vessel? No? My vessel needs a little work. I had a baby this year, that's my excuse. But you're the commander of your own vessel, and we are seriously on a mission. At the end of this talk, we are going to head out, and we are going to have the opportunity to deliver life-saving assets to the world at large. And respectfully, we have a situation that needs to be addressed now. Which brings us to housekeeping item number 2, America's dirty little secret. As we dig deeper into our understanding of individual purpose, life experience plays a very big part. Many of us have shared life experiences related to trauma, whether it be domestic abuse, a situation that's occurred on the job, or living with or being affected by substance use. There's all kinds of trauma. If at any point in today's talk you're feeling uncomfortable, I'm encouraging you to please step out into the hallway, take a break, take a breather, and then come back in. And if you need somebody to talk to, I highly encourage you to go down to the Mission Ambition booth where my team is waiting, and we would love to hear about your purpose and what is going on in your mind today. America's dirty little secret is that we have a problem. Domestic violence affects 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men. That's 39% of the population. Another 8% of us are affected by PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. And then another 10% of us are dealing with substance use. collectively, those numbers are really high of those people dealing with those things? No. You see, I have a history in my life of being affected by many of those things. So we're not going to talk today about those people and those things. Because when you add all of that up, you're talking about 57% of our community. 57%. That is more than 50, right? 50% is you and me. 50%. You and me engaging in conversation. That means that one of us is dealing with these issues. And statistics would have us believe that it's more likely that both of us are dealing with these issues. So my question to you is, why are we making life so hard for each other? We're making life so difficult for each other. You know, and those numbers really are just about the victims for the most part. That those aren't even numbers that have to do with what we call the qualifier or the person who's doing the offending behavior. This is not an us-them situation. This is a we situation. Okay, is anybody here familiar with the famous honey badger videos on YouTube? Okay, not G-rated, disclaimer. But after you're gone, you're going to listen to it. It looks like a nature documentary, and there's a honey badger. And the whole purpose of the documentary is to show that ain't nothing going to keep honey badger down. Okay, honey badgers are some of the most resilient animals on the face of the earth, if not the most. And the narration voice is honey is hilarious because the honey badger gets bit by a snake and then gets up and just goes on his way. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger gets stung by a scorpion, gets up, goes about his day. Honey badger don't care. Honey badger gets bitten by a toxic spider, is literally dead for an hour, and then gets up and goes on his way. Why? Honey badger don't care. The buzzword of the times is inclusivity. You know what's inclusive? Trauma. Just like honey badger don't care about all of these things in life trying to get him down, life trauma does not care about your gender, about your race, about your background, about your ethnicity. Life trauma does not discriminate against the rich and the poor, whether it's first, second, or third order effects. Life trauma, big star on your notes, life trauma influences the mindset of us all. I propose that we take control of this situation, which really brings us to the meat and potatoes of today's conversation. Who wants to see a picture of a baby? Ah. So it's nice to meet you. My name is Shelly Rood. I am the co-founder of Mission Ambition. We serve people by training and engaging each other in professional development. All of our content is crafted and taught by public servants, first responders, military veterans. Like myself, I served 16 years in the Army Reserves with a bit of active duty time in there. My area of expertise is military intelligence, which means that I've done a lot of really cool things that I can't tell you about, otherwise that grenade would be real. And it also means that all action movies have been forever ruined for me. Still watch them though, they're still fun. I was discharged in 2018, attempting to branch transfer from the intelligence world into chaplaincy. My heart lies with the spiritual well-being of people. I always say that now I know too much. And what the world needs is another chaplain. There's a shortage across the country, if you didn't know, and it's not uncommon for a service member to be overseas with only one chaplain in that theater or the country that they're in. So here's a picture of our family. The other co-founder of Mission Ambition is my husband, Christian. He is not military or first responder. He is what we call tactical. He geeks out about uniform stuff, and he really allows me to share the fact that he could not join because of a childhood illness, and so he lives vicariously through me. And range time and video games. True story, I did catch him one time wearing my ACH or my helmet, sitting down playing video games. People are weird, man. So this detail about Christian never having served is important, and we're going to come back to this. You are looking at more photos of our kids than are available on social media right now. My older son, Jackson, is 11. He's amazing. Our younger son, Oliver, is also amazing. Oliver was born with Stickler syndrome. It does run in the family, which means that we have lived at the hospital for the first year of his life. He's had facial reconstructive surgery. He's also had a full cleft palate rebuilt. That beautiful, beautiful little baby that you would never, ever know, right? I would like to ask you at this point in time for a round of applause because I need my spirits lifted. Can we get a round of applause for baby Oliver? Thank you. All right, so I'm giving you a few details about who we are because I feel like you should know the character of the people that you're hanging around with. Didn't your parents tell you that? Okay, digging into the why and why we should be embracing this mindset that the needs of others are greater over our own. Note takers, go ahead and scribe these 3 bullets. Read them aloud with me. Lesson number 1, people are complex. Lesson number 2, people are important. Lesson number 3, people are worth saving. Excellent. So we're going to unpack lesson number 1, which is people are what? I am finding myself exceptionally disappointed in people's behavior right now. Anybody else? We live in this incredible country that grants opportunity and certain inalienable human rights that other people in the world don't even dare to dream about. Our society is a meritocracy, which is a beautiful thing. I won't go into political science with you, but meritocracy basically is a government, or it's a form of holding a position based on the ability of ability, where everybody with skill and imagination can aspire to reach the highest level. This means that to climb the ladder of success, we need a ladder. Here we go. This is our ladder of success, this beautiful pillar, okay? So in order to climb that ladder of success, we get there by continuously investing in lifelong learning. Congratulations to you all, because you are the few. It is this word ability that's catching us up right now. When America chooses to enter a conflict or go to war, the decision makers realize that this is not a decision to be made lightly. On average, when we enter something like this, we're in there for a 10-year commitment at a minimum. We still have troops in South Korea. We still have troops in Vietnam. We still have troops in Germany. The broadcast news loves to boast about short missions of us being in and out and winning the fight. But those are often part of a larger mission that is responsible for influencing that country as an ally. Similarly, the effects of 2020 are with us for the next 10 years plus. From the economic impact to the societal impact, this is the new normal. We love that phrase. It is time to pry our brains out of survival mode and to work to understand that this is life. Every day, right here. This is not an easy thing to do because people are complex, and this is life. And we have breath today, and maybe today only. Let's talk briefly about social impact. I opened this lesson explaining that I'm disappointed in other people's behaviors. One person is disheartened that the other person's not wearing a mask, and the other person is sad that they are. One person is sad because nobody's going to come to their party, and the other person is sad because they're even throwing a party. One person is shouting with joy from the rooftop, "I'm vaccinated!" And the other person is terrified of the vaccine because of health reasons or conspiracy theories. We are stuck. Socially, when it comes to how to function as a society, we're stuck. Forget climbing that ladder. We are 100 miles away in our Humvee, and our tires are spinning in the mud. And no matter how hard we are pressing down on that pedal, nothing is moving. We are not getting any closer to that ladder. We've put chains on, we put kitty litter in the dirt. We don't know what else to do. We are running around in survival mode with blinders on. And there is good news in all of this. The stigma attached to mental health is finally starting to shed away. For the first time in our country, it is okay to be not okay. Please repeat that with me. It is okay to be not okay. 50%, you and me, one-on-one. That's the conversation we're having today. People are complex. I mentioned the phrase conspiracy theory a few minutes ago. I'm not going to stand here and open a can of worms. Super weird phrase, can of worms. Have you ever actually opened a can of worms? But they don't do anything. Why do we even use that? But, you know, I've been trained by the top school instructors in the nation that are leading national efforts to thwart terrorism. People are complex, and the theories and proven ways of how to control the masses are real. And the good guys know them, and the bad guys know them. And if you don't like that I just used the word guys, the good people know them, and the bad people know them. And if you don't like the way that I just phrased that, the people with bad behavior know them, and the people with good behavior know them. Same point. So my question to you, genuinely, is how can a person burn a cross and say that it's in the name of the Lord Jesus? How can Hitler wrangle the masses and do what he did and say that it is in the name of the Lord? How can people in our society become susceptible to the radicalism of terrorist Islam, ISIS? This is real. This is what we're talking about today. There are forces of good and there are forces of evil. And passion is what decides who's going to win. When is the last time that you were passionate for something wholesome? Love me some Mr. Rogers. Can't wait to get home and watch that episode. Daniel Tiger's going to come running around the bend soon. I just know it. The ladder's over there. We're stuck here in the mud spinning our wheels. And guess what? Honey Badger don't care. We're going to unpack lesson number 2. Does anybody remember what lesson number 2 was? It starts with an I. People are important. The military culture has 2 unique ways of interacting with each other. The first is what we call the butt sniff test. Gross, Shelly, gross. We wear uniforms, and the uniforms have patches all over them. So typically, a patch will indicate your rank, the current unit you're in, whether or not you've served in combat. And in the case of a dress uniform, this butt sniff test is taken to the next level because you're basically wearing awards and ribbons that are a walking resume of what you've done in your military career. So when dogs meet each other, dog, right? 50-50 situation. And they sniff each other's butts, and in that interaction, they figure out who is the alpha And how are we going to move forward in this relationship? In the civilian world, you have 7 seconds to make your first impression. You already did that with me. In the first 7 seconds, you decided whether you're going to like me or not, positive or negative. So even though we as civilians don't wear our resumes on our chests, they still exist. And especially in the corporate world, we use these as a matter of worth and value in what we see in each other. So I ask you now, commander of your own vessel, do the awards and resumes of an individual define the value of that human being? Is the butt sniff test what you use to drive your interaction with others? Or are you capable of having a deeper conversation? That's why we're here today, to have a deeper conversation about the value of another, regardless of awards and resumes. I will be honest with you, the message that I'm delivering right now is very, very difficult, and I have been mentally wrestling with this for months. After 15 years of instructing professional development, I am at a point where I realize that I'm very young, I have a lot to learn, and I'm very new onto the scene. And yet I'm looking around, not here, I'm looking around in the industry and I'm seeing a lack of depth. I'm struggling with this shallowness. When we say the word purpose, say it here, purpose, we're talking about the magnum opus of our life. What it all stands for, what it all means, and any eternal consequences that are attached to that. Purpose. Over there in the Mission Ambition tent, I have asked a few of you to tell me what your purpose is and how it puts others over yourself. And I'm going to pause for just a second here to read you a few of these because they had me choked up. And I really don't cry. Listen to this. You tell me. This is Andrew. My purpose is to help those who are unable to complete their tasks alone, whether it be those who have grown too old to keep their yard up, or to help understand things the way that they have never understood them before. This is how I serve those who have helped me grow into the person I am today. Yeah, oh my gosh. Andrew came up with that today. Davin. To be the spiritual guide I always sought to find. People are important. Second part of this lesson involves storytelling. My husband's grandfather is still alive, 95. He's a World War II veteran, but you would never know it because he worked for Ford for most of his life. He didn't talk about it. His family knew that he served, but he really didn't go into a lot of detail. I actually took him with my husband to see Ford versus Ferrari. Yeah? What? Detroit? What? Ford versus Ferrari? Okay. Because Grandpa Byler was actually there on that racetrack. I won't spoil the movie for you, but there is a tragedy at the end. He was there. When I was dating my husband, I met Grandpa Byler for the first time, and I was serving active in the military, and within 5 minutes, he had a photo album out, and I shared with him, and I learned a lot about his service time. And when I got in the car, my husband said, Shelly, I've never seen that photo album. You see, in the veteran community, our shared experiences are unique, and when we're around other military people, we feel really safe to share. That's often what you see when you have one certain population of a community, of a culture, right? It's these totally unique life experiences that make us human. And so now, 5 months into 2021, my perception is that we as a community are still stuck on the traumas that have occurred to us over the last 12, 15 months, and rightfully so. I will submit to you that we as a civilian society are experiencing the same feeling that our military and first responders have been feeling related to trauma. And so perhaps now is the perfect time for us to start to have this conversation and learn about this. Because it's just you and me, 50-50. One of us is dealing with these things. So what happens when you get a group of military people together? Aside from the drinking, which we know is an issue, the stories start coming out, right? We're going to pause because I promised a story about this guy right here, this little devil. This is not what we use today. This is a World War II grenade. Today, the grenades actually look like baseballs. And same thing, right? Pull the pin, do the pose. If you've never learned how to throw a grenade, you literally point your hand to where you want it to go, and then you throw it like a baseball. I was in softball when I was younger. And you know my favorite thing about softball? Being in the outfield picking the dandelions. So when it was my turn for grenade training, and I had this thing in my hand, and all you have to do is throw it over the bunker, throw it over the hill, and you're safe, right? Here we go. Shelly doesn't know how to throw, but she tries, and what happens? You have never failed. Failed until you fail throwing a grenade. That is failure. That is utter and complete, absolute failure. It's horrendously embarrassing. And I had to go through remedial grenade training, and I was the only one in 2 years at Fort Knox that had been through remedial grenade training, but I did eventually pass. Maybe you find yourself stuck in this situation of remedial grenade training. It's okay. We're going to put Shelly away, Army Shelly. We're going to put her away, and we're going to go back to the world, because socially, what's happening right now, what happens when a group of us come together? We're telling stories. We're doing the same thing that our military and first responder community does. Oh man, I've had such a year, you've had such a year, and we're going to one-up each other through these stories, right? I would love to tell you about my stories from this past time. They involve a special needs baby. They involve being pregnant. They involve a nurse that glued my baby's mouth shut in the NICU. There's so many stories. They just keep getting better, right? What you got? What you got? I love this. I love this because this is shared camaraderie in difficult situations, and this is how we get through it. So we can keep this going, right? And what we need to do is be careful when we're talking about these situations so that we are validating the other persons. Because what happened to me is no more important than what happened to you. This detail about my co-founder, Christian, having never served in the military is important, because here at Mission Ambition, we do not lift up the experiences of veterans or first responders higher than anyone else's. We simply choose these instructors as a way to give back and honor their choice to put the needs over their own. People are what? Important. Excellent. So we're going to go down to lesson number 3, which is people are worth saving. This is so important. We're going to say this again, and we're going to say it like pregnant Shelly with a piece of chocolate cake in her mouth. People are worth saving. That's the reverence that we need to be bringing to this talk about purpose. These past 2 weeks have been personally very, very hard for me. I had family members that have stolen from me, lied to me, deceived me, went to a funeral yesterday. I know what you're thinking, Shelly, you need new family. No, that's not the answer, is it? Love them. I love them through every single one of these situations. What word did I just use? Them. I love us. I love us as a family with all of our lies and all of our deceit, because I see that they are struggling. Change it, because I see that we are struggling and I want to help them get through this. The words of light sound like this. Lesson number 3, people are worth saving. Okay, so we have gone through the 3 lessons of the why, and now we're going to briefly touch on the what. Others over self is this leadership mindset that the ancient wisdom that needs of others are more important than our own. I joke about Mr. Rogers, but I'm continuing to honor his teachings by sharing this with you. He says that as human beings, our job in life is to help people realize how rare and valuable each one of us really is, and that each of us has something that no one else ever has or ever will, something that is inside and unique to all of time. If you're feeling called to support the others over self mindset, I'm warning you now that it is a risk. It's one that involves sacrifice, courage, dedication to intentional living, and most importantly, commitment. This is day 1 of the summit. It is critical that we shape and define our individuality before we attempt to rally the masses towards a goal. Why? Because the methods of radicalization are well known. Because leadership is easy. Leadership is easy. It's what we are leading to that's the hard part. How do we own this mindset? We're talking about what should I be versus what should I do? And I know there was already a lesson touching on this briefly. Instead of thinking of your actions, I want you to think of instead, what should I be as a person? We're talking about the ethical wholeness of the life that is demanded by the question, what should I be? All of the teachings that we do fall into these 3 categories of character, conduct, and moral values. Okay, the good news is that all of these skills are learnable. Yes. Teach me how to engage in risky behavior, Shelly. This sounds awesome. Every single person can obtain the others over self mindset. It is an open invitation, but you have to say yes. Okay, we're sliding into home base here. We're putting on the pajama pants. Nice. Some of you took them off for the first time this morning. And you guys remember we're on a mission, right? We're almost there. You remember those life-saving assets that need to be delivered? Well, here we are. We're done. We're done spinning our tires. We are out of the mud, and it's time to get to that ladder. Action item number 1. Lesson number 1. These are your common statements to obliterate. Doesn't matter how casual the situation. I never want to hear the words, people are stupid. That is a direct attack on our existence. That's a direct attack on yourself. I hate people. Do you ever get so frustrated? Oh man, you didn't put the lid back on the milk. Ugh, I hate people. Stop it. Like the Bob Newhart skit, just stop it. Lesson number 2, people are unique. We're going to change the conversation. I would love to help work with your organization on how to change this conversation. We are going to get rid of these terms. Instead of saying always or never, we're going to say could, may, might. Instead of heavy or difficult, we're going to replace it with the word important. Fun fact for you on this, I used the word heavy and difficult 1 time in this presentation. Does anybody know when it was? Yeah. We'll come back to that. Instead of saying that this is a very difficult thing for us to talk about, we say this is a very important thing for us to talk about because life is important. And the third part of it, people are worth saving. Enter every human interaction with respectful intentionality. Right here. This is master class level. This right here is the correct movement route to deliver the life-saving assets that you have in your possession. You better get ready. You better buckle up. The time hack is now. We are walking out that door, and guess what? Honey Badger don't care. Honey Badger is there, and he's resilient, and he's gonna come after you in the form of life trauma over and over and over again. I challenge you to become the Honey Badger of intentional resiliency. Over and over and over again. Intentional learning, respectfully intentional is how we do this. This is not an easy thing to do, and I know that. I know that. It's possibly the hardest challenge that you've ever been faced with in your life. But sir, ma'am, people need you. We have a mission, and I certainly hope that you will come along with us on this mission because you have something unique and special that no one else has and no one else ever will. I'm Shelly Rood, the co-founder of Mission Ambition, and I believe that the needs of others are greater than my own. See you soon.
All right, thank you, Shelly. Shelly does have a little homework assignment, right, for the breakout people that attended here, this breakout. If you could, at one of the breaks or sometime before the summit is over the next couple days, at the tent, at the Mission Ambition tent, you're going to see these cards that are there, these index cards. And what she's asking for homework is at some point today, tomorrow, before we're done here, going over there and write what your purpose is. She'd like you to do that. So go to the Mission Ambition, Mission. I'm always going to get that backwards, back and forth. Go to their tent. They're going to have these cards. They would like you to write down your purpose, which means that you might want to start thinking about what your purpose is. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back for our last two general sessions this afternoon. I guarantee you're not going to want to miss those. Plan to come back early. We're going to take about a 15-minute break. We're going to have a full 15 minutes, but powder your nose, use the restroom, get some water. We're going to come back for the last two dynamic speakers. Thank you.
Most businesses think that their website is the start and end to their digital story. And that's not true. There's many more platforms. What about social media? Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. What about Google My Business? How about SEO, search engine optimization? What about SEM, search engine marketing? Google Ads. There's a lot of things to think about. It can get confusing. It can get complex. So here at Purpose Point, myself and my team, we go ahead and take a look at every single platform that you have for your business, and we make sure that they work together. Our team at Purpose Point Media wants to eliminate these frustrations. We want you to focus on what's important. So we've created a 3-step process: the audit, the strategy, and the deliverables. Where our team of SEO strategists, digital marketers, content creators, software engineers will create the perfect digital content solution for your organization.
Welcome back. How we doing? We doing good? How was lunch? Was lunch good? Awesome, awesome. Well, I want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors that have made this possible and lunch possible. So first of all, for those of you that went over to Oakland University, our breakout sponsor, they are amazing. They have a team of about 12 people that came in and set up and opened up their entire facility to offer that up to us to be able to include more capacity for in-person seating and for breakout. So can we give the team over at Oakland University a round of applause? And then we have our lunch sponsors that actually provided lunch for you and are blessing all of the restaurants that you've been able to enjoy today and will be able to enjoy the next couple days. So we have Qualligence International, Paslin, DenCap, and Class. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. We'll be recognizing some more sponsors throughout the rest of the few days, but now that you got to enjoy lunch, I wanted to make sure that we got recognition for those guys. We could not pull this off without you. The video that you just saw of Steve Pecor is our Director of Digital Strategy at Purpose Point. Unfortunately, he could not be here today because he got sick, and fortunately, he's on the mend and he's doing well. He wishes he could be here. So we played a quick video, but his background has really been helping us work with organizations to make sure that their message of purpose is clearly and effectively communicated through their website, social media strategy, SEO, all of those things. So he runs our Purpose Point Media division, and you can reach out to him, obviously, through our website. But speaking of media, one of the incredible people that I've gotten to know over the last 2 years is this next speaker that I'm about to introduce to you. Jonathan Seller is the founder of Second Try Media. He was one of our original speakers at Purpose Summit 2019. You may have seen him in some of the promo videos leading up to this event. And he has been someone who I will tell you has had the heart of a team player when it comes to coming alongside and serving our team in a variety of ways. But he's also one of the most blunt, bold, I'm going to tell you what you need to know people that have challenged me even directly in everything that we've done in the last 2 years to put something like this together. So I implore you that as we go into this next session, open up your hearts, your minds, your notebooks, and please welcome to the stage, founder of Second Try Media, Jonathan Seller.
All right. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please?
Does anybody know that song? Bunch of sinners. I'm just saying, what's up? It's good to be with you, everybody. My name is Jonathan. Thank you, Davin, for having me at Purpose Summit. So, already looking at the screen, there's a swear word on the screen. That's for shock value. That's about it. Tension is not fill in the blank, swear word. That's what we're talking about today, attention, all right? So, I am Canadian. Wow. I thought there'd be at least one in the room that would be like, Canadians represent. Is there anybody Canadian in the room? No? Just me? Awesome. Maybe if you're streaming live stream and you're Canadian, cool, just leave a comment. Well, I'm Canadian, but my family could not find a church to go to in Canada. So literally every Sunday night, every Wednesday night, my family took us to church in the States. So our family's from a little town. Ooh, sorry about that. Our family's from a little town in Canada, and we would drive like a half hour, cross the bridge just to go to church. Like, it's kind of ridiculous when I think back about it. And like, we would go Sunday morning church and then like drive all the way home to Canada and cross the border again to go to Sunday night service. Now, if you come from a church background, you kind of get that. If you don't, you're like already judging me going, this guy is a little weird already, but I get it. Here's the thing. When we were in church, at least the church I went to, it was encouraged to memorize scripture passages. And so as a little boy in Sunday school, I'd have a Sunday school teacher say, all right, kids, today's memory verse is blank, right? Well, I remember there was this one verse that they made me memorize when I was a kid, and the way that I understood the verse almost ruined how I thought about business. I want to share with you what that verse is, and I'm hoping that today we can talk about attention in a way that maybe it changes your belief about this dirty word called attention. All right, so the verse is on the screen. Sorry, I'm new to this technology. Proverbs 3:34. It says this: God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. God opposes the proud, gives grace to the humble. Now, before you think I'm about to preach a sermon, I'm not. Regardless of your view on God or Christianity or whatever, I don't care. All I'm saying is, as a kid, when you hear a verse like that and you memorize it, all you know is, okay, if there's a God, he opposes the proud. So Jonathan, don't be proud. Don't be arrogant. Don't be cocky. Don't think more highly of yourself than you ought. That was my belief system. Why? Why can't I do that? Because God opposes those type of people. Okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Well, God gives grace to the humble. So be humble. That was my perspective throughout my childhood, and I brought that belief into my adulthood. So, create a little tension in the room. What do we do with that? Is that wisdom or not? I want you to sit on that for 2 seconds. So, the reason I came here today, obviously graciously being invited, I really was like, Jonathan, what is your reason for being on the stage? Why are you speaking? What's the problem in the room that you're going to attempt to fix? So here's the problem. It's a belief. Somewhere along the lines, some of us, like me, believe that seeking attention was bad. Going after attention was wrong. Maybe you've heard that. Maybe you're thinking, yeah, that's still my belief system. All right. Well, you don't have to agree with me, but I just want to press into that and challenge you. Because unfortunately for me and many who have grown up hearing phrases and verses like that taught over and over again, we've interpreted the verse to mean something I don't think it means. And what it's done is it's created a life of small ambition, restrained dreams, paralyzing ourselves in false humility. I don't think humility is something to pursue. What? Like Davin right now is like, we cannot have him back next year. This man is crazy. Hear me out. I don't think humility is something you should pursue. I think you should pursue your calling. I think you should pursue it starts with a P, help me out. Yeah, maybe pursue that. But pursuing some idea of humility is impossible. So humility to me is a natural byproduct of just a good perspective of your life. I've never met a humble person who is in pursuit of their own humility. The humble people I know are humble because their purpose is greater than themselves. So in a nutshell, there's really two camps of thought. Here's they are. Camp one, getting attention on yourself is a bad thing. So there's a bunch of people in the room right now that have that same belief that I had for so many years. Jonathan, do not be that guy. Don't pursue attention on yourself. It's bad. It's immature. Grow up. There's that belief system right now in the room. Then I would believe the minority of us are in camp two, that believe getting attention on yourself is not bad. It is, in fact, your responsibility. So that's what we're going to talk about today. How do I, Jonathan Seller, in 45 minutes move the room from camp one to camp two? That's the goal. And the reason I'm doing this is because I honestly believe if you adapt this mindset, this belief, it'll change so much about your actions, your behavior in your personal life, in your business life, and it honestly will lead to a greater life of impact, purpose, and influence. I really believe that. So for me, I've been running a digital marketing company for over 5 years, and I've sold millions of dollars of products online, getting people's attention and converting that attention and making money in the process and doing some fun stuff along the way. And so I would, for the last few years, when you have success like that, people want to know, okay, teach me your stuff, like tell me what you're doing. And so I went around and I gave talks in 2019, didn't do a lot 2020 speaking front, about becoming irresistible online. And you know what? I found it funny because I had, for a period of time, taught sales training. And I would go in, part of my job was to go in, meet with business owners and discuss their sales team, their performance, meet with their sales teams. And it was funny because as a young guy, like coming into business, I assumed every business owner wanted their business to grow. I just assumed that. But that isn't true, is it? Not everybody wants to grow their business. Some people just are really content. And so this idea of becoming irresistible just fell on deaf ears. So for me, it was about when I started in the online world, I was making videos and creating messaging frameworks. And it was all about the psychology, how do I get people's attention? Because chances are the world that you're in, you're up against competition. I mean, does anybody in the room in your business not have any competition? It's you sell one thing and only that thing. Yeah, it looks like everybody has competition. So the question is how do I stand out? How do I get the attention? Because everything begins with attention. Everything begins with attention. Attention is not a swear word. We need to talk about it. What are you doing about attention? Do you desire to be irresistible? Or why not? Are you allowed to say, I want to be irresistible? When I walk in a room, when I have a conversation, when I go into a sales call, when I meet with that CEO, I want to be irresistible, not mistaken. And I'm unapologetic about it. You say, Jonathan, I don't know if you remember that verse. It says, God opposes the proud. He gives grace to the humble. So what are you supposed to do? Well, I come across people that tend to adopt a mentality of let go and let God, right? I'm just going to let go and let God. He's going to grow my business for me. And I always look at that guy, I'm like, when you're hungry at lunchtime and you're like, I really want a sandwich, what do you do? What do you do? You just go up and get a sandwich, right? That's what you do. But yet for some reason, we do this. I've done this too. You pad yourself with the idea of well, maybe it's just not God's will. But really, I lived in that world, so I'm not yelling at you, I'm yelling at me. And I want to challenge you on that because chances are there's some opportunities in life that you used that excuse, and that's the reason why you haven't gotten to where you're going. It's a belief system. I just want to change the belief. Let's get you out of camp 1 and move you into camp 2. So what is your perspective on getting attention? Is it dirty? Is it a swear word? Or do you see it as a responsibility? I don't know about you, but I tend to begin my day, bad habit, on social media, and maybe you do too. And do you ever find people you follow online and it seems like they're all about getting attention and you just look at them and you're just like, scroll on, brother, scroll on, right? You're just like, oh my goodness, this person has never missed the opportunity for a selfie. They love themselves, right? And you just kind of scroll through. Anybody? Is it just me judging everyone online? Awesome, okay. Yeah, and I'm like, if I talk at Purpose Point and they think that's what I mean, then I haven't done a good job of clarifying what I'm talking about. So, is it possible to grow in attention, avoid being awful, and increase your impact? That's really the question. Because I don't want anybody to walk out of here and become that guy or that girl. We all know people that love the mic, they love the camera. That's not what I'm talking about. I remember when I was, I began in Christian ministry and I was doing music, and I remember recording an album, and I had these songs I had written, and I was like, I want to get it out there. I want to see, can I be like the Christian Justin Bieber, right? That's the goal. But I was like, I've got this music, I've got the songs, I've recorded it, I'm really excited about it, I kind of believe in the songs, I want to get it out there, but that tension, you're like, I have to self-promote this? I have to talk about myself, my music? And it created that tension because I was like, Jonathan, don't do it, bro. Don't do it. God opposes the proud. but he gives grace to the humble. So I almost adopted that idea of like, hey, Lord, just take the music however far you'd like it to go, and I'll just sit here and do nothing about it. Like, is that your idea? Like, for you, in your world, right now, you've got responsibility at your job. Maybe you're the business owner. Maybe you're in the marketing department. Whatever it is, what is that mentality when it comes to attention? When it comes to thinking about your level of impact? Is it something worth addressing? Because the way you believe will drive everything about you. For me, my mind was made up. Getting attention for yourself was bad. But now I live totally different. I really believe that getting attention is your responsibility. I only applied to one school when I graduated high school. And I wanted to go to this school in Chicago, paid your tuition. And all my friends heard me talk about this school so much, they were like, hey, I'm just going to apply for kicks and giggles. If I get accepted, great. Tuition free, live in Chicago, beautiful thing. Well, sure enough, we all apply at the same time. Everybody gets their letters of approval except me. I'm the only dude that gets the rejection letter. So I'm ticked, right? Because I'm like, Lord, God opposes the proud but gives grace. I was like, come on, we've played that game. Like, why aren't you blessing me, bro? Come on, let's go. It didn't work that way. Then my friend said something to me. He's like, hey, Jonathan, have you ever thought about going down and just talking to them? And I was like, you're such an idiot, bro. You can't talk to people. They made their decision. What am I going to do? He's like, you have nothing to lose. So I said, all right. So we got in a car. We drove 7 hours from Canada to Chicago. And I didn't have a speech prepared. I didn't know what I was going to do. I just knew that I had a letter and a lady's name that signed the letter. And her name was Annette Moy. And I went into the admissions office and I was like, hey, can I speak with Annette Moy? They're like, sure. Do you have an appointment? I'm like, I'm a kid. I didn't know you're supposed to call for appointments. Like, no, I don't have an appointment. And so they're like, well, let me see if she's around, unenthusiastic. Who's this guy? She comes out. I'm like, hi, my name is Jonathan Seller. Like, this is the 7-hour speech that I had prepared. Hi, Jonathan Seller. I wanted to put a face with the name on this rejection letter. Wait for it, She goes, oh, well, thank you so much for coming, but unfortunately, that's our final decision. But thank you so much for coming. Have a great day. And then she bowed out. So I gave her the bird. No, just kidding. Davin was the one that said I was blunt. I mean, come on, I'm not going to give people the bird, but I was ticked, really ticked. I had to drive home in misery. And I told my friend, I was like, this is why you don't do stuff like this. Sometimes you just got to trust God's will. Well, 2 weeks later, I get another letter from the school in my mailbox saying, Jonathan Seller, we want to invite you to become a student at our university. And I'm like, what? This is messing with my belief system. So I'm like, had I not gone to Chicago, I 100% wouldn't have went to the school of my dreams. So I'm wrestling with what about this mentality of just be a humble person and watch what God does in your life. For me, you might not believe in God, so I don't know what that system is, but for me, deal with it. That's what my mentality was. And so I'm like, wait, but maybe I should stop blaming God for all the things that don't happen in my life, because sometimes, Jonathan, the way to get ahead in life is to go after what you want. You just got to go get it. Now, it doesn't work out all the time like that. We know that. Life isn't like that. But you should exhaust your resources to go get the things that you believe is part of your calling. So attention isn't a swear word. It was my responsibility. Attention requires action. It takes massive courage to go after the things you really want in life. Think about that. The friends in your life that have kind of plateaued, and they lack courage. They got beat up so much, they just said, I'm good right here. If you're not convinced yet, so think about world changers. There's definitely one guy who has he's got the largest social following in the world. All right? The guy lived 2,000 years ago. His name is Jesus Christ. All right? I know. I feel like I'm giving a sermon. I keep using God and Jesus. Sorry. All right? Relax. But think about what he did. So he gets this clear vision of like what he wants to accomplish, right? He's super passionate about it. He waits for the right time. Scholars say he was about 30 years old, so it wasn't like he just had passion. He had studied, he knew his stuff, and then it was time to go. But instead of being a lone ranger, he knows that he's going to need a team around him. So, as the gospel writers all record, when Jesus decides to like go after what he wants, to get the attention on the mission that he wants to accomplish, what's the first thing he does? He goes out and calls his buddies, disciples, to follow him. He literally goes up to guys and says, hey, come, follow me. None of us are accusing Jesus of being cocky, being arrogant, being full of himself. No, because his mission was greater than himself, but that didn't stop him from owning the responsibility of getting the attention that he deserved. So you have to wrestle with that. All I am trying to do is poke the bear a little bit and get you to figure out, why is it you're not seeking attention on the thing that you're so passionate about? So here's like a little base camp training test for all my attention seekers. Even the thought attention seeker. My whole life, Jonathan, don't be an attention seeker. Children should be seen and not, yeah. It messes with you, right? But I truly believe if you're in the business world, you have something you're passionate about, something you truly believe in, like, man, I have a solution that fixes a problem, then I believe you should unapologetically go after attention. So these 4 questions are for you. I ask them for myself all the time because my childhood belief system creeps in, and I have to remind the child version of me, hey, that's not a proper belief. That's immature. So I say, Jonathan, do you unapologetically want attention? I ask that. Do you unapologetically want attention? If you have a purpose that far extends the self-benefits, then you have to tell the world. No one else will. The second question is why? Right? Everybody knows Simon Sinek's why. The why is everything. The why is the difference between you becoming that guy. We can tell. If it's all about you, we can tell. Why? Why do you want attention? I remember I was a young pastor at a church. I forgot, I'm in Metro Detroit. You might know it. Woodside Bible Church in Troy, Michigan. I was the music guy there. Well, I was new on staff, and I thought it would be an awesome idea, but I just wanted to check with the pastor real quick if I was allowed to wear a hat while I led the Sunday morning worship service. Now, for some of you that are outside of church world, like, you're thinking, what's the big deal? The answer is nothing's a big deal. But there's some people in the older generation that would look at that and be like, wow, so disrespectful that guy wore his hat in the sanctuary, right? And I respect everybody. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. So I'm like, I'm just going to double check with the pastor. So I go in and I'm all like humble. Hey, I just had this idea, Pastor Doug. I wondered, is it cool if like I just wear a hat on Sunday? And this is like such a good leadership move. Like all the coaches in the room, all the business coaches and stuff, you'll love the story because instead of answering my question, can I wear a hat on Sunday? He tells me like a story and he helps me self-discover the answer, which is always like the best move, right? He goes, Jonathan. So I ask a question, he answers it with a question. Such classic sales move, right? So he goes, Jonathan, do you think there'll be anyone in the room that has a hard time with the music minister wearing a hat? I was like, well, yes, but we both know, like, those people are Karens, Sorry, Karen, I get it. I had to. And he's like, okay. He says, do those people matter to you? So he asks another question, right? And I'm like, yes. Yes. He's like, Jonathan, in life, if you're given the opportunity to have this much influence or this much influence, what would you choose? I go, I want this much influence. He says, I'll see you Sunday. I'm like, that was the most epic drop the mic moment conversation I've ever had. I walked out like, I'm an idiot. I'm a young idiot, you know. Isn't that awesome? Why do you want attention? Is it all about you? Third question, what is your plan to increase your attention? So maybe you have buy-in now. What are you going to do about it? What's the plan? Dr. Phil would say to not have a plan is to have a plan, right? So we got to stop thinking about the plan as the pitch. So the difference between why I was selling millions of dollars of mattresses and I became like, I started a YouTube channel called The Mattress Guy. I was making multiple six figures in my mailbox, just making videos on mattresses. And I look back, I was like, why did my videos get the retention? Because you know YouTube, all YouTube loves is high retention views. If you give YouTube people that stay on their platform longer, they're gonna reward you. So they're gonna serve you that video when you type in mattress reviews or whatever, your videos are gonna slide to the top. That's what was happening. And I was like, why are people leaning into my videos more than the other people? You know why? Every other video in the category, people began their videos talking about the mattress. They talked about the features and benefits of the product that they were selling. You know what I began to talk about? The pain of finding a mattress. It's so hard to know what to pick. Some of us sleep on our sides. Some of us sleep on our backs. Some of us have another person sleeping in the bed with us. How do you know what to pick? You can't test it. How do these people expect us to buy a mattress online? So what's happening right now in that first 10 seconds of that video is the prospect, the person that's leaning into that video is going, this person gets me. And so when I ask a stupid, silly question like, what is your strategy? What is your plan for increased attention? That's how specific I'm getting. What are your messaging frameworks? How do you communicate to your audience? What does it sound like? Are you features and benefits selling, or do you talk about the pain points of the prospect? And then finally, what is your process for converting attention? Do you have a clear next step for your clients? Websites are notorious for being full of words, full of everything our company stands for, but there's no funnel. It doesn't lead me anywhere. And so you have to be very specific. What is the process of converting that attention? I think over the years of doing marketing for different companies, I thought about today and I was like, man, I think here's my approach for today. Most of us in the room hopefully are like, okay, Jonathan, you got me. Attention is my responsibility. All right. So now what? What do I do in my world to move me from where I am now, maybe you feel stuck today, to where you need to go? What does the messaging sound like? What does it really look like? Because guys, you know that this world, everything is going digital, right? Like if you don't have a plan and strategy for this device right here, unfortunately, you're gonna be left behind. Attention is the name of the game. Like why would Elon Musk go on SNL and not talk about Teslas? Like it's all, I think he's a marketing mastermind amongst other things, right? It's like talking about the product without talking about the product. Nike does this all the time. Have you ever seen a Nike commercial? What's the last thing they talk about? The shoes. They just show LeBron James dunking a basketball because they know psychology that people are tribal and we're always looking for people to identify with. And so for you guys in your marketing message, there's all sorts of businesses represented here. The question is like, what are the habits? What are the things that you can do to help set yourself apart so that you can go after the attention that you're responsible for? I came up with 10 things. Now, I didn't read these out of a marketing book. I don't have a degree in marketing. I don't know, but all I know is I've sold millions of dollars of stuff, like a lot of stuff for not just myself, but for a bunch of other clients. And every time I work with clients, these are the principles that I'm constantly harping on them for. So you want to dive in? Let's go. 10. Number 1, only take people to where you've been. Only take people to where you've been. So I remember I liked this cute Ukrainian girl, all right? Because Ukrainian girls are hot, all right? So I'm single, I'm allowed to say that. Just relax. So I liked this girl, and I couldn't get her attention. I couldn't get her attention. I tried to like mingle with her and like, tried to talk about how great I was, give her the resume of whatever. Like, I don't know. This is probably why I'm still single. So all the married men, I could use your advice, all right? So the only breakthrough happened, and this was like so stupid of me that I didn't bring this up sooner, but the moment I said, hey, I don't know if you knew, but I've been to the Ukraine before. She immediately responded back. We went from ghosting to texting. Eventually, she broke up with me. But anyways, that's a whole other speech. Only take people to where you've been. I was just another person. But the moment I identified and said, I've been where you've been, I had her attention. And so I was like, Jonathan, that's all marketing is. That's it. That's how you begin the conversation. Be where your prospect. Because do you ever have people that try to sell you stuff that they've never been? It'd be like me giving you marriage advice, all right? Guys, today we're going to talk 3 steps to having a healthy marriage. Now, I haven't been married, but I've read a lot of books, and I have a master's degree in the subject. We're going to talk about it. Right now, you'd be rolling your eyes, being like, oh my gosh, this guy's so dumb, right? Because he's never been where you've been in an experiential way. So I see this all the time in companies. They talk like they've been somewhere. Now, here's the thing. You might be like, well, Jonathan, I'm just starting out. Then tell your prospects you're just starting out. Document the journey. You know what I did? When I left, I was in full-time ministry. Then I left to do full-time business world, probably because the digital marketing thing started taking off. I was making more money in my mailbox, and I was like, man, this is crazy. Maybe I'm good at this stuff. And so I was figuring out purpose and like, oh, how could I leverage that and do good things, making money? And at the same time, my music tank was on E, and so I was like, I'm going to try it. Oh, well, if I fail, great. But I'm going to live my life and try some new things. So I did it. And when I was trying it, I was like, stumbling along the way. I wasn't sure exactly what I was doing, but you know what I did? You know what my social media posts were? It wasn't, hi, I'm Jonathan Seller, professional business guy, because people would be like, who's this guy? It was, hey, I'm Jonathan Seller, and I'm scared to death that I just made the dumbest decision of my life. You want to follow the journey? Because what I knew about people is we love a good car accident. We just gawk. We slow down. Look at that person's misery. Thank you, God, that's not me, right? Like, that's just us. It's our nature. We're all messed up a little bit inside, okay? And so I was like, I'm not going to tell people, hey, I'm Jonathan, and I want to tell you something about how to grow your business, blah, blah, blah. Nuh-uh. So it became about not teaching principles as much as documenting the journey. Saying, hey, guys, I just learned this really cool thing. I had no clue. But did you know in business, like when blah, 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 blah. And that began to get people's attention because I wasn't leading from a platform of I'm an expert here to tell you something. It was, I don't know anything, but I'm learning along the way, and I'm increasing my value. And people leaned into that. You document the journey. But you can only take people where you've been. I think this is what makes the story of Christianity so irresistible. It's the idea of God becoming a man, right? What an interesting story. He doesn't say, hey, I'm God, listen to me. It's, hey, God, I've become one of you. And that's probably one of the reasons the longevity of the Christian narrative throughout history and why it's still the number one leading religion. There's something about that that's irresistible. Okay, number 2. And I keep feeling like I'm preaching a sermon. I'm sorry, guys. I'll stop with some of you love it, but some of you are like, I'm an atheist, and I'm highly offended. Deal with it. Okay, so number 2, stop stating the obvious. Stop stating the obvious. You bore me when you say the expected. Have you ever heard things like, we are the number 1 in customer service? How about this one? Top realtor. Right? We've all seen it. Do any of us believe it? No, we're smart. The consumers got smart. Stop. You don't have to say the same stuff over and over. So I'm with clients, and I'm always telling them, like, the verbiage is off. Words matter. You sound like everybody else. How can we say what you're saying without saying those specific words? If I go to your website right now, am I going to find any cliche statements that are on everybody else's website? Why are you doing that? You don't have to do that. So stop stating the obvious. I bless her heart, I just sold my house. I'm closing on it tomorrow. I'm actually closing on it in the Purpose Point offices. And Davin, I don't know if you knew that, but if I need to pay rent for that, I will. But anyways, one of the things we worked out is I would do some digital marketing coaching with her. And one of the things she was doing is, she's active on Instagram, and that's great. You got to be active on Instagram. You got to be consistent in your posts. Yeah, but if you're consistently awful, like, just stop, all right? Like, it's not helping you. And so bless her heart, she was just doing what she was taught. But every post was like, hey guys, I just want to let you guys know, like, I'm doing really well in real estate, and like, I just sold another house, and like, it's just so cool. Like, I actually was voted #1 realtor, and and it was about her. Her. How great am I? How great am I? Here's my resume. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Right? And I just said, don't do that anymore. You don't have to do that. I know that's what you think marketing is, but it's not. Instead of talking about how great you are, talk about how great your prospects are. Talk about the pain points that they're experiencing. So instead of, hey, I just sold another house, it's not, I sold another house. It's, hey, I just helped another client overcome their frustration with trying to find the right house for their family. And here's what we did along the way, because I've been documenting the journey. So I've got this family, like, if I was in that game, anybody in the real estate game in this place? Any realtors? No? Okay. Forget the illustration then, because it ain't going to be helpful. So that's the second one. I know, I want to be practical in your world. Stop stating the obvious. Number 3, don't be a one-trick pony. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by this, Jonathan? Help me out. So I would, if I were you, and you're trying to build your platform and you get attention online, if you sell like life insurance and every post is life insurance, done. Scroll, because you're a one-trick pony. I got you figured out. So you have to create buckets of content. Maybe Monday is all about the thing that you do. Maybe Wednesday is about something you're learning, a story that happened in your life, a family. It doesn't always need to be about the business. Because if it becomes every post is about the business, you will become resistible. And the goal is to become irresistible. And if you become a one-trick pony, you're not becoming irresistible. So stop doing that. Create buckets of content. Like the other day, like, I bought an air fryer. Anybody own an air fryer? Do we have the air fryer gang in the house? If you don't own an air fryer, you don't even know. You just don't know. The air fryer, last night I cooked a steak and I had French fries. Now, right now, how many people have had oven-baked French fries? They're awful. And right? Is anybody like, you know what I'm craving tonight, honey? Let's make some oven-baked French fries. Oh my gosh, those are so delicious. Why are oven-baked French fries so bad? Because they're soggy, and a French fry is supposed to be crispy on the and tender on the, like me. It's not even in the notes, guys. That's just like a gift right there. Just kidding. I'm ridiculous. Anyways. Okay, so back to air fryers. So I started thinking, I'm experiencing the air fryer and learning about it, and it's amazing. It's changed your life. And you put and now I'm eating Brussels sprouts because they're crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. It's awesome. And I'm documenting the journey. And some of the people, my peers that are older, so especially the older ones, are looking at me going, Jonathan, what a moron. What an idiot. This guy's off brand, off topic. He doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm looking at my views, stats, and I'm going, why is it the air fryer stuff does way better than when I talk about what I actually do? Right? And so instead of dismissing it and thinking I'm better than talking, I am a multimillionaire, I can talk about whatever. Why are you doing that? Talk about the air fryer, because that's important. People can identify, and then you don't become a one-trick pony. So they don't know. They're always on edge. Like, what's he doing? And so I'm just saying, for your journey, believe it or not, there's a group of people that are really interested in not just what you do, but in who you are. And social media is an opportunity not just to talk about what we do, but to talk about who we are and the values we have and the things we find interesting. Post your curiosities, post your questions, lean into your audience, say, hey guys, I don't know about this. I'm looking for some help here. I'm thinking about this, but I could be wrong here. Man, people love a humble person that just leans out and says, I'm vulnerable right now. I don't know. What do you think? So you don't have to be a one-trick pony. The next one. Don't be someone you're not. When I was a kid, I wanted to be Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Does anybody remember him? Yeah. Tim Allen, Tim the Tool Man. He had 3 kids. Middle one was Jonathan Taylor Thomas, JTT for short. Every time my mom went to the grocery store, I'd say, hey, Mom, can I go to the magazine section? You know, and most boys are like looking at cars and maybe other stuff, I don't know. But I was looking at JTT, Bop magazine. Because everything I wanted to do, I just wanted to be like Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Well, I soon realized that I would never be Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I just was not that cool. And I would try to like talk like him, dress like him. I grew my hair out long like he had it. It was just a phase of my life. But then I was like, Jonathan, has that phase really gotten over, or are you still trying to do that as an adult? Are you still trying to imitate somebody that you look up to? Because here's what I truly believe. The way you are wired, your voice, your personality, is exactly what is needed to reach the people that only you can reach. That sounds like fluff, right? It sounds like, oh yeah, he's just trying to be nice. I really believe that. So the moment you give up trying to be someone else, it's the moment you're going to start walking in your lane of purpose. And you'll become fully alive. And people will lean in because they'll be like, that's the authentic version of them. So when I just said, I'm going to talk about an air fryer today because I'm excited about an air fryer, guess what? I started to get more attention because it was just being authentically me. So I'm not saying you got to post about your air fryers or whatever, but maybe you need to stop taking everything so serious. Maybe you need to think about becoming more well-rounded in your communication style. So don't be someone you're not. I tell business owners that. Like, if you're a small business, we're going to talk like we're a small business, not like we're the next Fortune 500. I remember I did sales calls. I used to be like, hey, yeah, so we've worked with companies like, AT&T and IBM, and we've worked with different sales teams. And I would use that. I would name drop at the beginning of a sales call because what I thought was happening was I was building credibility. It wasn't building credibility. It was turning people off. They were like, if he's working with the big shots, I'm just a little guy. He probably charges too much. So my friend, who was my mentor at the time, he called me out on it. He's like, why are you doing that? I was like, because I'm using these names to create credibility. He's like, you're doing the opposite. People don't care about you, and they don't care about what you've done. They care about, who do you think they care about, Jonathan? You said it. Who do they care about? Themselves. Talk about them. You'll always have an audience. You want attention? You don't have to talk about yourself. Just talk about your customer. Talk about your prospect. What is it that they really want? What is their frustration? What is their pain point? And then agitate it. And you'll become irresistible. Okay, let's keep going. Number 5, embrace vulnerability. Yeah, everybody knows Brené Brown is a rock star. And she talks about like the new courage is really just displaying your vulnerability. Whether that's on social media, whether wherever. The moment someone leans in, like our buddy who just spoke up here, Austin. Remember at the part of his speech when he's like, now I've been married for 3 years, so I mean, maybe some of the guys can help me in the room. Remember he said that? As a guy sitting in the room, did you lean in and go, oh, that's humble, that's cool? Yes, you did. Imagine him being like, I've been married 3 years, so I know a few things about marriage. And everyone that's been married over 3 years would have been like, oh yeah, what do you know, buckshot? Right? So embrace your vulnerability. This is where I'm at. All right, I got to keep going here. Number 6. These are just principles we're working with clients on. Number 6, talk about the pain before the product. We discussed that. Talk about the pain before the product. Stop taking yourself so serious. A little self-deprecating humor goes a long way. It helps your audience see themselves in you. If you're not relatable, you're not irresistible. Be at the wells. Man, I've met so many judgmental business people that think they know everything. And here's what I'm talking about. Like, the wells, what do I mean by the well? What do I mean by the well? The place where people gather, right? So in today's world, especially COVID world, we're not all gathering like this. Like, this is awesome. We all miss this. This is amazing, right? But typically we're gathering on our smartphone, on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Clubhouse, LinkedIn. These are the modern wells. There's so much judgment around these platforms. The question is like, are any of your prospects there? If the answer is yes, then stop judging them. Don't tell me you want to grow your business and you don't have a plan. I remember I had a client. He's this super rich dude, and he worked in that Southfield Tower, like the big, it was awesome. And like his office was cool, and I remember like telling him a story. I was like, bro, if there was a figurative like water cooler at your office, and I told you a bunch of prospects were literally standing around just shooting the breeze, talking about stuff, and what I picture is right now, you are in your cubicle, sitting there, and you're telling me, Jonathan, I'm working. I don't know what that's called, but that's not working. Working is leaving the cubicle and figuring out, how do I engage in the conversations on these platforms? Everything good happens when you focus in on getting attention. Attention is always a prerequisite for change, for action, for success, for impact, for influence. You've got to figure out a way to get attention. And guess what? Attention isn't bad, folks. Attention is your responsibility. All right, next one. Almost done here. Number 9, stop judging, start leveraging. What are you guys' thoughts on emojis? Like, I asked that question because it's like, who cares? I don't have any thoughts. My thought is, does it work? If it works, I want to be part of it. That's it. So I don't judge platforms. It's just data driven. And I've met so many CEOs, so many business owners that they're just, that's not for us. They dismiss it. I don't get it. And then finally, the last thing that we talk about is to create curiosity. It's the communicator's responsibility. You have to create curiosity. So if it's a post, sometimes it's a setting. If you're always doing the same post in the same setting, change the setting up. Sometimes you should begin a conversation, have something in your hand. Have a set of keys in your hand or something, and make people go, what, or an apple or something, and be talking, and the curiosity is, why do they have an apple? But you don't talk about the apple until 3/4 of the way through the post, through the video. Little tricks and trips like that. Always remain curious. Don't just give everybody the stuff up front. Those 10 things are all practical ways that you can help increase and build your attention, not just online, but in general. And so I want to reiterate the one thing that I came here to do, and that was move you from Camp 1. Camp 1 to Camp 2. Camp 1 is attention's bad. Camp 2 is attention is my responsibility. How many people believe, show of hands, that attention is your responsibility? Raise your hand. All right, cool. Because you may never be a famous person. In fact, most of us are okay with that, aren't we? I just want you to redline who you are. Redline your influence. And if you're going to do something, do it with all your might. Because the prerequisite to change is always attention. So stop treating attention like a swear word. It isn't taboo anymore. It isn't immature. Attention is not bad. Attention is your responsibility. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks, brother. One more time for Jonathan. I told Jonathan he had to top his talk in 2019, and he goes, I don't need to top anyone. I said, you're right, you just need to top yourself. And, one of the things I appreciate, like I said, he's very blunt. He's very right at you. And Jonathan, all the things, he went backstage, so he's probably, I don't know if he can come back out, but one of the things that I appreciate, I know he threw some things in there like, oh my gosh, Davin Cushing in the back room. Listen, at the end of the day, I truly believe whatever your beliefs might be, that they are tied directly to your purpose. And if you are created to be here for a reason, whatever that purpose is, if you don't engage people to let them know what it is that you are here for, you will miss that opportunity to change their life. And so, Jonathan, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to challenge us all to treat attention as our responsibility. This last speaker, Zach Mercurio, awesome talk. He can't be here with us in person. So we are actually going to Zoom him in live. He's going to be speaking to you live on the screen from the other side of the country. And he wrote the book, The Invisible Leader, which you could see at the book display, which is now at registration over the next 3 days. We would implore you to take a look at those books. You could purchase them using a QR code or go to purposepoint.com/books. They're all there. But I implore you in 5 minutes to be back here to hear our last talk of the day, Zach Mercurio, and then we'll wrap up day one. We'll see you in 5. Have we had an impactful day so far? Woo! All right. Our last speaker of the day, I had the pleasure of meeting, guess where? On LinkedIn, that's exactly right. So I told you, if you're not on LinkedIn, you're missing out. I mean, all of these relationships happen just because there's like minds around this topic. But I've gotten the pleasure to spend some time with Zach Mercurio over the last year and a half. He is an absolutely inspirational and insightful author and speaker. His book, The Invisible Leader, is at registration. You can check that out. But Zach is going to give you some thought bombs that are going to transition us nicely to tomorrow. So today was all about individual purpose. Tomorrow, we're going to go deep on organizational purpose. And we couldn't think of a better bridge speaker of anyone that we had today that can really bring those two things together than Zach. So we have Zach live with us. There he is. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Zach Mercurio.
Thanks, Davin. Thanks, everybody. It is amazing to see you there. I wish I was there. I wish I was there because there's 4 inches of snow right now on the ground. I'm looking out my window right now in Colorado, and there's 4 inches of snow, but there's no place I'd rather be than with you here today. And you have been exploring all day individual purpose and how to awaken it and how to uncover it, how to uncover your contribution. And right now, I'm going to take us a step back, and I want to talk about what I think has to come before purpose, which is mattering. I've had the opportunity in my career over the last 10 years to work with thousands of people on what makes life and work meaningful, from window washers and factory workers to social entrepreneurs and CEOs, on what creates the sustained experience of purpose in everyday life. And there's one thing that we find is in common with all of them, and that it's people who experience high levels of purpose and high levels of meaningfulness all experience repeated moments of mattering. That is, they experience others showing them how their uniqueness is valued. Now, so think about all you've learned about purpose today, right? And if purpose is your contribution, then to discover and uncover that purpose, you first need to believe that you have something to contribute. If we want other people, look to your left, look to your right, around you, to contribute in their own unique way, they first have to believe they have something to contribute. If we want people to soar with their strengths and use their strengths, people first have to believe that they have strengths that are worth contributing. And what we know from the motivation research is that it's incredibly easy for nothing to matter to a human being who doesn't believe that they matter. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today, almost the prerequisite for experiencing purpose, which is believing that we matter. And as Davin mentioned, I'm the bridge speaker. I kind of like that, being a bridge, because mattering is key to creating communities where purpose is unlocked. And so let's dive in to what mattering is. And when we think about mattering, mattering is the belief that we are a significant part of the world around us. And it's a belief that arises when we both know we are valued by others and we know exactly how we add value to others. We know we are valued by others and we know exactly how we add value to others. Now, it seems like common sense, right? And every time I do a talk or do a workshop on mattering, inevitably someone is like, Zach, this is common sense. But the problem with common sense, as Stephen Covey once said, is that it's not common practice. And unfortunately, mattering is not common practice. A recent survey found that over 67% of American workers feel unacknowledged in work. 43% of American workers, in a sample of over 3,000 workers in diverse occupations, say they experience invisibility at work, that they're not even seen. And if you have a student or work with a young person who's in school, a recent piece of research came out. They studied 66,000 people, kids, from ages 6th grade through 12th grade. And they asked them, if you were absent, do you think your teacher would notice if you were gone? Over 55% of the students said that they didn't think they would be noticed if they were gone. Mattering, creating environments where people feel noticed, they feel seen, they feel affirmed, and they feel needed is not common practice. But today, as a result of this bridge session at the end of the day, we're going to together commit to some simple foundational practices to create mattering, to make sure that every human being that interacts with you knows that they matter and exactly how they matter so that they can uncover their own unique purpose. And right now, mattering is an imperative. What we know is that after every major financial or social disruption in history, an existential crisis and feelings of worthlessness and insignificance follow. And almost every time, these are unaddressed by our modern organizations. In the Second Industrial Revolution, sociologist Emile Durkheim did an enduring study of suicides. And what he found was that as jobs were becoming automated, it wasn't the loss of income from the job that was causing the mental health distress. What he found was it was the loss of the ability to contribute to society, to feel like we're worth something, to feel like we have a use and usefulness. In the Great Recession, we found that after the Great Recession, visits to mental health facilities were 4 times higher after the Great Recession for people who kept their jobs, because that feeling of job insecurity created a forethought of feelings of worthlessness and uselessness or meaninglessness. When we look at the Great Depression, we find that experiences of a loss of identity, a loss of contribution to society, was almost as damaging as the loss of the job itself. And now here we are, right? We're all gathered here at the precipice of a next generation of who we're going to become in terms of a society of leaders and communities and organizations. And what we have now is we have a COVID pandemic that has revealed an increased reflection on the quality of our jobs and our lives. Research out of the United Kingdom finds that people are reflecting more than ever on the why of their lives and the quality of their lives. We know that frontline workers, all of the people, a lot of the people who actually made the event you're at right now possible, have been told by governments that they're essential. And now they're coming back into work and they're saying, do I feel essential through policy, through pay, through how I'm treated? There's not only job insecurity, but add into that health insecurity right now. You have the unemployed who are returning to work. The most pervasive mental health challenge for unemployed people is feelings of what? Anti-mattering, meaninglessness, worthlessness. And then you have rising social injustice taking its rightful place in the center narrative. And it all comes together for this moment where I think that we're seeing a collective meaning deficit, where people are going to be coming back into our organizations, people are going to be coming back into work, And there's going to be feelings of uselessness, worthlessness, and insignificance. And the place where people spend over 30% of their waking lives is a key place to fill this meaning deficit. But we can do this all around us. And the key, I think, and research shows, is creating communities and moments of mattering. Creating moments of mattering to answer to this meaning deficit, to this existential confusion that we're in right now. And I believe that the ability to create repeated moments of mattering is going to be the key leadership skill for the next century and beyond. And when we think about mattering, we have to think about work, because work comprises the third of our lives that we're not sleeping for. And so how we make meaning in work is inevitably how we make meaning in life. And Studs Terkel, in his interview of gravediggers to CEOs to accountants, found one similarity in people of what work means to people. And he said this, he said, work is about a search for daily meaning as well as daily bread, for recognition as well as cash, for astonishment rather than torpor. In short, for a sort of life rather than a Monday through Friday sort of dying. The place where people spend over a third of their lives is a key place that we must create communities of mattering. Why? Because those people go home. They have friends, they have families, they vote, they buy things. And when people feel like they don't matter, anti-mattering follows, despair follows, and often we see acts of desperation. So what I'm going to be talking about right now takes place within the work context, but it's a life context. It's our whole social circle. Does everybody know that they're an irreplaceable human being with a life as vivid and complex as your own? And when we look at this research in the workplace, we find that over 80% of workers in almost every occupation find that experiencing meaning and meaningfulness is a daily top priority. And it's not surprising, right? What would you do to feel significant? What would you give up to feel significant? Feeling significant, feeling a sense of mattering is not a generational need. It's a primal human desire. We're wired for it. So how do we do this? Mattering helps to create meaningfulness. And meaningfulness, we know, is a necessary predictor of things like engagement, motivation, and satisfaction. Now, when all of those three things are happening, research finds we get fulfillment. But oftentimes what we do in organizations and what we do in our lives is we try to get motivation, we try to get engagement, we try to get satisfaction, we try to measure those things. And the problem is that all of those things are lagging indicators. Engagement is a lagging indicator of something that already happened. We know the number one predictor of engagement is what? Psychological meaningfulness. We know the number one predictor of motivation is psychological meaningfulness. The number one predictor of job satisfaction is psychological meaningfulness. All of those things come together for fulfillment. So the next generation leaders and the next generation organizations that create mattering consistently are focusing on the leading indicator of engagement, which is meaningfulness. I feel positive, I feel significant, and I feel purposeful. And we know that's most predicted by experiences of mattering. It's hard to feel engaged in something when you don't feel like you matter. It's hard to have energy for something when you don't feel like it matters. And it's hard to feel satisfied when you don't feel like you have gifts that are worthy of contributing. And so that's where we're starting today. And I wanted to give you that picture of where this fits in to what I see as the future of leadership. But right now, I want you to take a moment, our first moment of active reflection. And I want you to think back to the first moment in your life or work when you believed that you mattered. Describe the moment in your mind, the first moment in your life. And if life is too big for you right now at 4:00 Michigan time to think that far back, that's okay. Think about work. Maybe that's more relevant to you. But think about that time when you first believed that you mattered. What was happening? Who was around? What was going on? What was said? What did it feel like? Just think about that. Bring the person to mind that made you feel like you mattered. And chances are just thinking about that person right now is causing you to crack a little smile, or there was some sort of emotional weight attached to that moment. It could be a parent who always told you you could do whatever you wanted to do. It could be a high school guidance counselor who believed in you. It could be someone who just looked at you on the sidewalk and asked you how you're doing. But oftentimes what we find is there are three commonalities with those moments. So after, as you go off into networking tonight, ask people what they thought about in this session, what that moment was. You talk about an in-depth networking question instead of, hey, what do you do? Hey, when's the first experience in your life when you felt like you mattered? That's a good way to break the ice. And think about those elements. And what you'll find, and what we find in the research, is there are three things that create a moment of mattering. And I call it the NAN model. And I like NAN because in computer coding language, when you're coding data, it means not a number. So it's easy to remember and attach to mattering. The first is noticed. So you probably felt seen. Someone paid attention to you. Maybe they remembered a personal detail about you. Maybe they checked in on that personal detail. You know those people who after 6 months, you've emailed them 6 months ago, you say, hey, how's it going? And they say, hey, how's that project you were working on? And all of a sudden you feel seen, right? Or that person who notices a strength that you have and names it. A person that remembers unique things about you and your life. That's being noticed. Or those moments probably had some sort of affirmation in common where someone said, hey, you have a strength and your strength is valuable. You have unique gifts. You make a difference. That's being affirmed. And someone showed you that you're needed. They showed you that you and your ideas and that your voice, you are indispensable. That you are absolutely irreplaceable as a human being. When these three things are happening, this is when the magic of mattering happens. Noticed, affirmed, and needed. Now today, we're going to go over some skills and practices that you can enact in each of these areas to create repeated moments of mattering. Now remember, you may think this is common sense, but as I mentioned, it's not always common practice. And here's the power of mattering. Mattering is one of the most powerful psychological constructs because we have the power to do it for others. It's one of the most powerful psychological concepts out there, the most powerful forces that we can create for other people. And here's how it works. When I believe that I matter, because of other people showing me that I matter, we create this reinforcing loop. So I believe that I matter. I get the evidence of my mattering, of my meaning. It reinforces my belief that I matter. And this is how we create cycles and upward spirals of communities of mattering. Now, what we find and what I find in my research is that just knowing that you matter and believing it is not enough without the consistent evidence of your own significance. And that's where purpose becomes a community effort and an organizational effort. How do we create communities that give people the evidence of their significance? Let me show you what this looks like in action. This is Ellen. She is a janitor at Colorado State University. She was in a study I did on how janitors and people in frontline work experience meaningfulness and purpose. Now, Ellen did not want to be a janitor. She told me that was the last thing she wanted to do. She was near homelessness, just needed a job for a paycheck, saw a job posting, got the job as a janitor. And she said that during her first week on the job, she continuously doubted herself over and over again. Why am I here? What is my worth? And that was when, she tells me, 30 years ago, in her first week on the job, a supervisor pulled her aside and said, hey, I see you struggling. And I just want to define something for you. And he pulls out a dictionary and he defines the word custodian for her as a person responsible for looking after something, looking after a space and all the people in it. And she said that that 1 minute conversation was the first time in her life where someone showed her that she had real responsibility. She says it completely shifted her belief system about herself. Now, if you look at Ellen here, I want you to notice one thing. You'll see all the hats on Ellen's lap. She crochets hats because she is a janitor in a university dormitory where all the students stay. And every winter, she crochets hats for every single student in her dormitory. And I asked her why, and she said, Zach, because I'm responsible for them. And when I go to my car in the winter, I want to be able to see them wearing my hat so I can be reminded of why my job exists. I asked Ellen, I said, Ellen, what's the most meaningful part of your job? And she said, well, Zach, the most meaningful part of my job is actually the most miserable. It's cleaning the bathrooms on Monday morning after a weekend in the dormitory. Imagine that. And she said, it's the most meaningful part of my job. And I said, why? She goes, because every time I go in to clean the bathroom, before my cloth even hits that toilet seat, I say to myself, I'm cleaning this so that these kids don't get sick. I'm cleaning this so that I can be responsible for these kids. Here's what we find. People who experience high levels of meaningfulness have that so that mentality. They can connect a seemingly discrete and sometimes not pleasurable task to its ultimate outcome. And let me tell you, purpose is not pleasurable all the time. Purpose is not what you do, it's the impact you make through what you do. That's so that mentality. But the second thing to notice about Ellen, where did she learn that belief? She learned it by a supervisor taking 1 minute to show her she had responsibility. Ellen is one of the most sought after janitors at Colorado State University where I teach. People fight over her because she's amazing at what she does. That's the power of mattering. 1 moment of mattering can completely alter the trajectories of someone's life, their self-beliefs, and can create the conditions for someone to believe that they have purpose. And what we know in the research is that repeated moments of mattering increase a sense of self-worth, increase motivation, increase serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin. These are the neurotransmitters that control for mood, for movement, for motivation. We know in studying mattering amongst adolescents that one of the key predictors of lower depression is regular moments of mattering in school, in work, and in families. Do people feel seen? Do they feel affirmed? And do they feel needed? We know it lowers anxiety. We know it lowers stress. Repeated moments of mattering. And let me give you an example of how powerful knowing that you're needed is. Harvard scientist Ellen Langer did a really powerful study, and she studied nursing home residents. And what she did is for one group of nursing home residents, all she did was give them a plant, and she said, hey, you are responsible for keeping this plant alive. The other group, which was the control group in the study, she didn't give them anything. She controlled for genetic predisposition, genetic risk factors, early mortality risk factors, comorbidities. And what she found was remarkable. After 18 months in this controlled experimental study, she found that twice as many residents who were tasked with keeping the plant alive were alive after 18 months than the control group. That sense of having a responsibility, of knowing that I'm needed, that something, even a plant, helped optimize health outcomes. Studies like this have been replicated that found when people have that bigger sense of responsibility, that purpose, when they matter to someone else or something else, it's incredibly powerful. And just as powerful as mattering is, equally as powerful is the experience of anti-mattering. Now, there was a group of window washers that I was asked to work with. And the supervisor said to me, Zach, you got to go motivate those people. This is how my engagements in organizations usually start. Someone says, Zach, go fix them. They're not motivated. And so I go into this group, and all I asked was, I said, hey, if you could improve anything here, what would you improve? And these people like shot up. They were so excited to talk. It's amazing what happens when you value another human being's wisdom. And one woman in the front said, Zach, I've been coming here for 9 years. And the first thing I do every day when I come in is I clean the bottom floor windows of this building in this industrial complex that we're responsible for. But every afternoon at 3 p.m., the sprinkler system comes on. And the sprinklers are aimed towards the windows, and they splash the windows. And so the next day, I get up and I come in and I have to do something that I know is futile and preventable, and I have to clean those watermarks off the windows. She said, in my second year on the job, I went to my supervisor and I said, hey, is there anything that we can do about the sprinkler? And they said, no, it's the sprinkler people's problem. Every day she comes in and does something. Her voice isn't heard. She experiences futility, and a sense of futility is the enemy of mattering. And every day she felt that, and she said it raked on her. And then another guy spoke up and she said, yeah, Zach, the administrators, the managers were ordering vacuum cleaners for our maintenance division. And I do some work on our maintenance division as well. And I asked them if I could give them some feedback on the vacuums. And they said, no, it's okay. We got it taken care of. And he said that when they got the vacuums, they were too wide. They wouldn't fit through the doors. And he said, that's what I wanted to tell them. Was this a motivation problem? No. This was a mattering problem. And here's what people told me in my interviews of what anti-mattering feels like. That woman I mentioned, she said it really rakes on me and makes me feel worthless as a person. Why do I bother? The second is it feels completely pointless. I feel pointless as a person. Experiences of anti-mattering rake on people. And you may be sitting here thinking, I'm at the Purpose Summit. We don't do that in my organizations. You have a sprinkler problem. I guarantee there's some small thing that's creating a moment of anti-mattering. And when you become a mattering leader, you can pinpoint those things that may create that sense of futility. And here's what we know. When someone doesn't believe that they matter, it's easy for nothing to matter. Mattering, though, what's great about all of this is it's a leadership skill. It's a fundamental skill. I grew up in Rhode Island, and my dad was a big Patriots fan, and he would always take me to training camps. And I'd be so excited because guess who I wanted to see at the training camps? I always wanted to see the quarterbacks, right? Because the star quarterbacks, you see them in the game, they're doing amazing things. But I was really upset because every time I'd go to training camp, the quarterback was the most boring position to watch. All they would do over and over again is the same little footwork drills. It didn't even look like they were doing anything. They do this like over and over, like this, like exactly what I'm doing right now for 3 hours. It was so boring. Great leadership is boring. And what I mean by that is that these amazing athletes were amazing because they practiced the fundamentals every day. Creating mattering is a fundamental practice. Noticing people, affirming people, needing people. These are the fundamentals. And great leaders practice the fundamentals of being human every single day. It's not flashy, but it's what leaves a legacy. So how do we do that? First, let's dive into some tools around noticing others. So noticing others is making eye contact, taking an interest, remembering personal details, and making sure we're checking in with people. There was a 5-year-old boy who grew up in Brooklyn, and he was the son of a single mother. And his mother had to work every single day. And he would go to the Brooklyn Library every single day, and he would take with him his prized possession. Now, his prized possession was a deck of trading cards, of cards, a deck of cards. And he'd bring this deck of cards to the library, and he'd shuffle it. And he said he loved having a deck of cards because it could made him feel like he had something. And 2 weeks, day after day, after going to the library, he came back one day, and the librarian came up to him and said, "Hey, I noticed you with that deck of cards, and we just got a book in about doing card tricks. Would you like to have it?" And the librarian gave him this book of card tricks, and he said he learned a card trick that day. His mom picked him up from work. He showed her the card trick, and he was blown away by her response. And he recounted this all on the Joe Rogan podcast years later, because that next week, the librarian brought him a Houdini book. And that Houdini book was all about doing tricks and magic, and he was addicted. That person, that 5-year-old boy, is the illusionist, the magician, David Blaine. And what he said in that Joe Rogan podcast is he said that that one librarian taking an interest in him when he was 5 is responsible for where he is today. Now think about what that librarian did, right? She noticed him. She thought about him when she wasn't even seeing him. And then she thought to do an action, to take action on what she remembered about him. How many thousands and thousands of people did a librarian at the Brooklyn Library, how many thousands of people did she see every day? But she remembered him. She noticed him. The power of one moment of noticing somebody can change the trajectory of people's lives. It can also galvanize teams. This is Ernest Shackleton's crew in 1915. Shackleton's ship, the Endurance, was marooned on a block of ice off of Antarctica. And one of the last things, if you're a leader, right, one of the first things to do if this happens is, how do we survive? What are we going to do to get through this? His reaction was, who needs me right now to get through this? And when we look at the diaries of all of his crew members, one of the most remarkable things that we found is they all wrote that he had gone up to each of them and asked about their kids' birthdays, the holidays that they cared about, all of these personal details. And what he would do is he would go around daily, weekly, and check in on them, check in on how they're feeling. He would talk to the scientists about their science, the astronomers about their stars, the navigators about the navigation, the people who are mopping the decks about mopping the decks. But more importantly, when it was a holiday that one of his crew members wanted to celebrate, he would actually get the stores of food out and create meals for people to celebrate each person's holiday, right? And they said, we felt like he knew us. And when Shackleton went away for almost 5 months to get help and left them on Elephant Island, he came back, and one of the first things he did was not say, hey, I'm here to save you, look at me. He started connecting with each one of them and connecting and checking in on how each one of them was doing. When people sense that they matter to us, they'll do anything, even survive together. And this was the only expedition during that time where all of the crew members came back. So how do we do this? How do we put this into practice? Well, one of the first things we can do is make eye contact with people. I wish I could do that with you directly here right now, but make eye contact with people. See people, look at them, bring your head up and show people that you're interested in them. But the second thing is asking about, remembering, and checking in on others' personal details. And you may think, again, this is common sense. So let me give you an example. I was working with a big distribution center, and there was they had a big engagement and turnover issue. And there was a lot of teams that had really low morale. But there was this one team that was always fired up. And they would say things about their supervisor, like, she just gets us. She always has our back. We do anything for her. And I'm like, how does she do this? How does this woman do this? And so I went in and I asked her, I was like, how do you create this morale? What do you do? What are you doing differently? And she said, Zach, I'm a taskmaster. I'm a numbers person. I love looking at the efficiency of the numbers. And she goes, I realized that didn't motivate people. So she said that about 3 years ago, and she took out this moleskin notebook, this ratty notebook, and she said, I would check in, I would overhear people having conversations with each other, and I would write down little notes to myself about what they were saying about their personal life. So if they were talking about their hobbies, if they were talking about whether their family members were sick, if they were talking about their kids, I would write down little notes. And she said, every week I went in to work, and before I met with each of them, I would look at those notes I wrote down and I would check in with each person about their individual details. How's your dad doing in the hospital? How's that new hobby you're learning? And she said that once she started doing that, her team changed. Again, she wasn't just a natural relational leader. That notebook, it was a deliberate practice. So ask about, remember, and check in on others' personal details. One of the best questions to ask yourself is, what don't I know about the people around me? What don't I know about the people on my team? And it's an incredibly powerful and convicting question to ask. I remember I was doing a session on mattering at the beginning of the pandemic, and I remember seeing my neighbor. Actually, I can see out my front office. I remember seeing him around there, and I had moved into my house about a year prior. And I realized that I knew he was retired, but I had never asked him what he did before he was retired. For the 45 years before I lived 100 feet from him, I didn't ask what he did. It is so powerful how easy it is to forget to create mattering for other people. Your UPS driver, your FedEx driver, do you know their last name? Do you know if they have kids? Do you know their ambitions, their dreams? That executive assistant, do you know their kids' names? Do you know what sports they like? Do you know what vacation they want to have planned? Do you know what their dream career is? How about that team member you've been working with for 10, 11, 15 years? Do you know what they struggle with? And some people ask me, well, Zach, I know people on my team. You can know someone but not notice them. I know people who have a best friend, but they can't notice when that best friend is struggling. I know people that have known people for 15 years, but the act of noticing someone's change in their life is a practice. It's a skill. Noticing others' moods, inquiring and offering to do something to help. A lot of people say, I have a lot of empathy. And I want to take it a step further and move towards compassion, which is empathy plus action. If you notice someone's mood, do you offer an action to help? You know, oftentimes we go around, how's everybody doing? And people are like, oh, it's the pandemic, you know, just trying to get through. How many times do you offer an action to help? That's noticing. And appreciate people's small, everyday acts. Honor people's presence. So here's another active reflection for you. And if you're virtually, you can put your ideas in the chat. I want you to just in your mind, make a list of people that you see or talk with daily. And who do you need to notice more? And what's one action you'll take to help them feel noticed? I recently realized that my kid, who is 6 years old, he loves his tablet. It's always like, Dad, when can I watch my tablet? And I realized I would be like, we're not watching the tablet today. Or when he's on his tablet, I'd say, get off your tablet, you know, come to the dinner table. And then I started reviewing my research on noticing. And instead of doing that, I would just come sit next to him and I would say, hey, what are you watching? What do you like about it? What do you love about this? And let me tell you what happens. He takes the tablet starts slowly going down, and he starts talking with me. He wanted to feel seen. Even at 6 years old, he felt noticed. Who do you need to take an interest in? Is it your spouse who walks to get coffee? You go by each other in the morning and you don't ask, how are you feeling today? What are you thinking about? What has your attention? One of the most powerful ways to do this is to do more authentic check-ins before you jump into the, hey, how are you doing today questions. Ask other questions like, what is your attention right now? What kind of day have you had so far? How would you describe your energy right now? How are you feeling? How are you doing? Just this shift, right? If you can create a little space to cultivate ways of being with one another, it can crack open that relationship. And you can do this with anybody. Another one that I like to do is just a general check-in. It's a green, yellow, red check-in. Comes from the Reboot Institute with a good friend, Jerry Colonna. And you go around and you just say, how are you doing? You know, rate your mood, green, yellow, red. And you just have people rate their moods. And what you find is that if you're in a group of people and you have people go around and people say, I'm red, what you do is you compel empathy. Imagine being in a small group meeting and then all of a sudden someone says, I'm a red. And then the group just leaving and saying, oh, Susan's a red. You know, I'll just go to my next meeting. No, we're compelled to then ask, how are you doing? And it's a really powerful way to take a pulse and get a sense and give people the opportunity to be before you do with one another. And let me give you an example of how noticing affected my life. This is my now 3-year-old. So this is not when he was 3, but this is Jackson. He was born with an incredibly rare condition called blepharophimosis epicanthus inversus syndrome, BPES. It affects about 1 in 50,000 people. He was born without eyelid muscles, and his eye openings are much narrower and smaller than most kids. He opens his eyes by connecting his eyelid to his eyebrow muscle. It's pretty amazing. Kids are amazing. Humans are amazing. But I experienced a lot of anti-mattering for Jackson because we would take him to playgrounds and kids would look at him and say, "Why are your eyes so small? Why are you so weird? Your eyes are really weird." The kids would come up to us as parents and be like, "Why are his eyes so weird?" And I felt that, right? I felt that anti-mattering for him as he was growing up because I knew he couldn't feel it himself. He didn't know what was going on. Some people would say, "Why is your baby so sleepy? What's wrong?" And then I remember we went down to Denver Children's Hospital. And in Denver Children's Hospital, we went down to his first surgery appointment. And as parents, we were freaked out. But I remember these 2 volunteers. They got up from behind their desk. They didn't even look at us. They got down on their knees, got to Jackson's eye levels, and said, "You are the cutest thing. We are so glad that you're here." In an instant, you could see a 2-year-old relax. For the first time, he didn't need us to hold him. He could just bumble around on the floor. I remember he went up to the volunteer and grabbed his leg. He's a really shy, introverted kid, I swear. But that moment of mattering, of being seen, was profound. When we notice people, it changes everything. The second piece of mattering is affirming others. Affirming is showing people how their unique gifts make a difference. And this is key, right? 40% of people feel they are undervalued in work. So the skill of affirming people is important. And one of the best ways to do this is to make sure people know how their unique strengths make a human impact. Real affirmation is showing someone how their uniqueness makes a difference. I've heard a lot about the individual aspects of purpose today, and it's where your strengths, your uniqueness, your unique strengths make a particular impact, that intersection. People who create mattering show people how their uniqueness makes a difference. And one of the best practices is through what I call high impact storytelling. Telling people and showing people the human beings that they impact. I tell this story every time I do a talk. So if you've heard me do a talk before and you're like, he's going to tell the MRI story, it's one of the coolest stories I have, so I have to tell it. But I was going into a distribution center, a ballroom, and there was these distribution center managers. Now they distribute very small widgets that go into a medical device manufacturer and fabricator that then fabricates MRI machines and distributes them. They're like 4 steps removed from an end user. I do a lot of work with factory workers on meaningfulness. Now I go in and this group was like, okay, who's this purpose guy? I could tell they were not happy to be there. One guy even said, oh my gosh, I hope this guy's not boring. I mean, as speakers, we can also hear what you're saying, but I go in and that's how bad it was. That's how bad the room was. And so I just stopped the session. I said, "Why are you here?" And this one woman started crying in the front. And I'm like, oh no, I screwed this up. And she started crying and she raised her hand and she goes, "No one's ever asked me that before. I've been here for 13 years. No one's ever asked me why I'm here apart from what I do or what I get for what I do." And then she started crying more. And I was like, wow, I really messed this up. She goes, "I'm realizing why my job has existed for the first time right now, right here." She said, "I was diagnosed with an early stage cancer. Last month, I was in an MRI machine. I looked up at the MRI machine and I remember seeing a logo I see on the boxes imprinted in our distribution center." And she goes, "I remember seeing that logo on all of the boxes, all of the discarded boxes." And she said this verbatim to her group of peers. She said, "I'm realizing right now that my job has existed to save my own life." You talk about an antidote to employee disengagement. That room changed, right? That story of mattering, that what you're doing, regardless of what it is, inevitably impacts another human being, changed everything. That group, they stayed for 3 hours that day and they brainstormed how they could bring those stories down to the people that are packing boxes in the distribution centers. And we started bringing in a customer story for every safety meeting that they had. Where, when, and how might you better be able to show people the human impact they have through a story? This is Dr. Turner. He's a radiologist in Israel. He did a study on what knowing our human impact does for us. He looked at radiologists who work from home, and he sent 2 groups of scans out. One group of scans he sent to a group of radiologists, and he had them interpret the scans, send them back. The other set of scans he sent to a group of radiologists, had them interpret the scans and send them back. One group, he did something different. He put the headshot of a patient on the scan, and he was measuring what their output would be. Unbelievably, the radiologist that saw the headshot of the patient on the scan ended up writing 20% longer interpretive findings and finding 15% more incidental findings that would be important for the patient's future prognosis. Do you know that whole adage, when you put a face to the name? When you show somebody how their uniqueness makes a difference on another human being, you create mattering. This is a group of commercial plumbing contractors I worked with. It's a very well-known group, international group of plumbing contractors. I go in, and here they are sitting there. I took a picture of when I was about to go in. This is after a 14-hour plumbing shift. Here comes the mattering and purpose guy, Zach, right, into their warehouse area. And I come into the front, and I could just see them. And they were literally talking to each other like, oh, gosh, what are we doing here? Why are we here? Can we go home? Where's the food? And I go up, and all I did was show them this picture. There's my 6-year-old stuffing his face with a donut. There's a good picture to end your day, pure joy on a 6-year-old's face. But the reason why I showed them that is I said, what do you see happening here? One guy was like, your kid likes donuts. And I was like, yeah, thanks. Good observation. But what you know, what you're about to know, is that if you look behind him, that area is called the Plaza, the Exchange. It's a plaza in Fort Collins, Colorado, the city I live in. This company actually did the plumbing infrastructure for that project. My kid is eating a donut at his favorite donut shop, which occupies one of the buildings in that plaza in Fort Collins. And so I showed them this and I said, no, look closer. What do you see here? And they looked, and then all of a sudden they started shuffling. And one of the plumbers raised his hand and said, that's the Exchange. And they all shot up. Nonverbals changed. They said, we work on that project. We did that. And I said, yes, you make every day, every Saturday, not every day, that would be bad. You make this possible. A plumber came up to me after and said, I've been a plumber for 30 years. I've never thought about the human beings who use the buildings I plumb for. When you create mattering, people change. One way to do this is not just through stories, but through affirmation. Over the next couple days, you're going to say thank you to somebody. One of the best habits you can develop is right before you say thank you, make sure you commit to not just saying thank you or good job, but you actually tell them exactly how they made a difference for you in your life or your day. One of my favorite frameworks to use is called the SBI model. So anytime you're going to give feedback or affirmation or say thank you, that you show them exactly the situation where whatever you're thanking them for happened. So for example, at the beginning of this session, when Davin got up, he had got up on stage to introduce me. That's the situation. And when you describe the situation, you remind people that you're noticing them. So you remind people that you saw them doing something. And it's not like just, hey, thank you. I get a lot of people in manufacturing that say, Zach, we're good. I walk the line. I go, what do you do when you walk the line? I say, hey, that doesn't really do anything. Notice people. So when and where did it happen? What was the behavior? So Davin had open body language and he smiled and he introduced me, right? So show them their unique strengths, open body language, that smile, right? That energy. And then finally, show people the impact that it had on them. So name their strengths, name their behavior, show them the impact. It made me feel really relaxed, and it set the stage to be able to create moments of mattering for you all to go create for everyone else. So situation, behavior, impact. If there's one thing you can commit to for the rest of the year, is don't say thank you without showing someone the difference that they make. Don't say good job without showing them exactly how their strengths make a difference. Because what you're doing is you're fueling their understanding of their purpose, where their strengths make a difference. You're giving them the opportunity, the foundation of mattering to do that. And we can do this in jobs too. Make sure that before you ever give a job, or before you ever give a task, or you evaluate a task, you're focusing on three things, right? Significance, I know how this task benefits others. Make sure that your job descriptions, right? You show people the human problem that their tasks exist to solve. Make sure you show them what their task makes possible. So what is the bigger product? What is the bigger process? What's the bigger project? And then remind them how they can use their strengths to do it. Significance, identity, and strengths. This is a really powerful model to use. Anytime you delegate a task to anybody, even if it's your kid and you want them to do chores, don't just say, hey, I'm the dad, go take the trash cans out, right? Have you ever been really fired up to do something because someone told you you had to do it? No, instead say, hey, that would really help me be able to get dinner ready if you put the trash cans out. And you know what, by you doing that, we're not gonna have to do that tomorrow morning. And it shows me that you're a helpful kid. Significance, identity, strengths. You can use it in delegating a task, performance evaluations, onboarding. Before you show someone what to do or how to do it, make sure you show them why it matters. It's called meaningful job design. Are these three components present for you? And then finally, ask more meaningful questions. We tend to ask a lot of anti-mattering questions. What do you want to do with your life? It's a pretty bad question. All you're ever going to get is a linear checklist of things to do. Your possibilities actually narrow as you get more specialized. Instead, maybe we can ask people, what do you want your life to do for others? Because you're implying that they're important now. Oftentimes, the way our educational systems and organizations are set up, we have people live in an if-then argument. If you get to the weekend, then you'll be rested. If you get this job title, then you'll be successful. If you get this degree, graduate degree, then you'll be able to make an impact. But this shows people that they matter now. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? What kind of impact do you want to have made 5 years from now? What's your ideal job? What problems do you want to solve with your strengths? Take a look at the questions you ask. Your kids, the people around you, your teams, your recruits, the people you're hiring, and ask yourself, do I ask questions that reaffirm that that human being is irreplaceable and they matter right now? Or do I ask questions that show people that their worth is only dependent on what they do in the future for me? Because either way, you undercut mattering. So, asking better questions, storytelling, story collecting, naming people's strengths, and one of the most powerful things to actually name and know people's strengths and use the language of their strengths regularly. Show people how their strengths make a difference. Show them the impact they have on another human being. Show people how exactly what they do, what it makes possible. Don't just show people that they matter. Show them exactly how they matter. That's the leadership skill. Anybody can tell someone that they matter. Purposeful leaders show people how they matter and ask more meaningful questions of people. So I want to end with this last component here, which is making sure everybody feels needed and feels essential. And this is showing people that they're relied on and they're indispensable. In one of the most difficult studies to read, Gordon Flett, he's a psychologist, he recaps a study on the journal entries of people who were thinking about harming themselves or hurting themselves. And he found that there are two lines that come up in almost every journal entry. Nobody would miss me if I was gone, and no one cares about me. The feeling of dispensability, of replaceability, of not being relied on by anybody. And this is why this final component of feeling needed is important. And to transition into tomorrow, one of the best ways that you can show people that they're needed, that they're indispensable, is to show them exactly how, if they weren't there, you would not be able to deliver your bigger purpose. Most of you have probably heard the NASA story, right? Where JFK was going down to give a speech at NASA to launch the Apollo missions. He thought he was going into a green room to prep for this speech. It ended up he was going into a mop closet, and he went up to a janitor and said, "Hey, what do you do here?" Janitor very calmly got up and said, "Oh, Mr. President, I'm putting a person on the moon." Then went back to his work very calmly. Andrew Carton at the Wharton School did an archival study of NASA. That whole "I'm putting a person on the moon" belief didn't happen by accident. NASA at the time had over 300,000 contracted employees across the country working on an initiative to put a person on the moon by the end of the decade that almost none of them would actually be around to see happen. Talk about a management challenge. But what Carton found was that on the blackboards around NASA, everybody had a ladder to the moon. They had this big purpose, but then they had these objectives that all laddered down to the specific task they were working on that week. So the specific task, the specific job, all of a sudden you could see the tangible, measurable objective that that task made possible. All of a sudden you could see the tangible, measurable, higher order objective that that objective made possible. And they were able to clearly show people how their work was indispensable to delivering this bigger purpose. It's great to have an aspirational purpose, but it doesn't do anything unless people experience it every day. And when people feel like they matter, they can visibly see and know exactly how what they do is indispensable to this ladder. And laddering is not just a skill, it's a mindset. How can you connect people's everyday work, everyday inputs, whether it's at home, around you, to what they make possible? And one of the best things that's come out of this pandemic has been that we have a lot more essential thinkers around. We're realizing all of these people who are irreplaceable and indispensable to making our lives possible. But I want to take that essential term away from the government, and I want to reclaim it as our own and be essential thinkers. What would it look like if you treated every single person you interacted with as an essential, irreplaceable human being? So one of my favorite ways to do this is to do an "if it wasn't for you" statement. So think of someone around you in your organization or in your life that may need to know that you rely on them. In your organization, you could use laddering to show them that they're indispensable, and write them "if it wasn't for you" statement. I always think about my days and I say, did I tell somebody if it wasn't for you? And did I tell somebody how I rely on them? So to recap, try that "if it wasn't for you" statement. Show someone how you rely on them. Show them exactly and really measurably how they're indispensable. Notice when people are gone. It always astounds me that when we go from Zoom meeting to Zoom meeting, when someone's not there, the last Zoom meeting, and it's a regularly scheduled meeting, we just move on with the agenda, most people do. Stop, say, "We really missed you last week, and we missed you because you bring this to the table." When you notice people's absence, you're affirming their presence matters. So making sure you're affirming people's presence, show people what they make possible, and ask others for help. As a leader, the best thing we can do to create mattering is to give up authority and show people that we need them. Create a list of things that keep you up at night. Go to your people, put them on the board, and ask, "Help. Help me with these things." That's how people start feeling needed. So notice, see people, affirm people, show people how their uniqueness makes a difference, show them that they're needed, and then create habits. One of the questions I'll leave you with today is to make mattering a habit. For example, when I meet someone, I will ask their last name. These are called habit implementation intentions. When I start a meeting, I will ask people what has their attention today. Making sure that you're doing these things repeatedly, practicing the fundamentals, being the boring quarterback that's practicing the drills, that's what leaves a legacy. Another example is I will point out the specific strengths someone used when I say thank you. The other thing you can do, and I posted this in the chat on the app, is there's a self-assessment. You can take that self-assessment in each of these skill areas. You can deploy it to your teams. You can also do this grid. Think of people on your teams or in your family. Who needs to be noticed? Who needs to be affirmed? Who needs to be needed? I call this a mattering audit of your local community. And then think of this question as you leave here tonight. What is one mattering habit you will begin today, right now? And I want to end with one key point. Do you do this for yourself? So take that mattering model and think about now yourself. Do you check in with yourself? Do you notice how you're feeling? Do you acknowledge the small things that you do to make a difference? Do you ask yourself questions like, what do I have to do today? Or do you ask yourself questions like, how is what I'm going to do today going to impact other people? Do you remind yourself of your impact? Do you ask yourself, when did I feel like I mattered? Do you tell yourself stories that reaffirm the evidence of your own significance? Do you give yourself the evidence that you matter every day? Do you think about what you make possible? Do you think about who relies on you? Do you think about who needs you? So when we apply this to ourselves, we can create mattering for ourselves and create it for other people. And I think there's nothing more powerful than a human being who realizes that they matter. Try one of these noticing actions and see what happens to a human being, because you, everybody in this room, you're an irreplaceable, indispensable human being. I remember one of your speakers talked about his chances of surviving those plane crashes. And it's amazing, right? The chances of you being born are like 1 in 400 quadrillion. You do 1 in 400 quadrillion by the amount of people here. This event happening right now is a miracle, and each person is indispensable. And just think about how many people would be able to uncover and discover their purpose if everyone believed that they mattered. Thank you all so much. Have a great night. And I appreciate everyone listening and being here. And remember, make people feel noticed, make people feel affirmed, and show them how they're needed. Thank you all.
For Zach Mercurio. So, Zach, I want to appreciate you and let you know that you matter, that your words, the things that you wrote when the bottom fell out and we were all struggling as authors, thought leaders, speakers, all that during the midst of the pandemic, and finding the purpose in that helped me personally get through those times. And, you know, part of our desire to keep moving forward, to make this happen, because there was this lost sense of mattering. People had lost the connection to the fact that they mattered because they were so disconnected, was a key element in us pressing forward to make sure that this event happened. So thank you for making that difference. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Down that line, Davin, when we created Purpose Point, our mission was to transform the world by helping individuals and organizations fulfill their purpose. And I'd like to think that we're another step closer to that after today, and 2 more exciting days ahead of us. By watching the number of notes that people were writing, it was great to see. And as Zach talked about, action is a part of it, right? In other words, finding our purpose, finding our individual, locating our organizational purpose is very important. Keep that action going for you as well.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you to our entire Purpose Summit and Purpose Point teams who worked hard to get day one off of the ground. Even getting to this point in this year has been just an incredible hurdle. So can we just give the Purpose Point and Purpose Summit team, because there's an extension of Purpose Point, who's helped made all of those people who've traveled from Boston, Atlanta, California, all to make this possible. Can we give those that made this event possible a round of applause? All right, so it's the end of day one. We've got 2 power-packed days ahead. We will start promptly tomorrow morning again at 8:45 right here for day 2 of the Purpose Summit. We implore you, share your thoughts, share your takeaways, put it on social media. Thank you for being here in person. Thank you for those virtually who attended. We're grateful that you're here. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:45.